Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
It's stolen by Conley. He pickpockets Murray. He gets it off to Reed. Corner, Edwards, aim, shoots.
And the Dallas Mavericks have their Western Conference Finals opponent. Good morning, Metroplex. Good morning, Bobby Bell.
Welcome back. Yeah. Where's the welcome back Cotter music, Peyton?
Oh, that's right. You sent that.
Yeah, I told you to play it. I guess it's just like the break times where you just don't listen unless Sean tells you.
Yeah,
so.
We have a lot of things to get to recap what I was told I missed over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're both in at 5:30 today.
You overslept on Friday?
You're such a tattletale, Peyton.
I don't know how that did not get to me earlier than just yesterday. I saw like one or two things. I thought it was just a general Bobby overslept criticism that people were throwing out there, but you actually, that was probably the show, no offense, Choppy, that was the show you were looking forward to the most because you swear, if me and Eric and Bassick, if we all got together, it'd be wheels off.
I mean, I was told to delete content off the internet this weekend, from the show, so that should tell you.
You overslept, and then Pepe, very feisty on social media, just asked one of the voices of the Rangers, Matt Hicks, man, that was a drive-by. That was good, quick,
funny,
witty humor. Jared Saylor had this weird, I was going to say his legs, because it looked like I couldn't find his legs in the photo. Hicks has been over looking for something, and Jared says, "What's Matt Hicks looking for?" Peyton Russell tweets back his cough button. And Hicks responded back with the sideways face emoji.
Yeah, it was like the who you think you talking to emoji.
Yeah. So anyway, you overslept.
Yeah, it was I assume my alarm went off and I must have hit it off and fallen right back asleep. But I woke up, I was waking up like every hour. For some reason, I was really stressed about oversleeping on Friday morning because I almost overslept on Thursday. And I was like literally like smacking myself in the face driving in, trying to wake up on Thursday.
When did you get in here on Friday?
6:01. It was like right at the start of 6.
Okay, you said he would have missed McCarthy on Friday.
Yeah, I want to juice it up a little bit.
He was overselling.
Okay,
Bobby did call in for the 5:30 segment though.
Yes, I did.
So he technically was here.
I did have Ryan send me the Zoom link because they at first were like, "You're lying. You're trolling us. This is a bit where you're not here at 5:30." So I had Ryan send me the Zoom link so I could put it on my dashboard on the speedometer and we could see me driving 105 to try and get into this. So we were having live coverage of me driving in.
The Dallas Mavericks will take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Thanks, by the way, to all the tollers for the well wishes with child number 2. We'll recap throughout the day and the entire week. Choppy is off for the week in Mexico. It'll be me and Roberto Pepe up until Wednesday, and he's taking his own trip to Las Vegas. Wolves go into Denver and win Game 7 on the road, just like Rick Carlisle's Pacers did earlier in the day. And I want to ask on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, who were you rooting for the Mavs to get? Please spare me. Please spare me with, it didn't matter. Doesn't matter. Stop having stop having a cowboy mentality. Stop looking for an opponent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we're doing sports talk radio and you're sitting there around your friends and you're like, who do you think the Mavericks match up better with? What is y'all's answer to that when it came to the defending champs or the upstart Wolves? Who did you want the Mavs to see?
I mean, I want Minnesota just because clearly I think Denver's a better team overall. I mean, they're the defending champions, everything else, but you do come away from that and just go, Minnesota, not only do they have Ant and what a killer he is, they are so tough defensively. They're so damn good defensively. We were looking it up. I know that when they had held Denver to 80 in game 2 or whatever it was, the note had come out that was the fewest points Denver had scored all season. And then Denver comes out and scores 70 a couple games later. It's like, well, now that's the fewest points they've scored all season. Last night, they hold them to 90. 7 times this year, the Timberwolves, including the playoffs, or 7 times this year, the Nuggets, including the playoffs, scored 90 or fewer, and 4 of them came against Minnesota.
37 points in the second half.
Just dominated them. It was 58-38 at one point. They outscored them by 30 points in the final 20 minutes of this game.
Pepe, did you have an immediate answer towards who you wanted to win that game last night or lose?
Minnesota. I wanted no part of Jokic and the defending champs. I mean, the only thing that worries me really about Minnesota is that I expect the Mavs to get 0 rebounds because it's going to be Cat and Gobert the whole time getting offensive boards.
Well, the difference in last night's game to me, I know that Anthony told TNT it was McDaniels, Naz Reid.
Dude,
I thought Naz Reid was the difference maker for the Wolves last night. Karl Anthony Towns played pretty well, some stupid fouls. Rudy Gobert was trying to survive for his life, but Naz Reid adding to the trio of big men that they're going to throw at Lively and Gafford.
yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing to look at here is the Gafford trade. If this was pre-Gafford trade, I think you'd be terrified because the Mavericks didn't have any sort of presence with bigs, and they've got three really strong ones in Naz Reid, Rudy Gobert, and Karl Anthony Towns. And so to me, it's obviously Lively playing where he's playing at, and you've got Gafford. You feel like you match up a little better there, and now you're just kind of, praying for whatever witch doctor medicine or whatever else to heal Maxi Kleba faster, because to have that third big in the rotation would be huge for them.
Tolo's weighing in, Sean, and right off the bat, 214 says Mavs and 6, regardless of who they play, Sean. 325 says Minnesota, ... I think. 254 says not Minnesota, I wanted the Nuggets, and then 817 says I wanted the T-Wolves all day.
I didn't have a strong opinion on it because, obviously Minnesota went into Denver, won the first two games. You're like, okay, a lot of respect right there. But there is going to be a matchup or two throughout the series where you're like, okay, this guy is a problem. There's nothing that the other side can do with this person. And it's not just something that you can always predict. But here we are with the Wolves taking out the champs. And they were down 20. They were down 20. You had an article months ago saying that 20 is like the new 10 in the NBA. The Knicks also almost came back. Of course, the Mavericks came back to clinch their spot in the West Finals. So 20 is the new 10, and Denver found out the hard way.
Yeah, and look, I still think there was a point after Game 4 when you were out. One of the things we were talking about a lot in this Oklahoma City series was, did you feel what we felt, which is just like after Game 4, you're like, this is one of the most physical series we've ever seen Dallas play in. Like, it just felt like everybody was beating each other up. It was just somebody was always ending up on the floor. Dallas at the end of Game 4 looking absolutely gassed at times. And so to me, I was starting to get worried with the idea of, if you are playing this physical a brand of basketball and this exhausted, I was worried about playing either one of them, Denver or Minnesota, coming back in and being that exhausted and playing those teams. Dallas looked like they had a little bit more life in their legs. Game 5, Game 6, they're going to get the full 3-day rest period now. Denver's coming off of a big Game 7, an emotional one. I do wonder, okay, emotionally, do they come in a little, the whole idea of that was their championship? Not that is, but do they come off of such a high of that as their potential letdown factor? So I think Game 1's going to be huge for them, but overall, I was concerned with either one of these potential matchups, but I think this is pretty coin flip right now.
We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are active on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And then, of course, you had the road Game 7 win earlier in the day.
The Indiana Pacers are in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Pacers win decisively 130-109, the first time in this series that the home team did not win.
Wow. A lot of excitement from Pacers radio right there.
This is business to them. They do what they do.
They do what they do. Tyrese Halliburton was the story in this one, going off in the first quarter, scoring 26 for the game. All 5 starters in double figures. Another injury to New York as Brunson breaks his hand. He scores 17, and New York, after a very fun, wild ride, is eliminated by our boy Rick Carlisle.
Did you see the Brunson post-game clip when they were asked if they were like, was this season a success? And Brunson goes, nope. Which is, for a lot of people, I think they'd say that's a success for New York. You go, second round, push Indiana to a Game 7. Not push. Indiana was a 47-win team. You were supposed to be the favorite. But in general, I think it's just the expectations that were there in New York and the way they sort of pushed Philly and did everything else that they did. I think it was a really good season for them. But Indiana, look, the NBA got one out of the way, Oklahoma City, because I think their nightmare finals matchup right now would be Oklahoma City, Indiana.
Oh.
So you get Oklahoma City out of the way, but now Indiana playing like they are. Boston looking a little vulnerable at times. Some games they just come out flat. That's going to be an interesting series.
I didn't see Brunson, but I saw Halliburton's shirt afterwards. He put up the Reggie Miller choke symbol on the T-shirt.
Which is, I saw Tim McMahon had tweeted, he's like, boy, Halliburton's starting to push Embiid for like biggest post-game troll in the NBA. Like just starting to, push buttons like, what are you talking about? And so Halliburton, though, man, he's a stud, and that's a good basketball team. The Pacers are really good. And I mean, they won 4 out of the last 5 after Rick Carlisle. I don't know if you saw it when you were out. Rick Carlisle and the Pacers submitted 87 calls they thought were incorrect in the first 2 games, which just seems you're flooding the office with paperwork. But this is why Carlisle is difficult as he can be at times, and as much as it was time for him to go here in Dallas, he's a freaking great coach.
Could the Rangers get back on track? The Tyson Fury fight, and we have a golf major champ after the Scotty Scheffler insanity. That's all next. It's the Monday edition of Sean and Bobby. Thanks for waking up with us. Hopefully you stick with us right here on The Fan. Coming up today on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little
Yourself, it was for this very occasion, to win it all.
Sander with victory at Valhalla.
Nance with a call on CBS. The worst part of RJ Choppy being out today and this week is recapping this golf tournament right now with Xander Schauffele winning the PGA Championship, because now I have to deal with Bobby's take, if you even watch.
Xander Scheffler was great.
Scheffler.
That's his name, right? That was the guy who ended up in jail or something. Yeah, that was him. So
was that all breaking during the show?
Yeah, it broke like as I walked in here at 6:01. It was breaking then. And I mean, we were like cutting to, all right, go to ESPN real quick. So we cut to the TV feed so Jeff Darlington could talk about what he saw driving in. And then it's like we're throwing up the like mug shot at 6:45. And so, I mean, it was pretty consistent updates. But what I always love, and you've experienced this, I'm sure, is that we're doing it all morning, right? Just coming in with updates. And because there was new development, it felt like every 20 minutes, you know, we cut to the video of here's the black SUV driving him, bringing him out from bail to go to his tee time. And then like we'd randomly get a text at like 8:27 on the fan text, like, y'all gonna talk about this Scheffler thing at all? We've been doing it all morning. But no, that was crazy. Just the whole vibe of everything that had happened and going on. But I mean, Xander, what can you say? I mean, Xander on those greens.
All right.
It's just, Peyton and I were texting about it all weekend, actually.
Yeah.
Just like you saw the way the greens were playing and the way he was hitting his 4-iron. You just knew.
I put this at a higher priority over the Rangers. Like, I was going Pacers, Knicks, then switch over to the PGA, and you had 3 guys within one shot with 2 or 3 holes to play. And I'm like, okay, we're going to get awesome drama. It didn't feel like awesome drama. Like, this to me is like a third seat story today. And I kind of wish Choppy was here to talk about it and fill the time, but I wonder how much the Tolos actually talked about as Bryson DeChambeau gets outlasted by Xander. So it was a dramatic finish. It's just like, okay, Xander Schauffele won the PGA.
Did you see
and he recorded the lowest 72-hole score to par and the lowest 72-hole scoring total in a major championship. And I was still like, okay, I was like, you know, leaving a little bit to be desired. I'm like, when does the Western Conference Game 7 start?
Okay, I'll ask you a genuine question here. And this is a real golf question. This is not me being a troll. Because this is the way I've kind of looked at golf for the last 15 years, I guess, 10, 15 years.
You and Hagelin.
Who is the draw? Like who's the pull? Like Tiger on, like if Tiger all of a sudden is in it, even a couple years ago when Tiger was in it going into Sunday, I will turn on the TV and I'll check in on it because it's Tiger. So who's the draw?
No one.
And so that's a problem.
I actually thought that the Scheffler thing was, you know, it's a little bit of a wild take. I'm not like going 110% on it. I'm like, okay, good. This gives him a little street cred. Like, this is another reason to follow him and watch him because he is boring. He's milquetoast. And he's dominant. He's the best golfer, but he has no personality that we know of outside of Inwood Tavern.
Yeah.
When he goes and celebrates there, and I'm like, okay, that was the story of the PGA Championship. That was it. It's not Schauffele winning his first major. I don't really care about that. It's Scottie Scheffler getting arrested, and apparently all the charges are going to be dropped.
Yeah, because they didn't. Apparently,
no body cam.
There was supposed to be a body cam. There's not, and so ultimately, it looks like things are going to be dismissed there. But I mean, that whole situation just felt like ego and entitlement. Police are
on their way, mofos.
Like all the way around. It felt like a cop with a bit of a power trip, and it felt like Scheffler just being like, "Well, I'll go wherever I want."
Yeah.
And so I think that. Yeah, I know. I think
Matt Hicks over here.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think that's the takeaway that I had was probably just it was 2 big egos butting heads and somebody saying, all right, well, then you're going to jail today.
Meanwhile, Jared Sandler getting worked up with us a little bit last night over this.
And Garcia with the 1-1 pitch. It's hit hard. Guillorme to his left, slides to it, comes up with it, releases it quickly to Neto for 1 on to first. Double play, a spectacular double play for the Angels will close out this game and series. The Rangers fall to L.A. 4-1.
That was a cough button joke, Hicksy. You know I love you. Rangers lose again, and they lose the series to Ron Washington and the Angels. They dropped 2 out of 3, 4-1 yesterday on the Fan. The Rangers are the storyline that I followed the least while I was out on baby leave. Of course, they get swept by the Rockies. They lose 2 of 3 to the Guardians, and they lose 2 of 3 here to L.A. They fall to 500 on the season. Give me a Rangers recap of the last 2 weeks.
They are pretty boring. They're a pretty boring baseball team, and they are. It's funny, all the injuries that have occurred and everything else to the starting rotation, where when you talk about including the starting pitcher that you let go, that you were debating keeping, Jordan Montgomery, you're talking about the Rangers are down like their top 7 pitchers or something like that from the last several months. And so, but even still, what's funny is throughout that, they're getting really great performances from John Gray. Heaney's been good at times. Lorenzen is pitching well at times. And it's not, the offense is not doing anything for you. You come out of a 3-game stretch in Colorado, a team that had 9 wins going into that series, sweeps you. And I think Mike came in here right after that series and said they scored 6 runs in 3 games at Coors Field, and that hadn't been done in a series at Coors in like 3 years, where a team scored that few runs in that
You
ballpark.
lost to the Rockies and the Angels, who are both dead last in their divisions. Dead last.
It's just bad. They have no power right now. It's like we had the conversation, which I got crushed for at the time, and that was fine. We had the conversation even when they put up 13 runs a couple weeks ago, it was 15 singles. Like, they have no power. They have no pop in their lineup right now.
But they're still just a game and a half back in the division to the Mariners.
Yeah, under 500 at home now, though. They're 12-13 out there at the Globe, and it's not been good.
And Pepe, you were out there over the weekend, fan night in the radio station suite. Well,
yeah, I think they called it family night, because we're family here at the Fan. But it was a great atmosphere there. It was, really great crowd for, being a team that hadn't won a whole lot. But Saturday night crowd, awesome. But yeah, just offense was nothing. You're waiting for something to happen. Adolis goes up there, hits a home run. I did not stay till the end because it went extras. I have the excuse. I live an hour away. I'm in Rockwall. So and the Mavs were on.
Like
it was crunch time. But yeah, as soon as the Mavs game started, I think we all kind of
checked out,
went over to the TV. So I don't know if Spittle liked that a lot, but we tried to balance it.
He didn't necessarily like it. You're covering. What is he dating? RJ? not allowed to look at the Dallas Mavericks trying to go to the Western Conference Finals. No other sports allowed.
Well, I think it was like, okay, we're at the suite, the Rangers game. Let's watch. He didn't say he didn't like it, but I just didn't know if he wanted everyone out of their seats, because if you looked at the suite, it looked empty because no one was sitting down because we were all hovered around the TVs. But
more importantly, how did they outfit the suite with food and drinks? What was the setup in there?
Oh boy. Okay, so we had the burgers, the hot dogs.
So food included.
Food included, drinks included, alcohol beverages. I did not find soda or water at all. It was all alcohol. Good. We had the wine, red wine, and white wine.
Did you?
What did you pair with your hot dog?
I had
red or white. And can you name a white wine?
Chardonnay.
There you go. That's Mackenzie's, right?
Yes, yeah, that's what.
That's why.
No, I had a little bit of the red wine. I don't even know what it was though. I just kind of.
So they had alcohol too.
They did. They had the White Claws, the beer, everything. Wow. Ludwig was there.
Yeah.
I saw him quadruple fisting Miller Lights.
Did you? You're gonna have to tell Sean now what Spittle's line was to you though when you got there at the stadium.
Oh, he was. This was like the first thing because me and Mackenzie showed up and we were the first ones there.
It was Mackenzie, Peyton, and Spittle for the first 20 minutes, just them. And
Spittle, I swear to you, he goes, "Hey, Monday morning, vacation's over for you. Sean's back." Just a dead look in his eye too. And I laughed, and he was like, "So we'll get back to work." And I was like, "Oh my God, he's serious."
Wow, was he serious?
I don't know. I just went on to the next question. I just started talking hockey.
When did the Mavs tip off? made Gavin even happier. We'll recap all that at 6:40. We have to preview the weeks ahead for the teams taking over the Metroplex. And of course, it's not the Dallas Cowboys. Mavs Stars schedule for your next 2 weeks at least. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
He'll take it in front. It's available. Fought for. Loose. They score! It's Matt Duchene! He wins it in double overtime. And the Dallas Stars are on their way to the Western Conference Final.
Two teams in their Western Conference Finals. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Shreve. Good to be back. Sitting alongside Bobby Roberto Belt for the entire week. Choppy is out on vacation. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And how poetic. Matt Duchene sends the Stars back to the Western Conference Finals for the second year in a row under Pete DeBoer. Second straight season and the third time in the past 5 years as the Mike Basic's Colorado Avalanche are taken out.
What a 3-1 victory there in the final game from the Dallas Stars. Yeah, poetic just in the sense of Duchene obviously like getting the call for the goalie interference for the no goal, which, you know, we'll talk about was an absolutely awful call. And then the fact that obviously his background, his time in Colorado being, you know, a former third overall pick or whatever it was, and then, you know, asking his way out with a trade several years back, and then Colorado goes on, wins the Stanley Cup without him. And so a lot of poetry involved there, but man, they were so strong in this series across the board. This was a series where we talked about how evenly matched it was at the start of the series. In fact, I guess everybody thought it was evenly matched except for Peyton, who picked the Avalanche in 5 to beat the Stars. Was wrong with that.
7.
And then you said 5 after game 1. I remember. We got receipts, Peyton.
Man, no one overreacts to a game 1 like Peyton.
Dude,
Russell.
he was like, this is over. This is done. They might as well win in 3.
He must have ended up being right on Minnesota then after they went up 2-0 on Denver.
Yeah, I said it was over. I said Minnesota's going to sweep.
It's finished. But this was, I mean, this was a series where I think we all feel like Dallas pretty much won all these games. Like in terms of they played better. Even the first game where they blew it, that was one where you still felt like overall they played better than Colorado. And so, I mean, this was 6 games of Dallas playing better hockey across the board. I thought they were the better team on Friday night, specifically in the overtime periods. I thought they were really, really good. But Otter bouncing back from what was a really rough game 5. I mean, it was just...
He was the story for you in overtime?
Yeah, I mean, big part other than just the issue of the no goal, and then obviously them bouncing back and rallying for that. Because you got to feel like that's a really easy thing to get you mentally off your game after that.
Yeah.
Like to wave that off, you got to feel like it's just, they could have easily checked out and they didn't. And they are a perfect example. I know Spittle's coming here, talked about it. We've talked about it. The idea of Dallas isn't very top heavy. It's not like they've got these huge superstars at the very top of their roster, but they are so strong and balanced across the board. They are just true team sports.
877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. And I also need the hockey heads to answer on there who you prefer between Edmonton and Vancouver tonight. I guess we should wait for Peyton's replacement on Thursday to really talk hockey with Chris Strong. But Peyton, Edmonton, Vancouver, Game 7 this evening. Is there a preference?
As much as I would love to see Connor McDavid in Dallas, I want zero part of the Oilers. Give me Vancouver, even though I think Vancouver throughout that series has been the better team. The Canucks are just, they're so good. JT Miller's, a beast over there in Vancouver. But I think I want the Canucks. I think they match up better with the Stars, and I think it would just give the Stars a little bit edge. And besides, if McDavid, gets a hold of the West Finals, he's not going to miss his chance again of making the Cup. It's going to be really tough to beat Edmonton.
Bobby's audio of the weekend comes from Mason Marchment. What was the explanation you got on why the goal did not count in OT?
The explanation I got that Dutchy's ass was over the line. His feet were outside, but his ass was over the line. So that's the explanation I got. And then he got pushed in. Yeah, I think honestly they didn't want to make it a deciding goal, right? So, I get it, but I think, there's got to be some sort of, standard because, you can't push a guy into your own goalie and it be goaltender interference, right? So there's just got to be some sort of standard. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We got the job done and, it's awesome.
So if your ass is over the line, it's wiped out?
I guess that's the rule. I obviously
just a body part?
I obviously looked up a bunch of different like takes on a trend. See, like this is as dumb as I think it looks, right? And there were just a lot of really, neutral observers across hockey that were saying this has never been called this way, like ever. And one of the explanations I heard was it was called on the ice a certain way. It's a bad look. And ultimately, the NHL was probably just trying to come up with some reason to say, we got to let this stand. We can't have a series end on a reverse goal call. Like, that's not going to happen. And so it was a bad call on the ice, and then the NHL went, well, we're just going to have to come up with a reason as to why that was actually the right call. But everyone I saw who is a neutral observer, so outside of any sort of Dallas or Colorado circle, was saying, no, this is a bad call, and it's never been called this way in the history of hockey.
I do want to know from Stars fans who you prefer, who you do not want as your Western Conference Finals opponent on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. So if you could hook us up with the hockey knowledge, please do so. Just so you know, the Stars were 2-1 against Vancouver during the regular season. They lost 2-0 on the road on November 4th. They won 4-3 in overtime at home on December 21st. And 3-1 on the road. They got the W on March 28th. They were 2-0-1 against the Oilers during the regular season. So winning records against both, but they did not lose to Edmonton. They won 4-3 on the road November 2nd, 5-0 at the AAC on April 3rd. And then they lost 4-3 in overtime on February 17th to go ahead and still pick up a point. So that is how they matched up against both possible opponents.
All the totals agree with me. They want the Canucks. Do not want the Oilers at all. Except the 254 does say he does want the Oilers. Says the goalie isn't as good. Plus Stars don't take as many penalties. But 469, 817, and 214 say bring on the Canucks.
Well, yeah, because the goalie for the Canucks is much better, but is he healthy? Because Demko hasn't played since game 1 when he got hurt. And so, look, I watched the hockey, you watched the golf. We got us together. We've got a full show. But Demko hasn't been available, and he's ruled out for game 7 tonight, so he's not playing. And so the chatter, it seems like, is that if the Canucks make it, you are getting Demko in the next round, that he would be back in net. But Edmonton this year, I feel like the general conversation around them has been underperforming this year. And the fact that, Sean, moneypuck.com, your favorite website that I've been stacking up a lot of takes from.
Did they pick the Stars over the Avs?
They said that the Stars were basically the better team in terms of expected goals in every game except for one of them. I think it was game 4 or something like that. But, this is one where Vancouver's been pretty dominant over the Oilers throughout the series, Sean. So, you're getting a better team if you get Vancouver. Plus, I've already written a song in place of RJ Choppy that includes references to the Canucks, and I don't want to change the lyrics to something about the Oilers.
Oh, yeah. I heard that RJ's song set it off last week. Heard it was big time.
Yeah, we can go back and read a live feed of the fan text if you like.
What was the song?
Dancing Queen, We Are the World Champions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dancing Queen came out when?
I don't know.
Dancing Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
1974, I think, something like that.
Okay.
It's been a minute.
So this is the schedule that is going to run your lives over the next 2 weeks in DFW, at least, hopefully longer. It all starts on Wednesday night, and I think it's at 7:30. So that's awesome. We don't need 8:30 tip time. So it's 7:30. It's Mavs Wolves game 1. Then on Thursday, it's Stars TBD game 1. Then on Friday, Mavs game 2, Stars Saturday game 2. So we're going Wednesday, Thursday. We're not getting the double dips. I was so happy I was out for that. What was the worst part of the scheduling while I was out? Was it both of them playing on the same night? Was it the late start times still?
It was the late start times. Both of them playing on the same night was a pain. But if you're not a broke boy like RJ Choppy and you got the picture-in-picture, then it's not a problem. Is he even allowed to watch sports? I don't know. He may not have been. He may have been sneaking one game, much less 2. But no, honestly, it was the late starts for me, and that was just the total beatdown of it all. And we never got the benefit of when you would get a decent start time. It was like a Sunday, and so it's like this doesn't, or it was a Saturday. So it's like you don't even need this. It'd be nice if I had this on Sunday and could get some sleep. Just pick any other day of the week, and And so we were getting all these awful late start times. That was the worst part of it, was just turning around, getting up with 3.5 hours sleep.
All 7:30 start times for this week. So that's awesome. Game 1, NBA, 7:30 in Minneapolis. Stars game 1 Thursday, 7:30 at the American Airlines Center. Mavs game 2 Friday at 7:30.
Has there ever been, I'd have to look, I wonder if a city has ever played, because if these both go to full game 7s, like, has there ever been a city that had one of their 4 major sports teams play a conference championship game 14 days in a row? Because that's what we're set up for if it's game 7s across the board.
Boston had to have done something. I don't know. I feel like this is due to us compared to some other sports cities, because a lot of sports talk radio ratings and success is obviously determined by postseason runs, and Boston it felt like they were playing for every single championship, so we deserve some of this. We'll laugh at the Cowboys a little bit later on, as that all was blowing up, the time-lapse comparisons for conference championships, but we had a Tolo named Christopher who said, best day in Dallas sports history, excluding only those 8 total days on which a league championship was actually won. So 5 Cowboys Super Bowls, 1 Star Stanley Cup, 1 Mavs NBA Finals, 1 Rangers World Series. And what he's reacting to, just before 1 o'clock Central over the weekend, Stars beat the Avs in overtime, 9:40 p.m. Mike Leslie with the timeline. The Mavs beat the Thunder. And the way I can tell that the bandwagon is kicked in the Metroplex, because I'm looking at people on my Instagram timelines who are not interested in sports, all of a sudden, all at watch parties all over the place, dominating the bar scene on Friday and Saturday nights. So the drive-by sports fan, hopefully they stick around to this morning show over the ride.
Yeah,
Aren't you feeling that, though? Like the bandwagon is kicked in?
It has, but I mean, like, that's what winning does. It's why Aikman has said for years, Dallas is not a football town. It's a winner's town. Like, when you win, they will ride hard for you. I'm trying to think in terms of best days in DFW sports history. There was 2010, I remember, when the Rangers played game 1 of the World Series, also coincided that night with Mavericks opening night. And so that was pretty cool. It's like you get the juice of here. Well, I mean, that was also, but I mean, that was the NBA title team. It was game 1. We didn't know it at the time, but that was game 1 of, a team that would go on to win the title. And so just the excitement of NBA opening night, you've got the Mavericks back. Because at that time, 2010, the Mavericks were kind of the show in town and had been for a few years, where that was the only team that was truly contending. So those were the teams you looked forward to. So, I mean, I think that night was pretty big, but yeah, overall, this was a great weekend for DFW sports.
So all this was separated by 20 hours and 42 minutes. 20 hours and 42 minutes with both teams going to their conference championship rounds. Enjoy it and let us know what the ticket prices look like. I know I have a newborn and everything, but just for the heck of it, with my parents in town for one more week, I was like, let me try to take them maybe. Because my dad, he's a big basketball fan. Let me try to take him to the AAC. Minimum $350, $400 a piece for these tickets, for these seats. And I'm like, again, I'm not managing my funds and money correctly, because I'm looking at everyone coming out of these games. I'm like, man, how are people just affording these games in this price action? Because I'm not going to sniff or go near $400 a seat.
Some of the people who know, it's probably shameless phone calls to somebody who has the hookup for it. Hey, can you do me a solid here? I just remember, by the way, not only did we get Stars winning game 6, Mavericks winning game 6, in that same little period there, Scotty Scheffler was released from jail.
That's
and
right.
Highland Park started, celebrating.
Highland Park.
Yeah.
What do you think they were setting off over there?
I don't know. What would they?
Champagne pop?
Yeah, probably.
Is that the sound of fireworks equivalent in Highland Park?
Yeah, it's just the cork pop, but it's probably something, I don't know. The
Prosecco.
The clanking of the glass.
Duck the Prosecco corks. Look out.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just, whatever the most expensive wine pop sounds like, probably.
Chardonnay, right, Pepe?
That's right.
Or you go with the bottle top.
You can't hear it, though, because, they're all within the gated communities, and each lot is a mile away from each other.
No, they're not.
So,
in Highland Park.
Yeah,
they're
that's true.
not. Pay for the title, not the space. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Let's praise the Dallas Mavericks that helped take out the number 1 seed, and the names are not Luka or Kyrie. That's next on Sean and Bobby.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In a car or truck, right? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-323-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving got a shot blocked. Gathered by Jones at one to shoot. Jones makes it as the buzzer sounds. What a series for Derek Jones. 5-point game.
I thought P.J. Washington started as the X Factor and Derek Jones ended as that very thing. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, by the way. I felt very used. I feel very used by some of the Tolos when I said, yep, coming back on Monday. They're like, you got any tickets for us? You got any tickets for us? Got any Mavs, Stars? I do not have Mavs or Stars tickets, but we do have a Rangers ticket giveaway throughout the entire week during the 7 o'clock expressway. So Rangers, Tigers tickets, if you are so inclined, we're going to hook you up with here on your home of the World Series champs.
You know what I took away from all the Tolos sending you messages when you said you were coming back?
That I needed a raise, which everyone said.
Yeah, they were like, thank God the adults back in the room because it was children the last 2 weeks.
Well, I thought, there's a lot of people in town who think that that's just wild children radio. That's what everyone wanted to hear. They just talk about whatever you want, whenever you want, man. You're not held down by the corporate man. That's what that turned into. Rock music. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line as the Dallas Mavericks move on to the Western Conference Finals to face the T-Wolves, just like everyone had it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny. McMahon had said, you could make an argument last year, Minnesota and Dallas were the two most disappointing teams at the end of the year. With everything that they went through, Dallas just collapsing down the stretch. Minnesota, obviously we had the wall punch where you get guys breaking their hands and just unceremoniously dismissed. And it's just, this is a redemption tour for both of them. I thought the Timberwolves were cooked when they lost 3 in a row. They're just incredibly mentally tough, which is a reflection of the way Ant is.
Yes.
And the
I
whole
love
team.
him so much on the floor.
We're going to hate him after for this series, we're going to hate him. He's going to be a pain.
I don't know. He tells it like it is. He's like, Joker, I laugh. That's all I can do is laugh. He's the best player in the world. We only give it up to him. Yesterday, he did not force anything. He did not force anything like Kobe would have, I think, in a Game 7 situation. But we'll get to the T-Wolves a little bit later on. Let's celebrate the Mavericks and the elimination of the Oklahoma City Thunder. As I said, Derek Jones Jr. ended up as the X Factor, setting consecutive playoff career highs in those back-to-back games. This guy started the series as it, and he helped end the series over the weekend.
You're going to make me cry, man. Don't do that.
Wait, stop. Let's do the PJ first. PJ with the free throws. Pepe, don't worry about it. 640, I would worry about it. PJ Washington.
10 seconds left. Doncic drives, backs him down, gets deep, gives it up. Washington, double clutch three. No, the tip in, and they're going to call a foul on the shot. First things first, Washington with 3 free throws, but he has struggled at the line in the series. Gets the
tie the game.
All right, cut it off. Let's get to the controversy and the confusion with the foul on SGA versus PJ. PJ hits some big threes, made 2 free throws before intentionally missing with 2.5 left as the Mavs come back from down 17. Richard Jefferson was trying to explain this, but I felt like he was gun shy on coming up with an opinion. If the shot is blocked and it's still a shot, if the shot is blocked and possession is lost, that is the confusion that you checked out with the NBA's 2-minute report over whether PJ deserved to be on the line for 3.
Yeah, the NBA did their last 2 minutes report and they explained, which is funny because I saw one of the criticisms was as Tony Brothers is explaining what the ruling is and why it was the ruling, Dave Pasch and Richard Jefferson are just talking over it. And so it's like, what did he say? Like, I couldn't even hear what he said.
And he drug it out. I love when the officials drag out or they go to them too late and then it's announced and they're like, got it right. They got the call right. Like, the NFL does, this is a nerdy 10 seconds here. The NFL does, I think, a much better job of like going to the referee expert early on so that we're all set up to see if they're right or not. It creates better television. It justifies your Mike Pereira being there versus these NBA review people. Like, we're never talking about what they have to say. It's all pretty vanilla and generic.
Yeah, but
I think.
like, wasn't he
late?
Yeah, and this is when you, boy, I don't know. Maybe we can talk about it at some point. I need to go find examples of it, Pilati. But I definitely felt some John Smoltz action from Pasch and Jefferson throughout this Game 6. Not the whole series, but Game 6 for sure felt like they were being wildly critical of Dallas throughout the whole game. But the explanation...
Well, they were down 17.
I know, but it was just like, I mean, even like as they're coming back and like every single controversial call is, well, that's a, I mean, early on when the Shea foul call was made, the announcers were not helping clarity on it because they're going like, yeah, that's definitely a foul. Look at him. I mean, that's definitely not a foul. Look, it's clean. But the explanation says that replay review of the foul called on Gilgeous-Alexander pursuant to a coach's challenge was deemed unsuccessful. Although Gilgeous-Alexander initially makes contact with the ball, he does not dislodge it from Washington's control and continues to slide down to Washington's arm while he is in a shooting motion, making the arm contact illegal.
Okay.
That's basically the summary, and that's what we all saw.
And I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
So if the contact disrupted PJ's shot to the point where the ball got loose from his possession, then it's a no call. But because he was still shooting, right, and then he came down on the arm, it's a foul. Speaking of likable, we talked about Ant. Damn, do I love SGA.
Oh, yeah. I didn't come away from this at all hating him.
Afterwards, he's like, I shouldn't have committed the foul. That's my hindsight. I'll learn from it. But I wish if I could go back, I just wouldn't have fouled him. He didn't bitch. He didn't cry. He didn't make excuses. He didn't look for the easy way out. And full disclosure, I'm not sitting there, even though they were the 1 seed, glued to Oklahoma City basketball throughout the year. So when these playoff series come around, I'm like, okay, I feel like I can totally, completely break down and dissect someone's game. And this guy is bringing back, well, he's not going to bring it back, but shout out to the mid-range.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the mid-range game from SGA. He hit a huge clutch 3 to keep them around at the end of this loss as well. And he's so deceptive. He creates, Bobby, such separation in a deceptive way because he doesn't move lightning quick. He's got these smooth glides to be able to get past anyone that he wants to create the separation for his mid-range jumper or to go to the basket. And I was like, well, okay, what was he at Kentucky? Because everyone just stays at Kentucky for 1 year, and the numbers were not off the charts. But he was still obviously drafted very, very high. But, man, this guy is fun to watch and easy to root for.
Yeah, it was funny. We were watching
a lot easier to root for them when they lose too. Like,
yeah,
props OKC.
Like, wow, what a bright future those kids have.
What a bright future. They get all the picks.
Well, because I'll say this, it's not easy. I'm coming out of this hating Lou Dort. That's who I hate coming out of this series. Lou Dort is just it's way
battering
too,
ram.
It's way too often. Like, I mean, I'd love him on my team, but it's way too often where you were coming away from something going like, oh, well, that contact from Lou Dort was incidental. That was not on purpose. It's like, man, when you're consistently accidentally throwing a leg out and hitting somebody or, jock checking Derek Lively, it wears you down after a while. But, I mean, SGA coming out of this series, this is what we had talked about the whole time. The idea that young teams like that, generally the consistency says you have to learn to lose before you learn to win.
Rite of passage.
Denver. That was Golden State. That was the Bulls with Michael. That was the Pistons.
Yep.
I mean, every team has to go through it.
Yep.
And when they won Game 4, for instance, where they had no business winning that game, and SGA goes down the court, makes 4 shots in a row to tie it up, and then they kick it out to Chet Holmgren for the 3, and they rally. Like, those are the games you have to experience to learn how to win those types of tough atmosphere games in order to be a champion eventually. It's just you have to build them up first and learn how to do it. And that's just part of that rite of passage, like you said.
What a game, though. What electricity. As you had Romo there. He was getting a hot. Dirk getting hyped and fired up. As I think the ESPN play-by-play guy, Pash, said that one of the Thunder was like staring Dirk down.
It was Dort.
Was it Dort?
It was Dort.
So, and shout out Mr. Electric, Robbie Loomis. He's sending me videos from him and the family going there. Hopefully y'all were fortunate to attend at the AAC yourself. Fourth quarter, 5 lead changes, 2 ties in the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, and can we point out really quickly, because for all the Oklahoma City fans that are talking, because I thought
do we have a lot of OKC fans that inundated the fan text over the last
No,
2 weeks?
I'm just talking about over social media. We did have a lot on social media
because Ruben and Cody.
We've got Oklahoma City fans who obviously are Cowboys
Who's Cody?
fans. We've got he's our marketing consultant. We've got Oklahoma City fans who obviously are Cowboys fans for the most part. So we do have a lot of people who listen to us from the Oklahoma area because of that. And so I was getting into some fights on Saturday night when you texted me and said, I think it's time to put your phone down. But I was getting into it with a couple people. But here's the thing is that for all the Oklahoma City fans that were talking about, oh, you guys are lucky, you got benefit at the end and screwed, which it was the right call to begin with. Let's say it wasn't. We're not talking at all about the fact that what happened at the end of that play, what was blown off, was Kyrie collecting the ball and putting the ball in. It would have been a Kyrie layup if the call isn't made. He was right there to grab the rebound and put it back. And he did. And then the play was waved off. And so either way, this actually gave you a better chance, was PJ having to step up there and make a few free throws. But I mean, this is just, I think you saw throughout the course of it again why Dallas is that veteran savvy that a number of the guys on the roster have. Like, their experience matters. I'm finding out a lot about these guys in the process, though. You're finding out a lot about Derek Lively. You're finding out a lot about PJ Washington, Derek Jones Jr. The PJ Washington comp, we had talked about this, Chop and I did last week. You remember the contributions he got from Peja Stojakovic and like Deshaun Stevenson and Corey Brewer? Like, PJ Washington's kind of given you all 3 of those.
PJ did not have a point until the fourth quarter. He scored 9 with tying and go-ahead threes before the winning free throws. Jason Kidd on what he told his squad after the what he was telling his team down 16 at halftime.
Well, we talked about just the turnovers. That was the first part. The second part was just the trust in that we had to play faster. We were not playing fast enough. Even if they score, we needed to take the ball out and not, look around and walk the ball up. And I thought to start the third, I thought D. Jones got us off to a great start. And then we worked the game, understanding that we were going to, get those 16 points in 2 shots. I thought the group stayed together, trusted each other, and worked the game and got it down to 7 there at the end of the third. And now it's anybody's ball game. And again, our zone created some missed shots and some turnovers, and then we capitalized on the other end. But halftime, it's kind of a cool thing because we just kind of talked, and I thought the group responded, again, being down 16, and we knew what we had to do, and we did that to start the third, and we did that for pretty much the whole second half.
Jason Kidd has not lost a Game 6 as the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, now with a record of 4-0, and Kyrie Irving improves to a perfect 14-0 in closeout games, the best record in NBA history. Kyrie getting emotional afterwards.
You're gonna make me cry, man. Don't do that. I just want to thank each one of you guys, man. All your sacrifices, all the things that you guys are doing when no one's watching. It's truly appreciated, and all the words of affirmation that we're giving each other go a long way, man. So keep the positivity going. The job's not finished, but we can definitely celebrate this one. This was hard. It was tough.
such a kumbaya moment and feel now from Kyrie and his teammates.
Yeah, this has worked out in a way that, I don't think anybody really anticipated, but, I think I'm finally at the comfort level that we've talked about before of like, when do you finally say, all right, maybe this isn't going to blow up. Maybe there won't be an expiration date. Maybe this won't turn sour. And it feels like such a perfect fit. And the guys all clearly in the locker room have a lot of respect for Kyrie. And he's found that place that it feels like he's always wanted of. I'm the leader. Like, I'm the guy that they look to.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that they believe in. I'm the one who is here to keep everybody steady. And I think that's the type of appreciation and validation that he's wanted the entire time.
I was not necessarily disappointed that I missed this topic while I was out, but of course you were going to have more follow-up because of it. Harrison Butker, the new most popular player in the National Football League. What did the guys screw up and what happened while I was out in a Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway for being part of the 6 a.m. club and turning it on, leaving it on? All of that is next with Sean and Bobby. But
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We have a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway today and all week long. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club. Here on Sean and RJ, Choppy is out for the week on vacation. Bobby, Roberto Belt, and myself doing the show along with Peyton and Rai live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hit us up at 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. I asked the Tolos what I missed while I was out and made a little list. A little Chris Jericho list, Kevin Hagelin. You'll be
I got
proud.
a list. Here's the order of my list that it's in.
RJ and Bobby email fight. Bobby late on Friday with the nosebleeds.
Didn't happen.
Peyton Russell world history commercial break give up. RJ Choppy song. These are just some of the things of the last 2 weeks that I apparently missed while out on paternity leave.
What most? I mean, we're not going to run from anything. What most, interests you off of that list that you'd like explanations about?
Well, what interests me the most is you and RJ's email prep fight, but I don't want to get too nerdy and going behind the scenes with the Tolos.
Hagee came into Crosstalk one day. He's like, y'all are spending a little too much time in talk time talking about this. Said it on the air.
In talk time?
Yeah, actually talking on the air about it.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, it only got talked about whenever RJ would bring it up.
Okay. What happened with, did you play How Young is Peyton Russell?
We did.
You didn't know who the Pope was?
Well, he kind of did.
Yeah, I said it at the very end. I said Catholic guy, then they laughed at me, and I was like, oh, yeah, it's the Pope.
After you had time to Google it.
Yeah, we're like the Catholic guy. Not just a Catholic guy. Not Harrison Butker, the Catholic guy.
Ann Richards had no idea who that was.
Okay, so that was probably that we asked him who Ann Richards was, which I don't know for sure if you would know who that is, Sean, since you weren't here. So she was the governor of Texas in 91 to 95. And
she playing the Mavs parade?
Or 90 to 94. No, but she was that's who George W. Bush beat to become governor.
Okay.
So we played Peyton would pick a decade, and then Choppy would pick a category, and then Peyton would pick a subcategory after that. So 80s, Choppy picks sports, and then Peyton picks basketball, football, or baseball, or whatever else. And so when we did the Ann Richards one, though, Peyton's line to that was when he found out who that was, he's like, Texas lets women be governors.
Oh.
He was enlightened by it. But he did, in fact, I forgot. I got to Venmo you still. He did when I told him to raise the stakes, so it wasn't just we're sitting here laughing at him, and he's a big gambler. I did tell him for everyone he got right, he'd get $20.
And how many did he get right?
2. So he got $40.
Wow. And then Choppy was not happy with the commercial break times you were handing him?
Well, so he asked for them, and I said, okay, I'll get you something. And so I wrote in there, okay, it's over 5, under 7. Over 5 minutes, under 7.
Because all our breaks are 6 or 6:30.
Right.
6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. Yeah.
And so he wanted everything broken down, and I was like, okay, I'll get you something. Just thinking as a joke or whatever, and I don't think he was too pleased with that. He was like, my name's on the show too.
Oh,
yeah. What he said was, that's exactly what he said. He said, you're being pretty disrespectful to somebody who's got their name on the show.
Here's what's amazing to me: RJ all of a sudden cares about these things while I'm out. Instead of being the co-host of the show while I'm here, he's all of a sudden concerned with reading the prep emails, which he has not done in years. He's all of a sudden concerned with the commercial break times. There's no level of concern or interest in that while I'm actually sitting in the room. All that stuff is, okay, now RJ is sitting there starting off the segment, so now he wants the ultimate, respect, and he needs the control.
Yeah.
He's freaking out over the control or lack thereof.
I mean, he said, he was like, you know what, this is, he was almost like a reflective parent when their child starts acting out. He's like, maybe some of this is my fault. Maybe I've created a culture where you guys don't respect me and blah, blah, blah.
Did he say that on the air?
Yeah. There were a couple times he got very serious with it. So I told him on that first Friday you were out, I told him, I was like, Chop, I don't want you doing anything. I was like, don't even send an email today. I'll send you the whole rundown with teases built in and everything. Yeah. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it.
Why is Choppy getting worked up over emails being sent? He does not read them anyway.
Yeah. So he was
and proudly admits it.
Yeah, he was. He was pretty. He was genuine. Peyton, I would say he was genuinely upset a couple times. The first time he brought it up, he was genuinely mad.
Yeah, when he said he was going to go golfing all day, didn't want to read any emails, didn't want to send anything until 9 o'clock at night. Yeah, I could sense a little bit, but then he laughed at the end and played it off a little cool. But
which is what he does.
Yeah,
he buries his anger with a laugh, and one day somebody's going to pop the cork on that anger, and who knows?
And then you were late on Friday doing the show with the nosebleeds.
I thought because they were here, we were returning to I'm in here at 6. That's what I thought we were doing. It was that Thursday, and I mentioned it on the air that morning. I said, I woke up and then fell back asleep and woke up 12 minutes later. I was like, whoa, I'm glad I actually was able to get back up. I was driving in, my eyes were heavy. I was like pinching my earlobe, trying to make sure I was alert and awake driving in. That whole day I was exhausted. So I went to bed actually that night before. I was like, I need to go to bed at a reasonable hour. So I went to bed at like 9. And then I was waking up, worried I was going to oversleep. I was waking up at like midnight, 1, 2. And then I guess when
it actually mattered and counted,
4:20 came around or whatever it was that my alarm was set, I must have hit it off and gone. I don't even remember it going off. I must have hit it off and gone right back to sleep. And I just rolled over and hit my phone and looked, and it said 5:28, and I screamed an F-bomb and called Peyton, and they all thought I was joking at first. They thought I was downstairs in the McDonald's drive-thru just getting them breakfast.
Yeah.
And so I was like, Ryan, send me the Zoom. I will show you where I am.
They still have the bagel sandwiches.
They do, and he was disappointed by that, though. Eric was definitely expecting bagel sandwich, so then when he didn't get it, that may have thrown off his mood, I think, for the rest of the day.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Let me know anything else that I missed over the last 2 weeks.
The fan text definitely sees it. 903 says, I thought RJ was stressed a little without Sean there. 432, it's because Sarah told Choppy his name was on the show too and to stand up.
Just so y'all know, whenever RJ takes some major stand, it's because he's told to from behind the scenes. RJ, if you counted the words that RJ texted during a show versus what he says during a show, it would be equal. Because I don't know, everyone in RJ's life, like from 5:30 to 10 a.m., apparently they have nothing to do but text. And he has figured out this texting on the computer can be looked upon as texting Tolos and tweets and work. So it's just nothing but text. And he's getting feedback from everyone on what to do with the show, how to respond to the show. That's RJ Texter, nonstop, matching the words that he actually says.
Yeah, if you ever hear us tee RJ up for something, and you happen to see on the fan cam that his head's down, and then you hear him go, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to think about that.
Or this look of bewilderment on the fan cam.
That is, he 100% did not hear anything that was said in the last 2 minutes.
Yes, he did not hear.
Which
anything.
When there's 3 of us here, not so much of a problem. So I can see it, step in, but it's 2.
I would personally like to ask the people in Choppy's life, stop texting him so much during the show, please. We're trying to do a show. We're trying to do some work. But if you could possibly do that, hood rats. January Sixers, whatever you call yourselves. I don't know what it is. If you could just lay off the text a little bit until 10:01 when RJ's hitting the golf course, that'd be appreciated. I did hear, actually, let's say Butker, because we're going to need a lot more time for that. Let's get to Diddy's response.
Oof.
Did this break? Did you have this Friday?
No. When did this happen? This happened, or was it? I can't remember if this was Thursday or I feel like this broke Friday afternoon. But okay. I know that this is something we've been obviously talking about on the show leading up to it. Is all the allegations against Diddy,
and then the hotel video from I believe 2016 coming out of Diddy chasing his girlfriend down the hallway and throwing her down, punching her, kicking her, beating her up, and Diddy released his response yesterday.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Yeah.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace.
There we go.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
What a piece of crap. He thinks he really is, and he may be behind the scenes a real legitimate gangster. But it would not surprise me if Diddy, and there's been Tupac rumors, he thinks he is like so, and I loved it during making the band. I'm like, man, this guy's scary. He thinks he's like a real life Tony Soprano, I believe. And I hope this ends him, and I hope it's done and over with and finished.
I would think so.
The internet went and did some digging. Oh, you were rock bottom? You were rock bottom at the age of 46 during that year, on top of the Forbes list, on the Bad Boy reunion press and tour runs, making all your Ciroc money. You're hitting rock bottom, man.
Boy, it was just...
Stephen A. said he thought the video was worse than the Ray Rice one. I don't really want to rank those types of videos.
Yeah, bad is bad. And when you, I mean, if you read, one of the big problems of this is if you read the text of the lawsuit that Cassie filed, the artist who was with him for forever, and that was the girl in the video. If you read the text of the lawsuit, there's a portion of it where the video that we see matches up like point by point with every single detail that was listed in there, which makes you think, okay, here's one of the incidents that was given a bunch of details of, and now we see a video that matches up exactly with what was written in there.
After he had come out, denied everything strongly, even though he settled with her like the day after she filed that lawsuit.
Easier to see now if you look through the text of that lawsuit and go, well, how much more of this is just a 100% accurate retelling of everything that happened. So this is bad. He's done. I mean, he's been done in all likelihood, but there's no bouncing back from this, which is good. I'm glad. Kudos to Cassie for having the guts and the courage to go ahead and bring this out in light when you read the details of just how domineering he was.
And who was sitting on this and just waiting for this release time? Who was just sitting back with this in their possession and said, okay, cherry on top, bam.
Well, the initial lawsuit had stated that this security video existed and that Diddy had paid the hotel $50,000 for it, and it went away. And so, I mean, yeah, if you've got money and a powerful network, and yeah, Ryan's got the initial rejection from Diddy up on the fan camera now. But if you've got money and power and influence and a network like Diddy does, and like is described in that lawsuit, yeah, you can make a lot of things go away. And it's good to see it finally caught up to him.
We got a PGA champ. Tyson Fury loses. Is Harrison Butker your new favorite NFL player? And a brand new giveaway for the Tolos Rangers. You laugh, but I heard you and Choppy actually may be part of that group.
No.
Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway as well. All next on The Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
It's stolen by Collin. He pickpockets Murray. He gets it off to Reed. Corner, Edwards, and shoots.
The largest halftime deficit in Game 7 playoff history was overcome by the Dallas Mavericks' next opponent. The Minnesota Timberwolves go in to the Mile High City and take out the defending champs 98-90. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean Sharif and Bobby Bell. Good to be back here on DFW Sports Station, home of the World Series champs. We have a Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway starting during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. The Timberwolves looked like they had blown the 2-0 lead that they had built on the road. Denver comes back. All right, let's get the big man. Let's get the besties. Luka versus Joker in the Western Conference Finals. Nope. The others, as Shaquille O'Neal would say, step up and help. Anthony Edwards. Denver loses Game 7 at home with Anthony Edwards shooting 6 of 24. That's why I love sports. No way to predict it.
Shouldn't happen. You should not be up 20 at home with Anthony Edwards shooting that poorly and lose that game. There's no excuse for it. As good as we feel here in Dallas right now about, man, Stars, Mavericks, they're in the West Finals. How great is this? That you got to think the reverse of that is the city of Denver right now. Just in Friday night, you get eliminated by the Stars, and then Sunday night, you get eliminated by the Timberwolves in a game that you should have won. That's a brutal weekend for Denver. It's the exact opposite of what we've got going on in Dallas. But I'm excited for, just in general, the Anthony Edwards energy against Luka and against the Mavericks in this series. This is going to be, I think, a really fun series from not only a basketball standpoint, but just a drama standpoint and the whole social climate of it.
It's going to start Game 1 in Minnesota at 7:30 our time on TNT. That's on Wednesday. Game 2 on Friday. Game 3 at the AAC on Sunday. Game 4 AAC on Tuesday. So we're looking at nothing but 7:30 and 7 o'clock tip times. And Vegas right now has Minnesota as the early favorite.
And how sweet it is not to have the Stars and the Mavericks playing on the same night.
Oh.
That's going to be great. But not just that, from a selfish perspective, from our view, being able to the next morning for essentially the next 2 weeks have a playoff game to react to, a Dallas playoff game every single morning. So I'm excited for it. This is going to be big time. The Luka and Anthony Edwards trash talking this series is going to be one of my favorite things to watch. Because as much as...
You think they're going to go at it?
Yeah. Anthony Edwards talks to everybody to begin with. We all saw Hustle.
Joker was not happy with him at the end of the game last night. One of the Wolves tried this highlight reel dunk, bouncing it off the ground, and Anthony Edwards was waving to the Nuggets fan base and crowd, and Joker and him were having words. Anthony Edwards is one of the very, very few athletes left that is not generic and just thinking of vanilla quotes. Not just giving you Dak Prescott type answers. He's still got personality and some feeling behind every single answer, and we're getting it starting game 1, Western Conference Finals. And as a result of the other playoff series, one of these guys is going to win their first ever NBA championship. It's going to be Jason Tatum. It's going to be Anthony Edwards. It's going to be Luka. And I know he doesn't belong in this conversation, but I got to finish the thought and make it sound like it was a good radio point.
I just told our team, when you win a Game 7 in Madison Square Garden, you've made history. It's very, very difficult to do. This is the most raucous crowd in the NBA that I've seen. And we're going to Boston, and Boston's up there too. But boy, today this was really, really, really loud.
Friend of the show, Tolo Rick Carlisle in the Indiana Pacers, getting it done as Jalen Brunson breaks his hand. Just another Nick injury. They shoot 67%, the highest shooting percentage ever in an NBA playoff game. Tyrese Halliburton is the fourth name in that group, and one of those four will win their first title as the Celtics will take on Carlisle's Pacers in the East.
Yeah, as good of a story as they are, and Indiana's a good basketball team, and there's a lot to like about watching them play basketball. I gotta imagine the NBA is just like, please don't give us Indiana in the finals. Please, Boston, don't come out flat. Don't give us game 2 against the Heat like you did. Don't have some of these lapses like you did against Cleveland. Just finish them off and get us to the NBA finals. But I gotta feel like right now, what are we looking at? In all reality, I would imagine the series that the NBA would be rooting for at this point is Boston-Dallas. That's got to be the one that they would want.
Xander Schauffele wins the PGA Championship. He outlasts Bryson DeChambeau. Tyson Fury loses on Saturday, and the Kentucky Derby winner did not win the Preakness. Which one of them are you most interested in, Bobby Belt?
Ooh, probably the boxing one, I guess, because horses and golf balls. What is that?
The titles. We have an outright heavyweight champ.
This is the first time. Okay, but this matters. We talked earlier about golf. What's the draw? Who's the draw right now? And so now we have. Look, I'm not going to say that it matters enough to know how to pronounce the guy's last name.
Usyk.
Usyk. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The fact that you have an undisputed heavyweight champ for the first time in 24 years. The lack of a dominant heavyweight with a stable of challengers and everything else, that was the reason why it felt like boxing, I think, has not been nearly as prominent or as big of a draw as it has been the last 30 years. So if you've got a defined heavyweight champion, a guy who can be thought of as the guy, the big draw to the sport as a heavyweight, and then you've got, honestly, some of these viral Jake Paul fights and everything else, it feels like, okay, is this going to bring boxing back to a greater prominence? Are they going to begin to ascend at all?
It's not. Now, you still have your diehard boxing fans. A lot of these fights, I don't know whether they just they go ahead and grease up the numbers because, pay-per-view records shattered here and there, and your boxing fans are die-hard boxing fans, especially a lot of Tolos in our audience. But I get as confused about this as I do soccer titles and leagues. I thought Tyson Fury was undefeated, so he's the champ. So why does this guy have a championship belt and that guy? I'm not going to continue to embarrass myself with lack of boxing knowledge. All I know is I was interested in this because I watched Tyson Fury's Netflix reality show. Go watch that. That's a roller coaster ride with him and his family. It's supposed to be like this la-di-da family show, but it's like taking you through Tyson Fury being bipolar. He loses. He really got saved from being knocked out. But what a lot of people are talking about is Tyson Fury bringing up Croatia in the post-fight interview.
I believe I won that fight. I believe he won a few of the rounds, but I won majority of them. And I believe it was, what can you do? One of them things, decisions in boxing. We both put on a good fight, best we could do. And, his country's at war. So people are siding with the country at war. But make no mistake, I won that fight in my opinion. And I'll be back. I've got a rematch clause.
Yeah.
Damn.
So the judges felt bad for Usyk because his country is at war. So let's go ahead and give him a point or two on the fight card. Normally Tyson Fury, in my opinion, again, kind of at a distant boxing observer, he wins in terms of public favor. Popular, funny, entertaining, blunt, raw. This was a loss. This was a bad PR loss for Fury.
But it's funny, like you watch him, like he'll eat some punches, man.
And eat.
Like just, yeah, that too.
Although he slimmed down.
Yeah, but I mean, he will just stand in there and take a shot and
They messed each other
bounce
up.
right back.
Usyk went to the hospital with a broken jaw from this.
No, I mean, this is something where if when you get that October rematch like Fury wants, I mean, he's got the rematch clause, I know, but if they get it coming up in October or whatever else, that's something that I'll have interest in. I'll watch that. I'll be plugged into it.
You're going to purchase the fight?
Yeah. I've purchased fights before.
You are not going to purchase the fight. You'll be at some Boomer Jacks watching on one of the.
No, I don't want to put money in Choppy's pocket.
That's right.
No, I always got. No, I probably, yeah. Okay, I will end up at Boomer Jacks, but that's the same. I'm still going to see it. I'm still going to watch it.
Harrison Butker. Now, you got to be careful with these jersey sales stories, as Bobby will tell you with Caitlin Clark trying to crap on her popularity all the time. But Harrison Butker's women's jerseys have been sold out across multiple major sites, according to one of these aggregators. Butker's jersey is also the highest selling jersey in the league after his recent speech. Numbers like we've never seen before. I got some feedback from the Tolos that you and Choppy kind of defended Harrison Butker. And what was the Tolo response to this story?
I mean, I think the listener response was was similar to the one that Choppy and I had, which, again, I think you're missing the point if you are just saying, oh, see, Bobby and Choppy said what he said was fine. It's like, no, you got to think he is at a private Catholic university talking to a group of people who probably in large part have those same sort of thoughts as him. It's like whenever an athlete steps in front of a mega church or whatever else and delivers a certain speech, and then people are acting like he just said it as his locker. It's not the same thing. I would have no problem with this if it's the same as, take any other religion. Somebody from, Islam making a speech in that kind of context. Somebody who is,
we'll ask Bassett about that.
Whatever it may be, you're making a speech to that type of an audience. Yeah. That's what you expect.
Now, look, you're always going to have groups within the groups that oppose and everything. Like, you heard that there were people still supportive of the Redskins name amongst Native Americans, right? So you're trying to figure out, are they for, are they against it, or is it split? And you have thousands of Christians signing a petition condemning Butker's remarks. You have people from that school and university saying, no, we don't agree with it. Behind the scenes here at the station, I always kind of rely on Bassett, Hagelin, and Bobby when I'm asking, I'm looking for religious education. So my question for you in this is what Harrison Butker said during this commencement speech, is this what many people believe should be relayed from the Bible? Is this the message? They just believe that they are relaying exactly what they have read and absorbed.
Well, I mean, it's similar to what Mike had said the other day when we were in here, which is the idea that...
was Mike really supportive of Butker?
Well, Mike said, you got to remember, Mike's got a wife who works and is out there. And so I'm just saying, to Harrison Butker, the idea of the ultimate calling is homemaker. Yeah. That's Mike's family has.
And I think his mother is some neuroscience, Harrison Butker's mother is some big time professor or scientist. I got to double check.
And so again, is it an edict or is it some sort of law? Like, would the Bible teach that it's a sin for a woman to go to work? No. Like, I mean, I don't.
Physicist.
But I think that what you
She's
see.
a physicist.
What I think you're seeing is there are a lot of people who, like Harrison Butker, believe, well, that is the best way. It's not necessarily a directive. You don't have to do it this way, but that is the best way would be for mom to be at home as homemaker and taking care of the family and stuff like that. And so, yeah, there's a lot. That's not a totally radical fringe belief within that religious system.
Yeah.
That's a common thought as, again, not an edict or some sort of this is a hard line, you have to follow this, but as a, yeah, we believe this is the preferred way.
Whenever people make like anti-LGBTQ, sorry if I messed that up, and whenever people make like anti-homosexual remarks or stuff like this, I always in the back of my mind say, okay, do they just believe that they are doing God's work in preaching and relaying what's in the Bible? That's what I ask, versus like, oh, this person hates women, this person hates homosexuals. Are they just carrying out a mission that they believe that they're supposed to in terms of spreading the message and word?
Yeah, and that obviously has limits to it. Like Westboro Baptist Church, though, those famous protesters who go to like military funerals and stuff like that and go, this is judgment for all these awful sinners out there. That's a difference. So there's like varying levels, I think, to how genuine is it, where it's you're trying to reach somebody with what you believe is true and you want them to have what you have, which is eternal life. Like there's a different thought process there than the others who it's straight hateful. So I think it kind of matters the context. I don't know that I heard when Harrison Butker was talking, I don't know that I heard a lot of hatred for people. You know what I mean? Like he had a perspective, but I didn't hear any of it like, man, I want these people out of our society. It wasn't like that. I didn't get that sense anyway.
All right, everything you need to know from the weekend recapped here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out for the week on vacation in Mexico. We have a Tolo ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. We know they're struggling right now, but we want to hook you up with Rangers tickets. And what do we do when every team in the Metroplex is succeeding like this? Mavs, Stars, Western Conference Finals. What do? We laugh at the Dallas Cowboys with a Rangers ticket giveaway all next. But, I've been missing talking about Hurtado Barbecue with my main man, Brandon. I got some future exciting station news to share.
Roger, Sally.
.105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Now to Donov. Here's Ben. He scores! Leadership from the captain, Jamie Benn. 18:04 left to go in this third period. Dallas has tied Game 6.
The commercial-free Expressway starts right now. It happens every weekday morning at this time on your home of the World Series champs and that football team, which we'll get to momentarily. Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt with you all week long. Choppy is out on vacation. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway coming up momentarily. Best and worst of the weekend and what life is like with a daughter. As I forgot that my wife's sleeping schedule has now changed for the past 2 weeks, so I got to be a little more careful what I say. And my mother has already been texting me about Harrison Butker. So the show
get
is
her on?
Who?
Your mom?
I'd like to pre-record it.
Oh, okay.
You know, I've learned that lesson. Not with my mom. My mom would be
Mom
good.
will see you soon.
But
we can't interview mine. Not without major advances in modern
There were
technology.
at least 7 Bobby mom jokes made from Bobby while you were gone.
What type of ISDN line would that be?
Well, ISDN, come on, that's 10-year-old technology.
Oh,
now.
sorry.
Sean, come on.
What? I don't want to go there on my first day back. So congratulations to the Stars and the Mavericks making the Western Conference Finals. And you know what was trending as a result of this over the weekend? The Cowboys and Jerry Jones. So we need to take a few moments to partake in the laughter.
Hey, man.
And the comedy. Fox 4, Dallas sports teams and the year of their last trip to the league or conference finals. Dallas Mavericks, what year, Bobby Belt?
2024.
Ding. Dallas Stars, Bobby Belt.
2024.
Ding. Texas Rangers, Bobby Belt.
2023.
Ding. Dallas Cowboys.
2023.
No. 1995. So 2024, 24, 23, and 1995. Days since last conference final or LCS appearance. Mavs 0, Stars 0, Rangers 209 days. Dallas Cowboys 10,354.
Are you embarrassed?
It's been a while. It's funny. I had tweeted something similar to this over the weekend, just like one of these observations, because it did kind of stun me. I hadn't thought about it before, that we've reached the point where Mark Cuban has made more conference finals than Jerry has, which was kind of surprising to me to think about. I was stunned at the amount of defense of the Cowboys in my mentions from people who have been bitter all offseason about it.
What?
There was a lot of...
What defense is there?
How many rings? But how many rings? Who's got more rings?
Oh, Tolo Rick, he hit me up, and he's a diehard, and he's been with us since day one. And Rick is like, yeah, I used to be like, yeah, count all the total rings, but that has expired a long time ago.
It's like
you can use that like against the 49ers. That's it. Against 49er fans, hopefully they don't bring out their machete and slice you. But that's the only people you can bring that up against. Maybe Steeler fans.
It says, here's one I got. Pretty sure Jerry has 3 Super Bowl rings. Somebody else says, what's your problem with just enjoying Mavs, Stars, Rangers? Why even have to bring the Cowboys into it?
Yeah.
Let's see here. We've got...
I don't get any Cowboy defense like that.
We know you don't like Jerry, which I actually do like Jerry. That's
yeah, you get him his coffee.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Recognizing this, Jerry's still the better owner. Fun fact, in 9 more seasons, the Mavericks have 2 fewer championships than the Cowboys in just the Jones era. So there were a lot of people who were caping pretty hard. I was surprised by how much Cowboys love there was, given the sentiment of people this offseason.
Papa Bear, amazing what happens when players don't get tired at the end of their seasons. Little shot at Tank Lawrence. You can have for all the eyes, Roberto. He said it, though.
I know, but you know as well as I do that he did not really think they were tired. He's just looking for an answer on a talk show.
Well, I wish Micah had that same reaction. He held Tank's feet to the fire over it.
I would love to know, by the way, since you were out really quickly, I'd love to know what your thought is about Micah Parsons being director of content or whatever now for Bleacher Report football.
I don't care.
You don't think it's any sort of you don't think that is
distraction?
Indicative of just like how locked in are you?
No, I've never. Micah looks like he works like a fanatic during the off seasons.
Yeah, he's getting gut punches from boxers and stuff like that and sumo wrestlers.
Speaking of owners, though, I do just want to ask this, but we all do these topics, right? Who's going to win the championship first in the city? Rank the owners. You know, we all do these reset topics when we have playoff runs like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I've asked over the past month if Jason Kidd deserves apologies from us. You still say no. Chuck Cooperstein basically thinks yes, voice of the Mavericks. My question is, what about Cuban apologies? Do we all owe Mark Cuban an apology? Which one would you think is owed one more between Cuban or Kidd?
I'm coming around on the I've gotten to the point where probably Kidd deserves some sort of apology. Look, Kidd is the exact type of modern era NBA coach that has become the standard of you are managing personalities, you're not drawing up X's and O's. That's your biggest thing that you need to do.
Look at the video of after Kyrie gives the post-game speech and he's got his daughter in there. just look at the video or picture of Kidd's arm around Kyrie. That right there is the encapsulation of Jason Kidd's effect, importance, and value of the Mavericks locker room. We've had so many people come on the show, including Tim McMahon recently. Well, say Kyrie grew up a Kidd fan. A Kidd has Kyrie's respect. And it was like a father-son.
There it is.
Ryan, you're good. Ryan, you're
just on a loop he's got.
Did Ryan mail it in like Pepe while I was out?
I mean, there was one day he was out. We had Carter on the video one morning.
We gave Carter a whole segment.
But that was because Ryan was graduating. He was having his successes.
You let Carter talk on the air?
Oh,
like gave him a segment? Is this KNC or what?
Yeah,
we gonna get Joey Erickson on next?
That was Choppy's idea. He literally had Carter on for 15 minutes to break down the Kendrick Lamar Drake beef.
Was he okay?
I'll play it for you later today. You can tell me.
Okay. Should I read what you said about Ryan graduating last night?
No.
What did you say?
No. I didn't think about it. Wait, what did I say?
I'll pull up the text. Well, I'll see how you do the rest of it.
I mean, I said it.
It was a joke, Ryan.
I'll tell Ryan.
He was having fun. Wasn't that who you were referring to? You're like, even Ryan graduated from there?
Yeah, but it.
That was the joke. That's right.
That was funny. Ryan, congratulations on graduating. I don't remember what I was talking about.
We were talking about Jason Kidd and the way that he
with Kyrie.
Look, so Kidd deserves somewhat of a
Ryan's good. Ryan's kind of looking up here like what was said.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: is that Kidd, I think, has been a detriment to you at times. There are going to be moments where it's like it's absolutely the perfect fit. He's the perfect fit right now. It's exactly what they need. It's been a big boost. There have been too many times where he's been too resistant to play young players or give certain opportunities where it's just maddening, where he doesn't seem to have trust. So that's the frustrating thing for me. There are moments where you're really going to love having Jason Kidd as your head coach, and there are moments where you're going to hate it. So I think if anything, Nico more than Cuban deserves an apology because we're just all blowing it off as like.
Well, who's president of basketball operations, Bob?
But we're all blowing it off.
That's why we kicked Donnie Nelson to the curb.
We were all blowing it off as like Nico, the old shoe salesman. Choppy sits here and always calls him Al Bundy. Like says Al Bundy, the GM or whatever it is. Nico, I mean, really believed and pushed for the move for Kyrie. And that was one that
that was desperation.
It was.
Like they had to give Luka someone.
They had to do something.
I give Nico more credit for the Gafford PJ deal. I like, to me, that is his stroke of genius.
He strikes.
That is his top line on the resume right now.
We're going to, and I mean, maybe we'll get more answers about this as time goes on and we get a sense of it, but he really does just seem to be less of basketball guy and more just power broker. Like guy who knows how to negotiate, leverage relationships, do things like that. So it's like once they've come to and I don't know who drives the other part of that. Is it Kidd driving basketball decisions? But it feels like once a basketball decision has been made, Nico is a big part of just executing it and making it happen. Less than maybe drawing up the idea or, hey, we got to do this or that. I don't know. I could have that completely wrong. That's just the sense I get from hearing them talk about how their whole team operates and how their whole front office structure operates. But, I mean, there's in general, I think we owe an apology to the Mavericks in general for the way we talked about how good they could be once they made the PJ Washington and Gafford trades, where we're sitting there at Super Bowl. And I mean, there was a lot of discussion about like, yeah, okay, the trade's fine. But
let's not bring back some of that audio.
Oh, I want to bring Choppy's quote back for sure, where Choppy's like, they're still not getting out of the first round. Like, I mean, it's nothing, no benefit at all.
Well, I didn't feel like they could make it here like this either. But I do want to have an honest conversation about Cuban because he gets destroyed and he gets hated on for sports and politics and all that stuff. But the interfering kind of wannabe basketball personality input, do we owe him one? What do y'all think? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line. Like, at what point do you have to sit back and be like, all right, did Cuban greenlight these moves? Did he have more of just a sign-off input with them? Was he looking at, because when this deal was done with the Vegas people, it was like, well, Mark Cuban going to stay on, basketball operations, and you're rolling your eyes. Okay, here we go. Jerry Jones 2.0 all over again. I just think it's a fair question to bring up.
No, it is. It's really difficult to I think assess what it is that Cuban's contribution is at times.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, it was always really obvious what he did. 20 years ago, you knew what Mark Cuban was doing. Mark Cuban was spending the money necessary, creating an atmosphere that players wanted to be here.
Fun.
And like creating a fun atmosphere for fans, for potential free agents. A guy who would oftentimes like take the bullets for controversial issues and things like that, would stand up there and like, I'll be the target for it and we'll knock this out, and was willing to spend the money to make it all happen. So that was Cuban's reputation early on.
Yep.
Now, I don't know. It's felt like, obviously he's talked about it before. After they won their first title, he definitely kind of stepped back. He started avoiding the luxury tax as an owner. There were times where felt like he was delegating power incorrectly. So, I don't know.
My answer is no.
I don't think he does.
I got to give an answer. My answer is no, just because of the lack of Luka help. I can't just have you go on one run and be like, you are Jerry West.
Mm-hmm.
You are the logo in the front office. No, I got to look at the whole picture and the entire summary of Luka's lack of help here. Now, I give them a ton of credit. Again, the biggest praise for Nico Harrison is the Gafford and PJ deals, and I'm actually a bigger fan of the Gafford acquisition than PJ, even though PJ just had this fantastic series and the clinching ending to it. But I just wanted to ask and see if people wanted to change their minds over Cuban.
Got a lot of no's on the fan text. 214 no, because it's been years of crap with Cuban, especially with Dirk. 817 and 214 both say the new Mavs owner should get credit. The success started when they took over. And then 682 says, what about Vegas Bob?
No, we're not giving Vegas Bob any credit for anything.
All right, let's hook you up and give you credit for turning it on, leaving it on every single day this week at this time. We're not only commercial free up until 8 o'clock. We want to hook you up on the home of the champs.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Texas Rangers versus Detroit Tigers tickets on June 4th at Globe Life Field. The first 15,000 fans also receive a Marcus Semien replica World Series ring. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What is that stat up there, Bobby?
Is scoring champs versus the number one defense since the NBA merger in 76-77. In the playoffs, this will be just the 6th time the scoring champ is going against the number one defense, Luka against the Wolves. Because previously it's been James Harden against the Jazz, Tracy McGrady against the Pistons, and then 3 different times Michael Jordan against the Knicks, Michael Jordan against the Pistons, and then again against the Pistons.
Some diehard Mavs fans are resetting and bringing back up the final MVP tallies. Do you think after the number one seed Thunder got taken out, can we laugh at that now? Can we say, ha, told you so?
No.
With SGA over Luka, 2 and 3?
No, because I think I think that the MVP, it still should have been Luka above SGA. But if you're talking about what we saw in the postseason being any sort of a, proof of what the vote ended up being, no. I think SGA was more important to what the Thunder were doing in this series than Luka. Luka was...
Yeah.
They lose game 4 in large part because of Luka, and the Thunder won it because of SGA. There was a lot of articles being written after game 4 when that series got tied up 2-2. Rick Bucher had an article that was like, this is validation for what the NBA MVP vote ended up being. Like, you saw SGA step up and find something late that Luka couldn't. And there was a lot of that talk, not just from Bucher, but that was a national discussion there where it's like, this is why SGA was ahead of him. You see it on display. So I still think Luka should have been second. I think there's a case to be made that he should have been first. But, I think that when you look at pointing to this playoff series as evidence for it, I still think it's a stronger case for SGA showed why.
I agree. And I like the kid.
I do too.
Dang, I like the kid. Easy to root for.
Tired of the group interview thing, though, that they do. That's starting to wear on me.
Well, they can group it, it can't kin. They can tell it to the bartender to swim up right now. They can go tell Chappie.
Exactly.
877-881-1053 is the way to call and win the Rangers tickets today and this week. Is the way to text on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line and to tell us what you did in best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
I suppose that I should start.
Yeah, this should be best and worst of the last 2 weeks.
Best and worst of the month.
Best and worst of the fortnight.
Yes. Did have, nice Wimbledon reference right there. Next, you're eating strawberries and cream in the morning. Did have my daughter on May 6th at Baylor Hospital.
May the 6th be with you.
Ava Gabrielle Sharif. Just adding to the list of Avas apparently in DFW.
Yeah.
Chicaline down the hall and Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church. It did feel different having a girl versus a boy.
Mm-hmm.
I get more emotional though and scared for like my wife making it through than I do like crying because my child is here and it's like the greatest moment ever. I just have like more relief. I want everyone to be fine medically, 10 fingers, 10 toes, all that crap.
Yeah.
But yes, I did feel a little bit more of an emotional connection with the daughter than I have the son. Some rough hospital issues as they kind of messed my wife up a little bit in delivery. She just got over that like a couple days ago. I have a future possible concern with my daughter. Hopefully nothing serious, but we'll find out with Scottish Rite and Children's Medical and stuff down the road, like 5-6 months. So none of that was fun in the first like 48, 72 hours. And medical care, dude. Medical care and communication, just something to add to the list of things that I feel like have fallen off, especially after this experience. I'm not going to name any hospitals. I may have just done it.
I think you did.
Okay, sorry. I'm one of two at Baylor. All right, I'm one of two. Check for leukemia and cancer. Star down. Star up for leukemia. Star down for the delivery of my daughter and everything that went along with that. It kind of puts things in perspective. You have a bad day here on the radio, you stumble through some sentences, maybe have a bad prediction. You have your bad day in a hospital, and you can
stakes are a little higher.
Stakes are a little higher.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, you can nick some bladders. You can mess up some bladders.
Well,
so that was not fun. Very stressful. My mind always goes to worst case scenario, and I wish I had a best case scenario. But so far, a daughter much easier than my son as a baby.
How's he dealing with having the baby in the house?
Good,
Is he
he's
being
happy.
very like?
He's
is he
excited.
locked in.
Yeah, my wife is very, very intent on making sure he does not feel excluded. So I always have him help change. I always have him help feed her. He wants to go find the pacifier. So I want him to feel like our little assistant. So all that is going well. And she basically, I thought she was leaving my little angel baby. That has changed.
Oh, no?
For the worse. Oh, yeah. I walk into the hospital room and I'm like, what's she doing? Why is she asleep? And they're like, this is actually what babies do.
Mm-hmm.
They just sleep all the time because my son did not sleep.
It's just when they don't sleep. You notice when they don't. It's not a consistent schedule, but they sleep a lot.
Yeah. Well, she did sleep a lot. And now just, I'm already legit scared and like terrified of her. She basically sleeps it's 3 hours on and off. That's the schedule. 3 hours sleep, wake up, and you basically have 2.5 minutes with this girl. You have 2.5 minutes to get her damn milk, and you have 2.5 minutes to change her because she freaks out and lets you know about it after 2.5 minutes. So I'm already living in fear because of the girl. But overnight, my wife is the superhero. I try to set 3-hour alarms like Bobby, waking up late to host with the nosebleeds on Friday. But all I'm doing, I'm just waking up in spirit. I'm not changing any diaper. I'm not burping. I'm not doing any of the real actual work overnight. So then when we wake up at like 6 or 6:30, because my son now is not sleeping, awesome, I take the girl into the living room and let the wife catch up on sleep. So that has been my 2-week schedule.
Look at the photo up there on the fan cam. That's so sweet. So have you notice it's different so far, but like, was that just...
It was different. Now I'm generating the same dislike for parenting in the 3rd week that I had while my son was a baby.
Here's the reality. At this point, at this
Meanwhile,
age...
I got Woolchuck text me, how is it, man? How is it, fellow girl dad? Are you connecting? No, Zach. What I'm connecting with is my wallet to pay for this stupid Similac.
Oh, yeah. So you got to keep the formula. At this age, it's different right away. Like I said, that it is going to be different immediately, but it's also they're kind of instinctual right now. They're still just trying to need food, need sleep.
Yeah, I'm
That's
like, why
thing.
isn't she smiling at me? Like, where's the personality? And my wife's like, no, she's not going to do that.
Yeah, they grow into it. That's the thing that, I said this a couple weeks ago with Chop, and it's not to sound, not to be like too serious, a break from my unserious self. The like slowly like coming into consciousness and recognition, and you watch every day, like where she not just is dependent on you, but she like is slowly like falling in love with you as her parent. That's going to be where you're going to break. That's where you're going to fall apart, is when you realize, oh crap, this little girl's like completely dependent on me. She looks like mama already though.
You
That
think? A
picture
lot of people said it looks like, a lot of the Tolos said looks like her. My family thinks looks like me.
The picture you posted, that's your profile picture, and I think it's in the eyes, like nose and eyes looked like Amanda, I thought.
Yeah.
That was my first kind of inclination. But I mean, Laura looked exactly like me when she was born, and she's like slowly picking up more of Kristen.
Pepe, did this give you any baby fever? Any funny observations at my expense or jokes while I've been out?
Yeah, 9 months from now, I'll be having my first kid now. Because, I'm joking.
It's more like 7.
Yeah,
from the Rangers night. The kid was created from Fanily night.
Yeah, just
you had the private bathroom there, so
oh my gosh, we were talking about you went home. We were talking about you in the ballpark. John Blake's never letting you back in there.
So right now, for me, it's day-to-day survival. Like, can she sleep for a longer period? That's it. I've been taking him to school, taking little man to school every morning. Now he's sick, so I'm going to go home to a still loud house. My parents have been a tremendous help, especially Mom, who's listening on the Odyssey app. So they're here for one more week. And I'll tell you what, parenting is easier with grandparents around. Holy crap. I'm inviting my in-laws over every other day so I can be like, see ya, hands off, take it over. They just love holding the child. I love putting the child in a contraption that can rock her to sleep and keep her to sleep. Yeah, it's fun and everything. I'm like, I don't know. My mother-in-laws have like the shoulders of NFL linebackers when it comes to strength. I'm like, aren't your arms tired? My arms are tired. And no, mother-in-laws, they just don't get tired.
I know it's going to break you though.
Mothers and mother-in-laws.
Because I know you've said this before about like Ollie has not typically been like one of these kids.
He's a saint now.
Yeah, but he's not one of these kids typically, especially when he was younger. He was not one of these like cuddly, like pull me close kids.
Oh no.
Like if she's one of those though, the older she gets, if she's like gotta like tuck into daddy's arms or whatever, you are gonna break.
I'm
fast.
Thinking she won't be. She's showing some. Is that Ollie saying hump day?
Yeah,
we've added that to the tease now.
Yeah, we've used that when Choppy was teasing hump day.
Let me hear it one more time. All right, that's pretty good.
It's a good drop.
That's pretty good.
So, but no,
she's showing early mother personality traits though. Like, leave me alone. Just don't sit there and cuddle up to me. Just give me my food and let me sleep.
Does she like being swaddled?
No.
Okay.
And she did early, but that's awful news. That's a horrible development.
That was a good tell for us in terms of with Addison and Laura, like which one of them turned out to be the one that more like wanted to be close to you. It was Laura loved being swaddled. Addison was pushing it away. Not that Addison's not affectionate, but it's not nearly the same as it is with Laura.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I still think ultimately you're gonna break. Yeah, I see a little bit of it already.
But I have grilled. Whereas with Ollie, I didn't grill for like a year. I have grilled, again, grandparents around, no COVID, and already like planning gatherings. I'm already like, hey, let's have people over. We can do it because she's so much easier than he is. She can sleep while the TV's on. She can sleep while we're having conversations. She can sleep. We've already gone out to a lunch in public.
What?
Like, I never went out for at least a year with him out in public. We were too terrified. But her, man, she'll chill as long as she eats. She's good. So
I know the and we all know, and you've talked about it before. We all know the temper that can come out. So I'm just saying, like when you get she's gonna play on that. The older she gets, she's gonna be like when she comes crying to you for the first time.
Yeah.
See, when a boy comes crying to you about something, it's
suck
easy
it up.
just like, come on. So when she comes crying to you, it's like, who did this to you? And let me get access to them right now. It's the old Louis C.K. bit where he's like, when he's on the playground and he sees some boy tackle his daughter in like first grade and goes over and grabs the kid by the shoulders and he goes, if you ever touch my daughter, and then he realized in the middle of it, like, this is very inappropriate and I shouldn't be doing this. But it's just what girls do to you, man.
So that's the initial dad report. Thanks to everyone for the awesome, nice messages on all the social medias and everyone who has dropped by the house so far. Best and worst of the weekend for you, Bob.
I went and saw, so it was a pretty actually relaxed weekend.
Not Saturday night. Not Saturday night with the text messages. Where were you? And
I was in my apartment.
When did you get cut off? Oh,
I was in my apartment and I was enjoying the game and a couple beverages.
What
and,
were you drinking? And how brown was it?
Tito's. It was just Tito's.
Oh.
Until
Straight?
until it ran out, and then it was Cuervo. But so it was a good night. I had a lot of fun, and I was making sure I was heard on social media and group texts and everything else. I thought I was fairly tame. Like, I was actively sitting there typing things out and going, probably shouldn't tweet that, and then erasing them. But you could tell.
Yeah, whenever Peyton writes in our text, I dare you to tweet that, things are approaching overboard, up to the line.
Yeah, that's true. And I look, I think ultimately I saw. Now, if you go look at my timeline, you can definitely see more bad language on it in my tweets than I typically put in them.
Yeah.
And so that's a good tell. One of the listeners replied and to one of my tweets that was just a generic tweet, but they replied back and with a GIF that said blame it on the alcohol. So I think they could tell that I was having a couple.
And you're gonna have a couple this weekend. There is a fan hang that was just announced.
Yes, we are going to be in Burleson at the it's going to be at Revolver Brewing Revolver Brewing in Granbury, proudly presented by Alba Limo. So we're going to be hanging out there. I believe we're out there from 1 to 4. I think I need to verify exactly what time we're out there, but we are going to be out there at Revolver Brewing in Granbury, hanging out with the listeners. I know right now I'll be out there. Corey Majors, Kevin Hagelin, Brian Broaddus, Reggie Atatula, and we might have a couple others out there. But it's we're going to be out there hanging out, so it'll be good. But I'm going to have I just had a couple, enjoyed the Mavericks game, but for the most part, I was just staying in this weekend. I wanted to stay in, stay home.
I love Revolver.
Revolver's good.
Oh man, when I go out to lunch, man, you have two revolvers, and you are feeling good.
Revolver's fantastic, and so I'll be feeling great out there.
Limo, the official limo of 105 through the Fan. Even people who I don't talk to anymore that used to work here still for some reason think, let me hit up Sharif for a limo connection. Let me go ahead and see if we can get that going. And Hector, diehard Tolo, that's the A hat that I'm always wearing. My friends who have businesses, they're like, hey, what hat are you wearing? Can you wear my hat? I'm like, no, Alba Limo.
I thought that was the Avengers or something with that A. But we were taking it easy this week because the next couple weeks and weekends are going to be insane with Jacob hopefully graduating and then having to have his graduation stuff all in order and figuring out.
I saw he won a welding competition.
Yeah, he was recognized by the district last week for something he had gone to Corpus a couple weeks ago. He had placed for that, and so it was a recognition as part of just end of the year awards from the district. But it was it was a pretty tame weekend of just all right, time to recharge and load up and get ready to go. I did get great news though. Keller softball did win. They beat Plano West. They mercy ruled them. They beat them 10-0 in like 6 innings. So they'll take on Denton Geyer this week. I'm gonna have to go out there at some point because if they win that, then it's on to state. So they're in the final 4 of the UIL playoffs. McKenna Jackson, her dad Rob, big listeners listened. I talked to him about one of the games. He's been listening to y'all for basically since the start. He said when he gets in his truck in the morning, that's what he's been listening to for forever. But his daughter McKenna was absolutely fantastic. I think she was like a single short of the cycle, but they dominated Plano West. So we're on to Geyer, baby, the number 1 nationally ranked team in the country.
Pepe, was your weekend just basically highlighted by going to the Rangers game?
Spending no money at all because everything was free that I went to. Look, it's one of the perks here at working at the Fan. You know, we get connection with obviously with the home of the Rangers, the Cowboys.
Yeah, don't say that too much because people don't believe me when they're like, can you get me Cowboys Rangers tickets?
Yeah, they really think we can score tickets. And it's like,
and you think that we should be able to,
but we can't.
We can't. You would think sometimes we don't even get press passes.
But look, when you get the email from Bossman Gavin Spittle and says, "Hey, I'm opening up the suite to the employees. You know, let me know you get a +1. We can get you out here, get you free parking, get you a ticket in the door." And absolutely, I said, "We're going. I don't care. The Mavs might be playing that same day, you know, the playoffs, but we're going. You know, you get the sweet life." you got to go. And the first thing you walk into in the suite, you look at what's on the menu, the food. They got the burgers, the hot dogs. They had the Orange Magic, the wings, Sean, the chicken tenders. Oh, yeah. Dawson was in there cooking up something.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Ryan, commercial break. I'll show you what he texted about you.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll show you.
Wait till you hear. Apparently, you were fodder in the suite. He was doing audio bits based on you.
Dawson?
This man right back here. He's got an audio bit loaded and ready at some point if you want it.
Whenever you want it.
Yeah.
Can't do it now. We got
ready
commercial
for
times coming up, so we got commercial breaks. I got you the commercial breaks. So we can't do it now.
You ready for some Carter Freeman trash talk your way?
Oh.
Yeah, Carter actually consented to being recorded this time.
Woo! Okay, this might be a little spicy 8 o'clock hour. And it starts with the ultimate basketball bromance. How Luka and Kyrie came together to make Western Conference magic next.
Thanks to
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt and Choppy's chair for the week. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We need to label this run something with the Mavs and the Stars. Western Conference something. We need something catchy.
Where have all the Cowboys gone? Like the Paula Cole song?
No. I want anything Cowboy out of this.
Double D's. We got the two Dallas teams in there.
No. No. I don't want anything Cowboy related except for maybe below the belt at 8:40.
That's not Cowboy related. Called it Double D's because Dallas and Dallas are in the Western Finals.
I think of the cheerleaders.
Oh, well, okay.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Kyrie Irving, undefeated in these clinching scenarios. He has the best record all time in the history of the NBA when it comes to this. How much fun was Game 6 the other night?
I think it was fun once the game ended. It was so many high emotions going out there, and I mean, being down 17 in a closeout game isn't a position you want to be in, but that's where we found ourselves. So we had to respond the way we've been responding all season, just playing hard-nosed basketball and defensive. A long way back, and look back at parts of my career where I took it for granted, just getting to the conference finals, for 3 years straight, and then not getting back for a little bit, to weigh on you as a competitor. So I'm grateful that I had these guys beside me and kept feeding me confidence and, kept doing the little things for one another.
With Kyrie, he is the emotional stability and leader. You know how you look to your family, right? Like, all right, as long as we have this person, you feel like everything is going to be okay. If I get in a medical situation in crisis, like I felt like I was having with my wife and daughter a couple of weeks ago, I got my dad here. I'm going to take my dad to the hospital. He's going to get on the phones. All right, we're not sleeping at the house. Everyone is cracked out. Everyone's on their last nerve. I got my mom. My mom is going to be able to be the emotional stability and the safety net. That is what Kyrie Irving is for the Dallas Mavericks. If there is a team problem, if there's a fight, if there's an issue, someone needs to calm Luka, Kyrie Irving is going to put their arm around them, and I feel like everything is going to be okay. And that would have been an insane statement and thought to make years ago, maybe even months ago.
Yeah, earlier this season, you wouldn't have thought that. I mean, the way things finished up at the end of the year, we were talking about, okay, is this... They work efficiently on the offensive end, but is this going to work out? I mean, surely Kyrie Irving can't be thrilled with the way things ended last year, how they kind of packed it in and said, well, let's just go for the draft pick. But man, I think that's the biggest reason why it's worked. He's always tweeting about tribe and everything else and talking about your people and like, having that sort of things are more important outside of basketball.
Native American, I don't know what to call it. I don't want to be disrespectful. It was like some type of symbol or something that he has inside. It's very Phil Jackson-esque when they kind of have fun with Phil when he, burn the incense and everything. They'd all meditate. Kyrie is bringing in some of those Native American influences to the Mavs locker room afterwards.
And I think that's just the biggest thing for him is that he wants to be a leader. Like, he really wants it. We've talked before about in football, for instance, does Kyler Murray really want to lead the Cardinals? Like, is that a guy who really wants to embrace it, or does he just have to? And I think that's the difference is Kyrie Irving always wanted it and was never given it.
Yeah.
And never trusted with it. The Mavericks.
That's actually a great question. How much of these Kyrie problems was because he was denied the alpha leadership role? Like, it was LeBron's Cavs. I don't know. Is that creating an excuse for him?
Maybe in some ways.
Because if you're Kyrie Irving, you can still was it Durant's Nets? Who else was in Boston?
I mean, some of it is he's empowered to do it.
Yeah.
But for sure. But this is also a function
He's
of
the old sage veteran here.
Yeah, and I think that he was what the Mavericks have done is they've allowed him to be that guy and encouraged him to be that guy. And that to him, because you hear him talk so much about how important things are outside of basketball, I think he's completely fine being the two because he can be the spiritual leader or he can be the mature, wise, old veteran that is something that he's never been viewed as. Like, if you think about the fact that he's been viewed as a problem for a decade everywhere, and he gets here and they go, no, we don't think you're a problem. In fact, the complete opposite. We want you to be the example for everybody. Then he really just has seemed to embrace that and ran with it. And I think that's the biggest reason why things have worked out for him here. But it's funny. They had the clip yesterday. Got a little emotional during the post-game press conference for the guys. On Saturday, yeah. Because Luka and Kyrie were doing their press conference up there together, and they were, joking at one point about the D grade that ESPN gave the Kyrie trade, and Luka was just like, it got a D. Like, he genuinely just kind of snapped his head up like, there's no way that's possible that's it. But they've grown really well to where now I think we have very few questions about how well do they get along on the court or off the court. They seem to be completely in sync, and they were asked to both answer, and this is a longer clip, but I think it's important to play the whole thing and kind of hear them both talk about each other. They were asked about, hey, Luka, what does Kyrie mean to you as a player and a person? Kyrie, what does Luka mean to you?
Oh, we're getting emotional now.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, because you get the long speeches. Big time, man. When he came, nothing but supportive of everything I did, everything we did. But just it helped me mature a lot. I realized to see the game in a different way. And obviously in the court, it's amazing to play with a guy like him. Like I said, just go out there, enjoy. And the leader he's been for us, not just for me, but for us, he's been amazing. Always positive energy.
Yeah, I just think this guy next to me has pushed me to continue to work on my game and continue to develop as a young leader. And I think the big word that we both can agree on is just maturity. Coming into Dallas, I was dealing with a lot mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and they embraced me with open arms. I don't have a perfect journey, so coming into this environment, I was unsure how we were going to work out on the court, but off the court, I knew eventually that I would get him to open up. This guy's a big teddy bear at times off the court, big competitor. Okay, I'll say a teddy bear that likes to compete. He's still ducking me in dominoes, but I think at times, I just have to sit back and marvel at his talent and his ability to get outside his comfort zone. And I enjoy watching him be a father. I enjoy watching him, develop as a person first, and then the basketball stuff will take care of it. We all know how skilled he is. We all know his numbers and stuff like that. But I want to be a teammate and a brother next to him that helps him grow as a man and helps him achieve the things that he wants to achieve. And I know he feels the same way. So the mission is still the same for us. And when we step on that court, we enjoy competing with each other. And the times that you guys don't get to see is the times we get to compete against each other on the court in practice, which we just laugh and joke and we work out together. And, we know that this dream of ours started when we were kids. So to connect like this on this level, I'm 32, he's a young 25, 26,
24.
So he's still growing.
No, 25.
He's 25, 26, 27. The beard makes him older, so. But no, he's just a good kid, man. Good human being, good young man.
That's right there, I think, says everything about the way they view it. Luka needed somebody that he respected from a basketball perspective. Luka's so advanced that it's really hard to find somebody that he's going to say, you're my equal or you're above me.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why it's worked from Luka's perspective is I've got a guy here who sees basketball in such a unique way, in such an advanced way. I feel like I have somebody I can actually talk to about the sport.
Yep.
And then from Kyrie's perspective.
And it also works for Luka, I think, because Kyrie Irving is to a point where he doesn't have to be the man.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at the first half versus second half shot attempts. Just look at it. There's your evidence right there. You never get a feeling that Kyrie is like when Luka passes the ball to Kyrie before they get to half court or at half court, I'm like, yes. I love that because Luka feels comfortable being like, this is your possession, or you start off the possession. Because Kyrie does not have to be the guy. There's everything about Kyrie Irving right now screams security and self-confidence at peace. Like, he doesn't have to prove it. If you need me and I have to step in the second half or this possession, I can and I will. But it's still Luka's team, even though Kyrie feels like the one that is the glue.
Yeah, and I think when you hear
it's no threat to Luka's ego as the guy.
Luka's primary thought there when he started talking about things was the basketball. And then when it goes over to Kyrie, Kyrie's primary thought was he starts talking about everything that he had gone through emotionally, spiritually, mentally. I thought it was good that what he said there, where he said, my journey's not been perfect. Like, he acknowledged that it wasn't just, I've been victimized in other areas. It's like, hey, I've not done everything the right way. And I got here and it's been different. And he's starting to talk about Luka as the man and growing as a father. And like, that's the stuff that Kyrie's really invested in and that matters for Kyrie. Luka, it's the basketball stuff. And together, it's blended and it's worked really, really well.
You know how people, when they go through a scary incident, they're like, all right, they put it in perspective. Like Scottie Scheffler said this. Person died while he was trying to get into the PGA tournament. He puts it into perspective. We all say that, then eventually forget, like 3 weeks later. You know what I mean? Kyrie Irving it feels like he lives in that perspective 24/7. You know what I mean? Like, he always has that big picture attitude and mentality that a lot of us live in for 2 or 3 weeks, only when something really bad happens, when a death takes place.
It's funny. He reminds me in a lot of ways in terms of his approach and his thoughtfulness. Now, obviously, there's not the same baggage with this guy I'm about to reference that there has been with Kyrie, but it reminds me in a lot of ways Amari Cooper. And Amari Cooper's had some friction at times with coaches and some people because he's just, man, he's so thoughtful and so different and views things so differently that it's almost like people don't know how to deal with it. Now, Kyrie's brought more than enough on himself. Kyrie's done a lot of stuff that I would not approve of, that I don't think he's done a great job of explaining away throughout his career. But Kyrie also, I think, has run into some friction because he's different.
Yep.
And at times people don't know, well, how do I manage this personality? And I think it's caused tension that doesn't exist here in Dallas because Jason Kidd does get him and Nico Harrison does get him. And from, Luka, we're discovering gets him because of the way they both view the game, and they've been able to connect through that and connect off the court. And so I think it turned out to be what was one of the bigger chemistry gambles, I think, from the perspective of most people, like, oh, that's C4 waiting to happen. Luka and Kyrie, that's going to blow up really fast.
Yeah.
And it's paid off better than anybody could have anticipated.
This was Luka's reaction to the reporter telling him that ESPN gave the Mavericks a D grade after that trade was first executed.
Kyrie, a couple months ago, you talked about the D grade that ESPN gave y'all. Could y'all talk about they gave him a D rating for the trade from the Nets. So could you?
Hey man.
Yeah, I wanted to ask y'all how
into All-Star game.
How does it feel to prove the doubters wrong?
I don't think we care. We enjoy playing with each other. We enjoy playing with this team. So we don't really care what other people have to say.
You know, sometimes you see a fake reaction where it's like some sort of that was Luka, like the first time he heard that got a D, and he snaps up his D?
Yeah, it was
like,
a fake audio reaction, a generic one, but you could see it right there on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
His eyes kind of opened up like, you got to be kidding. And the thing that was going viral this week that everybody had, or over the weekend after the series, they were sharing the social photo that was shared by ESPN saying D grade for that, and then it was Gordon Hayward getting traded to the Thunder, and it had an A. And people were just comparing, like, okay, this is why you don't know what you're talking about, ESPN. But
Hayward was on that Celtics team. I was trying to look it up. Who were the guys? Jaylen Brown was on there. Horford was on there. Gordon Hayward was back on that Boston team that Kyrie was on.
Yeah, and that Boston, like, you want to talk about people who don't understand Kyrie, it doesn't feel like the city of Boston would have been able to
because he's
understand.
Yeah, because he's black.
Okay.
It's the whole city. 877-881-1053 is the Franco injury attorney text line. Don't act like that's not where you were leading me.
I was not.
You just
I was
tossed it up. I swatted it like a Keller player, and you're like, oh my gosh, how dare you say that?
Sounds about white.
Exactly, as the boss man just walked by. Perfect. All right, who's firing shots at me at the Rangers game? The audio from Peyton Russell. Next, Patolos, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you are working way too hard for too little money.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation and Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Swinging a line drive, left center field. Tavares races after it, can't get it. Plays it on a hop, 1 run scores. Neto rounds third, he comes home, he scores. The throw gets away from Heim. Breaking for third is Moniak. Heim's throw in plenty of time as Moniak slides into Josh Smith's tag. So an out recorded on the play by the Rangers, but the Angels score 2 runs on Kevin Pillar's pinch hit 2-run single, and the Angels have taken a 3-1 lead here in the top of the 7th.
Jared Sandler was already worked up because of his awful Dallas Mavericks take that went horribly wrong, saying the Mavs are just not ready. I'm not outing him. He came on the show and was very forceful. Loved the strong opinion. So Bobby triggered him with that over the weekend, and then I think that caused Jared to be a little worked up and angry when you gave us some Rangers stats and info last night on the home of the World Series champs as they lost another series, this time to the last place Angels, and they have now lost 7 of 9, but still right there, game and a half back of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West.
Yeah, he was not happy because what he did was, to be fair, we both ran and hid. I mean, you were dealing with a baby. I ran and hid after game 1. When he texted us a shrug emoji. He's like, told y'all, Mavs just aren't on the level with the Thunder. And I never replied to that. But I was waiting as soon as the buzzer sounded game 6 to send him a screenshot back of him saying that. And then he was like, I was wrong. I'm like, Bobby, I can admit it without any qualifiers and excuses. So he was already in a bad mood yesterday.
Read the rest. Keep reading.
I said Mavs and 6. So like usual, I'm just flat out effing right with or without therapy. That's what I said. And I don't think I can read what was after that, but that's when you told me to put my phone down, was after that text. But I just was trying to be nice. He had talked about how there's been a power outage for the Rangers last week with us. He came on, talked about it. I was like, okay, I'm going to send this note to Sean, and I'll send it to Jared too, because Jared has talked about this. So I said I was just doing some playing around on StatHead with the filters. The Rangers in the month of May are getting an extra base hit every 18.75 plate appearances, which is the worst in baseball.
Say that stat again.
The Rangers are getting an extra base hit every 18.75 plate appearances, which is the worst rate in baseball in the month of May.
Wow.
And so he texts back immediately, yeah, they aren't hitting. Thanks for joining us.
Oh!
I've talked ad nauseum about the Rangers' lack of slugging. So I said, I know you have, which is why I was sharing the specific numbers with you, D.
We send each other stats and nuggets like that all the time. But now Jared, not too thrilled with it.
Man, it's a bad week for Jared. He had the bad take about the Thunder that came to fruition. Obviously, that wasn't good. I was just trying to share some details with him. I guess he thought I was trying to sun him or something like that.
Yeah.
But I was trying to share. I was trying to be nice. Yep. So I did yesterday when he started his Rangers Q&A. I did make sure to tweet at him, and I was like, have you talked at all about the Rangers' lack of power recently? And I don't think he liked that either.
Well done. So there it is. Jared Sandler, a little bit worked up and getting trolled at the same time. Apparently at the game, it was fan night with the staff. Brian Broaddus. I saw Lucius out there. Alec Medford was out there. Carter Freeman was out there. And Peyton Russell.
That's right. Look, anytime you get the email from the boss man about the suite, you got to take it up on it. Even if you have plans that day, you cancel the plans, you go to the freaking suite. Doesn't matter if the Rangers are winning or losing or the Mavs are playing in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, you go to the suite. Free food, free drinks. Love the atmosphere time. And so, you guys know me. I'm Mr. Bit Guy is my name.
What?
Basically. Yeah, Mr. Bit Guy.
Yeah, that's what we call you. Yeah, we call you that in the meeting for sure.
Yeah, I'm just always thinking about ways to improve the show.
Yeah, Peyton just always got a microphone out. That's he's just.
And so I'm sitting there, it's the Rangers aren't scoring anything. Mavs haven't tipped off yet. So I'm like, all right, what can I do
Jared
here?
They didn't score.
Well, he'll get mad. And so I was like, all right, what can I do here? I got a lot of people here. And look, the talk of the talk in the suite wasn't the Mavs or the Rangers. It was Sean returning Monday. And so I was like, okay, I got something to work with here. I'm going to go around to each of the employees here and one not employee, which was my girlfriend, where I'm going to go around and ask them.
Who's the person on the fan cam next to Spittle?
Behind Spittle?
Yeah.
That's DJ.
That's DJ.
No. Okay.
Oh, wait, to the right?
Sorry, the TV was blocking DJ, so I can't see DJ on the other side in the gray T-shirt. Oh, that's Ross. Okay.
That's Ross. So Ross was there.
Man, I need to check my vision here. All right, so that's Ross. We got Lucius, Peyton, Alec. I cannot see the person. Is that Carter in the blue shirt?
Yeah.
Carter.
And then Broaddus. Okay.
And then Mackenzie to take the photo, I guess.
Yeah, who did take the photo? I don't know. Maybe it was Ludwig. Ludwig was out there. Craig Ludwig.
It's not blurry. It's actually straight.
And so
the 4 Miller Lights he was juggling.
So I went around and I asked, these people, I said, okay, what's a message you have for Sean now that he's returning Monday? And hey, from the very beginning, when I walked in with my girlfriend Mackenzie, Spittle even told me, he said, hey, Peyton, Monday's coming, vacation's over for you. Sean's back. It's time to get back to work.
Didn't you work last week?
Sort of.
I was here. I clocked in.
You clocked in?
The last 2 weeks.
The last 2 weeks you were here.
I was here.
Okay. I didn't know.
No commercial break times, but I hit buttons and answered phone calls for 2 weeks. But I think I get paid for that. So yeah. So what I'll do here is we got 4 different contestants here. I'll play them my question and their response, and then I'll stop it. And Sean, you react to it here.
Okay.
Try not to get too worked up. Some a little low blows, but we're all having fun here. We're family. It was family night at the ballpark, Sean. So here's the first one. Carter Freeman.
All right, guys, I'm here with Carter. The Twitch and YouTube absolutely love this guy.
That's right.
Carter, what's your message to Sean now that he's finally back from paternity leave?
Sean, welcome back. I'm glad the baby girl's healthy, even though I don't know why you had a second kid when all you do is bitch about the first one. Welcome back, buddy.
Oh. Is that everything from Carter?
That was it.
That's it.
That's it. The floor is yours.
That's not too terrible. I was going to, I had a,
Did you get him to sign a release allowing you to play that audio? Was it notarized?
Yes, I had to sign an NDA or
we
whatever
had
they
some
call it.
behind the scenes audio of Carter that we recorded, and he was like, no, I do not want that played. So you know what? I'm going to back away from the low blow that I had. I had a good one.
Okay, I told you I was going to point it out whenever I spotted it. This is the first time I'm spotting
first
it.
day back.
This is the first girl dad moment where we're starting to see the softening of Sean Sharif as he's going, look, Carter's a good guy, a little misunderstood.
I'm going to back away. I have it. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it in the reserves. I'll let that one slide.
Well,
good joke, Carter. Good cheap shot. I thought it was funny.
Well, see, you won't see him because when you come out of the station here, he'll be late because Carter doesn't get here until about 10:15.
I don't know his schedule. The Spittle walks in 10:05 too. I don't know if he's technically late. I don't know what time these people leave.
Wow.
I don't know what time these people leave. I'm not looking at their check-in cards.
So the next guy here, look, I had to talk to. I could barely see him because he's short, but Alec Medford. I had to talk to Alec here. I was like, all right, the beef is going here.
Would you record his ponytail? Does he have the long hair still?
Yeah, it's long.
He's tatted up, and then he's got the diamonds in the ears.
He's got the new piercings in his ears.
What?
So I talked to Alec, and I was like, all right, Alec, you seem like a nice guy towards Sean. You love the guy. What's your message here to Sean as he returns?
All right, even though AIM on the FM sucks, I got Alec Medford here. Alec, what's your message to Sean now that he's back from paternity leave?
For one, that's incorrect. 2, congratulations on the kid, and thank God you're back, Sean, because when you were gone, it really should have been me in your spot because Peyton was so checked out. Bobby's run sheets didn't make any sense. Like, I could have brought some order to the morning show, but I don't make those decisions, so welcome back, buddy.
You know what? Props to this kid for having the balls to come out with that type of take because the boss was in the suite. And Alec still went there, said, I don't make those decisions, because I think that Alec may have had a right to co-host with Bobby. He may have thought he had the right to co-host with Bobby on that Friday instead of the nosebleeds. But I'm so important and so valuable, it takes 2 of them to replace one of me. So maybe that's why they didn't have Alec sit in for me. How do you think it would have worked with you and Alec?
Alec and I have hosted together before, filling it. So it was right after, like a month after I joined the morning show. It was the first New Year's Day broadcast we did together. And so Alec and I have, we know how to play off of each other. I take massive offense to my run sheets not making any sense. Just swerve and run over Peyton. There's no need to take a shot at me, who's been a very, very big Alec Medford fan over the years. And now I guess I'm going to have to be Team Pepe.
Great response. Great response. AM on the FM. Check it out whenever he is allowed to fill in co-host. Good job, Alec.
Well, it'll be the weekends. That's all it's a host is the weekends. So. He'll never know morning drive. I'm joking. I love Alec.
Enjoy that public option.
All right. So next up, I had to finally get my girlfriend on the mic. I said, hey, we've been dating 6 months now. We haven't put your voice out, because she's big into stop recording, don't record me.
Right.
She knows the bits and stuff. She's like, don't use this for show content. Anytime we get in an argument, she's like, you better not bring this up Monday.
Oh.
And I go, okay.
You guys been fighting a lot lately?
No.
Whoa,
That's a yes.
What was the last just topic? We don't have to dive into it. What was the last issue?
Oh, well, it was laundry. She'll do her laundry, but she'll leave it there for 2 or 3 days. And so when I need to do laundry, I'm like...
But like leave it in the dryer?
No, the washer.
Oh, that's going to melt.
So then I'm having to pick it up, put it in the dryer again.
Okay.
She has the Odyssey app. I don't want her to go back and listen. I'll tell her about it. But so I got her on the mic.
I'll tell her. Sure.
And I was like, okay.
Sure you will.
Now, Sean, this one I need you to hold back. It's my girlfriend here. Any little shots fired, let's just smile and say thank you, Mackenzie.
Yeah,
but this was her little bit here. You'll listen.
All right, Mackenzie, what's the message you have for Sean now that he's finally back from paternity leave?
Congrats on the baby. Now I might actually show up when you invite me to your house.
So she still wants the invite. She said congrats.
She still wants the invite. I invited Peyton and his girlfriend over, and Peyton showed up solo.
Damn.
She dodged me to clean up the house, apparently, for Peyton's cooler party that they were hosting later on in Rockwall. Mackenzie, here is my response to you.
All right.
I would go to NFL.com and I would buy and search, since you're into jerseys, you need to get a Harrison Butker jersey. You need to get his commencement speech, play it on loop in your home, and take those lessons after I heard the way you do laundry. So I would go ahead, and Harrison Butker posters need to be in your bedroom and in the laundry room and in the kitchen in order for you to learn how to please my guy Pepe here. So there it is. Harrison Butker for you, Mackenzie. How about that?
That's pretty good.
Is that good?
That's pretty good. She does need an apron too because she has to learn how to cook. Okay, so all right, this next one.
Damn,
You're gonna go below me on my Al Bundy insults right
just
there.
keep going. I'm going in Vegas in a few days, so
By the way, I just
you're leaving?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
I just got you back, by the way, for tattling on Twitter last night about Friday. So,
oh no,
I tweeted, we're talking about, and then I tagged Mackenzie, and we're talking about her laundry habits with Peyton right now on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, you tagged her?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got one more here. DJ was there.
DJ?
Yeah, you DJ, you connect in a different way on remotes, right? You don't ever.
Well, we don't actually connect on remotes, literally. So, but I'll actually blame. I'll blame Ruben for that. Ruben, he was the last one. Firehouse, not a good start, Rubes.
So our engineer DJ, I don't know his last name. Do we have a last name?
Pridemore.
Oh, that's right. I just have my phone.
Easy,
DJ
Bassick.
the engineer. I just have him as DJ the engineer.
As Alec Medford walks in, my main man back there.
So here's DJ's response to my question of what's the message to Sean now that he's back from paternity leave.
All right, guys, I'm here at Globe Life Field. We have our greatest engineer of all time, DJ. DJ,
Ted.
what's your message to Sean now that he's finally back from paternity leave?
Back from maternity, he took off so his wife can have a baby? What's he trying to do? See if the baby's hands are bigger than his? Why did he take off? What's going on there?
Had to get the hand joke in there.
Had to get the hand joke in there. My dad has mocked me for paternity leave. He looks at me less of a son now. He's been at my house now for 2 weeks, and he's making fun of me that I'm like not enough of a man because I took off paternity leave. Chicaline just came in here and rolled his eyes that I took off paternity. Here's what I'll say to DJ. DJ, even right now today,
oh gosh,
on May 20th, 2024 at 8:35 a.m. Central, in everything's current state in life, TMP is still better than you as an engineer.
That's just reality.
Current state.
Rest in peace, TMP. He's still better right now. Underground.
Oh, okay.
With
my
no
God.
signal. 6 feet underground. TMP can still get us connected better at a remote. Below the belt, appropriately named, is next. Dang it! Now I have to talk. It's a low T center. If you're often, and I love you, TMP, you know that. If you're often.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
They'll take it in front. It's available. Fought for. Loose. They score! It's Matt Duchene! He wins it in double overtime. And the Dallas Stars are on their way to the Western Conference Final.
That's not football. What are we doing here in Below the Belt?
Stay in your lane.
It all ties together. So this is interesting. Yesterday, we were, talking in the group chat and looking at some different things and just kind of reflecting on where things are at with the Mavericks and the Stars and how they got here. And obviously, it's easy to tie it into what the Rangers have done too recently.
And the Cowboys.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, tie it into what they haven't done, in all honesty. So this is not going to be any sort of a negative Cowboys take. We're going to take it in a positive direction. But I started thinking about some of the storylines that were going on within these runs that the Stars, Rangers, and Mavs have had. And one of them that was interesting was they've all got these really young, inexperienced, primary rookies that are contributing in a very big way. Evan Carter, everybody marveled at. The dude's been up for no time. He's 3 years away from getting drafted and having everybody go, who is that? Nobody knows who he is. And he's up here making, setting the MLB record for doubles in a postseason, making big catches on the road against the Astros in the ALCS. He was unshaken by the moment completely. I think when you watch the Mavs series, didn't you feel at times like you saw Chet Holmgren and he would just disappear for stretches?
Yeah, alley-oop or nothing. I mean, he had a big three in one of the games, but then he was getting called out on social media for disappearing.
It just felt like he shrunk a little bit at times. Where it's
hard at 7'3".
Yeah, exactly. But you would forget at times that Holmgren was out there. And that's honestly where the whole conversation about learning how to lose comes from. Chet Holmgren is a good player. Chet Holmgren's probably not going to be like that his entire career, but it's early on, and that's what the big moment does to young players most of the time. the Stars, who we just played a clip from. Logan Stankoven has been massive in the playoffs for them. We played that clip from TNT last week where, the studio analysts were kind of marveling at how big is it, the trust that Pete DeBoer seems to have in you to keep you on the ice late in these big moments, in playoff hockey when you're fresh up to the NHL level. And so it got me thinking about the Cowboys and the idea of, okay, if they're going to make a run this year, they need the Derek Lively. They need the Logan Stankoven. They need the Evan Carter. Like, they need somebody from this draft class to not only be a big-time contributor, they need several of those.
And they would tell you that, as they have numerous times, including at the pre-draft presser, it was youth. All in with youth. That's what we're going all in with.
Yeah, absolutely. We all marveled. I think it's a little bit different, I feel like, in terms of the moment crushing somebody for maybe offensive linemen. Like it's a little hard to get. But I think we're all, really impressed with Tyler Smith his rookie year. How he never seemed to be overwhelmed by anything. Forget just technically, he was never overwhelmed by the moment or the intensity of being a Dallas Cowboy and being a starting offensive lineman as a rookie in 2 big playoff games. So looking at this draft class that the Cowboys had, I started just kind of researching around, trying to figure out who are some guys that, based on what I...
And of course for the Mavs, we got to talk Derek Lively.
Yeah, Lively is like the guy who steps in. You can make an argument they don't win that game on Saturday without him.
Second highest plus-minus by a rookie in NBA history for a playoff run, plus 87. There have been 3 rookies with at least 10 points and 15 rebounds in elimination wins since 1980. Magic, the Admiral. Pepe, who's the Admiral?
That would be David Robinson.
Yeah,
very good. I did not think he was going to get that.
And Derek Lively is the third.
So what you're telling me is that Derek Lively is a combination between Magic Johnson and David Robinson.
I'm not telling you that at all.
I've often made that comparison. But what's interesting to me is I wanted to look at the Cowboys, look back through my notes, some of the notes I had in terms of just researching players, finding out what their background is, and say, are there markers here that tell me this guy might be built a certain way? Because remember Derek Lively, we started hearing all the stories about him and his upbringing, and it was just like, okay, that guy is just built different between the years. He's a different kind of guy. When he's telling stories about his dad passing away and his mom being so sick from cancer treatments that he's 9 years old shopping in the store by himself to get them dinner.
Wow.
That makes you think, okay, that guy's overcome a lot. He's probably not going to be fazed by, this is a big game. He's not going to be rattled by that. And so I think you look for markers within the backgrounds, and there were a couple of guys that I think stood out to me when looking at this. In fact, I'm going to throw a third in there because he essentially redshirted last year, and I'll mention him first. And that's DeMarvion Overshown. Overshown is a guy who, character-wise and some of the, not difficulties, but just general challenges he's met very responsibly. That was something you heard consistently throughout the pre-draft process. He's a father. He takes care of his family. He is locked in. We were really impressed with him when we got to interview him in Oxnard before he got hurt. He was really sharp.
Yes.
And so you really like what he has. One of the things that I think is important, though, that gives you an idea of the type of character he has, he's got this big moment. He tears the ACL. Be very easy to shut down or become frustrated by it. Lots of players have. It's part of the process of their rehab is they try to get guys to understand, accepting that the season ended early or whatever else. The mental rehab is just as important in a lot of ways. And everything you hear about DeMarvion Overshown during this rehab is just perfection in terms of the way he's treated it, the perspective he's had on it. Last year at the end of camp, John Stevens, the tight end they really liked, David Durden, a receiver that they really liked, both young players. They both had similar injuries that knocked them out for a year, and they needed to rehab. DeMarvion Overshown, when you hear some of the feedback from, what's happened inside the building, you hear from players, team, everything else, Overshown has taken it on himself to, turned that into, hey, this is our crew. This is me and you. So he pulled David Durden, John Stevens in and said, guys, we're just going to have the right perspective here. We're going to work. We're going to get back. And this is going to be, our little position group, essentially, is the rehab group. And we're going to tackle everything with intensity and with a good perspective and everything. And he has gotten a lot of praise, I think, not only for how he has approached his rehab, but how he's helped those other two guys approach their rehab. And that's something that is absolutely critical to them. So that's the kind of stuff that you try to research, find out, figure out if they have that character. Because we talked about this last week a little bit. There was nothing in the background of Jack Leiter that would have made you feel like the moment might swallow him up a little bit. SEC pitcher, dad was a big-time pitcher, like a guy who
success.
Everything said, yeah, that guy's going to be fine with this. You had no idea, like, he's going to get up here and he's going to look a little nervous.
Yeah.
And it's going to kind of be eating at him. So it's one of those things where you also don't know until it presents itself.
Of course not.
And so for the Cowboys, I think there's a couple guys that also deserve mention from the draft class. Marshawn Kneeland. So Marshawn Kneeland was a group of 5 player. He was not a Power 5 guy, a little bit under recruited. And he really elevated his game whenever he got the chance to play Power 5 competition. He was not scared off by it. Mississippi State and Iowa, when he got those games against them, he played really big-time football. I know we played the clip after the draft a couple weeks ago. Ross Winshue, one of the Cowboys national scouts, had talked about the very first play against Iowa. You see him make a big-time play where he reads it correctly, sheds the offensive lineman, gets in the hole, and makes a play on the running back. And you go, okay, there it is. It flashed against big-time competition. So he gets that big-time competition, wasn't too big for him. He got to Senior Bowl. He got to Combine. He got to Pro Day. All these chances to shrink in front of NFL eyes, NFL evaluators, and he received glowing marks across the NFL whenever you'd hear descriptions of him or talk about him. Performed really, really well and checked a lot of those mental boxes, because I think it's really easy to either get scared in those moments in front of NFL evaluators or press a little bit. Like, be so, hey, I'm gonna blow this out, and then you start overthinking it instead of just doing what you need to do.
Yeah.
And he answered the bell. That was something that he really responded well to. So I think that that's a guy who, when you see that and say, hey, along the way, when the moment got bigger and the lights got brighter, he stayed the same or he elevated. It wasn't a problem for him. The other guy is Ryan Flournoy. And that's a name we haven't talked a lot about, but he is the receiver that they picked in the 6th round of the draft. Impressive athlete, a guy who was on the Bruce Feldman Freaks list for college football players before last season. So he got a lot of attention just from being on that. People would pay attention, try to look and go, okay, well, that's, anybody who's on that list generally has a shot of making an NFL team. Do you know what year he enrolled in college, Sean?
No, I don't want to be depressed.
2018.
Gosh!
And he just got drafted. So you're talking about Leighton Vander Esch was drafted into the NFL, signed 3 contracts, and retired before Ryan Flournoy got through college and reached the NFL. He's going to be 25 in October, a 25-year-old rookie. And when you look at his path, his trajectory, he started at Central Missouri, then he went to Iowa Western Community College, dealt with redshirt his first year. Second year, he had an ACL injury. Next year was the COVID pandemic, which shut down his season, delayed him again. He ends up having to do a bunch of different things. I read a story earlier today about how after the COVID pandemic, which he dealt with some tough things with his family throughout that time, he had to, he kind of fell out of academics during that time. He had to get his grades back up, re-enroll, did all that. So finally, when he's ready to transfer to a Division I football team, he had one offer, and it was Southeast Missouri State. Starts playing really well, and then last year when he gets on the Freaks list, there's a lot of attention on him, and then NFL eyes get on him. It's supposed to be his big year where he blows up and he breaks his hand. And you start hearing people talk about how he kept his head up throughout that and decided that I still want to be out here contributing with guys. So like you're talking about NFL scouts going out there to keep an eye on him or check in on him, and they're expecting just to interview him, and they're seeing him out there doing catching drills with his one good hand because he's just got the hand down. And that's somebody who just, hey, I'm going to keep my head down and I'm going to perform regardless of all this adversity and everything else. So I think if you're looking for 3 players, when we look at these guys like Lively and Carter and Stankoven, who they weren't afraid of the moment, when the Cowboys get to the playoffs, if they get to the playoffs, and that moment comes and we feel like, hey, we don't want a repeat performance or an underwhelming performance, 3 guys who I think are really ripe to do that as young players are DeMarvion Overshown, Marshawn Kneeland, and Ryan Flournoy.
Well done. Be low, be belt from our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, every day at 8:40 here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the World Series champs. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On and Leave It On. DFW Sports Station. Everybody seems to be picking the Minnesota Timberwolves. Is it crazy and insulting? Final hour, Monday edition, is next.
But first, it's that time of year to freshen up the house with a good...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
It's stolen by Conley. He pickpockets Murray. He gets it off to Reed. Corner, Edwards, and shoots.
Anthony Edwards shoots 6 of 24, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, after being down 20, still go into Denver and knock off the defending champs. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif back from paternity leave. I got Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair for the week. RJ is in Mexico. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And my question during the game last night and this morning is this what you preferred? Who are you rooting to win that game? Denver or Minnesota for the Mavs to take on next with Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals starting Wednesday night?
So, like I'd mentioned earlier to you, when we got done with Game 4, I felt like they're so beaten up. I don't know that they're beating either one of them after this. It looked like they got a little bounce back. They had those couple days off before Game 5. Then they put them away in Game 6. Now they had a full 3 days off going into this series. So, feel a little bit better about it than I had at the time. But, man, Minnesota's so good defensively. They are just really difficult to play with.
14 points for Denver in the third quarter, 37 points last night at home in the second half. So much for the altitude and all that stuff, killing the visiting team that won 3 games.
Last 20 minutes of the game, they outscored the world champs 60-32. They just completely dominated them. And, I mean, look, I know because we've seen it. We've seen Dallas post-trade beat Denver. Like, that was the Kyrie lefty hook shot game. They were
you labeled Lively the Jokic stopper.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, we could have had that benefit. By the way, while you were out last week, when the hacking of Derek Lively started, I gotta give credit to the 817. They named that because obviously hack a Lively is not catchy or whatever. They called it whenever the team starts hacking Derek Lively cheaply. We're going to call it unethical live hacks.
Oh.
That's pretty good,
well
right?
Done. Totally.
Good from the 817.
Yeah.
So I do feel better about this matchup post-trade once you have Gafford here because now you have the size to match up with their trio of bigs. So that's a little bit more comforting than it would have been pre-trade, obviously. So I kind of felt like it was pick your poison a little bit. I guess I slightly feel a little bit better about Minnesota.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Just because they're not the champs and they don't have the 3-time MVP.
Yeah. Am I loving the idea of going up against Ant? No. Am I loving the idea of how their bigs might be able to? It's going to be frustrating when I see a dozen offensive rebounds in the first half of a game.
Yes.
It's going to be really irritating. Here's what I'll say, though. Luka needs to play better than he did in the Oklahoma City series if they want to win this. And Kyrie can't be, and I don't think it's going to be as much of a problem as it was with OKC because of the size that Lou Dort caused problems with him and Jalen Williams caused problems with him. But Kyrie's got to look for his shot more than he was at times in the Oklahoma City series. So you can get that, great, because I don't think you're going to be able to get the same sort of opportunities for PJ and Derek Jones Jr. to kind of carry you through stretches the way Oklahoma City gave it to you.
Pepe, did you have a preference last night on who you wanted to win?
Yeah, I was with the majority. I wanted Minnesota, mainly because I don't want Jokic. I don't want his brothers either. And it just, I mean.
Did anything from that, by the way? Any follow-up? Has the media totally.
Charges dropped?
What?
Charges dropped, I guess. I haven't heard anything.
Are you reporting or are you guessing?
I'm guessing.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything.
Oh, convicted. Convicted.
I assume, because it just.
Like, were they at all the remaining games after one of the brothers punched a fan square in the face?
Clearly they weren't after the Timberwolves tried to dunk on the Nuggets as time expired. I would have thought the Jokic brothers would have been right out there to beat Anthony Edwards up. But, I mean, Anthony Edwards was talking pretty confidently like the brothers were not in the building. So that would be my assumption is that maybe they weren't. But it looks like, I'm trying to see, this was asked on Reddit if they had been banned. Said there's been no comment. There's been questions about it, but the Nuggets said they weren't going to comment on it until Denver police were done with their investigation.
I want to know if they attended. If they attended the game.
They had to have.
Probably. You
going to tell them no?
No, but Adam Silver, he should be in the office and have my NBA security do it, not me. I slightly prefer, this isn't who did you want, right? Because that's inferring, that would be more of a cakewalk. If I had to choose, that's the point of this segment in Sports Talk Radio. I would have slightly preferred Minnesota, just because they don't have the MVP and they're not the defending champs. And Jamal Murray, he's a killer too. He was the one who was going off and going crazy last night when they were up 20. But I'm worried about getting hammered on the inside by Minnesota's bigs. I thought last night, I know that Anthony Edwards said that it was McDaniels as the unsung hero. I thought it was Reed. I really did. All the attention on Gobert, all the attention on Karl Anthony Towns. I thought it was Naz Reid who was the unsung hero with putback dunks and block shots and just being a force on the inside. The largest comeback win in a Game 7 in the last 25 postseasons, 60-32 was what happened to send the Minnesota Timberwolves to take on the Dallas Mavericks with Game 1 Wednesday night in Minnesota at 7:30. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And people are already making their picks early on for the Western Conference Finals, which we'll get to in a second.
Yeah, we've got some inside the NBA. I think it's funny you mentioned the shrinking at the end of the game, like Naz Reid stepping up, and Jamal Murray had been catch fire earlier. Apparently, Michael Porter Jr. was so bad after this game that the reports were he apologized to the team after and was like, "My bad. Jonte had some unders he needed to hit, and so I had to miss it. Yeah, I had to miss a couple." But
Michael Porter Jr. was basically relegated to Kevin Love. Like, should be an athletic, freaky type dude. It's just a spot-up three-point shooter. He kills the Lakers, and then all of a sudden a little bit opposite, but Jokic couldn't get it going. They played him every single minute last night. I think there may have been one little small stretch for Joker. I'll double-check the box score.
47 minutes.
He started 0 for 7 from 3, finally hit one. He was, of course, this man runs looking like he's gassed in the first 3 minutes of the game, just the way he looks. So it's going to be the T-Wolves with all 5 starters in double figures and Reed with 11 points off the bench. And Pepe, the experts in Vegas, they're already coming out with the picks.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised. Now I'm a little biased here, but a little surprised they have the Timberwolves, and this is DraftKings, their sports odds, minus 158. So if you're not familiar with the betting line, it's you bet $158 to win 100. So they have the T-Wolves at a slight favorite. Mavs are plus 128.
Why are you surprised?
I mean, I think I would assume the Mavs on paper are the better team. They have the best player on the court. I would think so.
The Wolves are the higher seed with home court advantage.
But the Mavs have played really well on the road. I think I take that into factor a little bit.
Minnesota just took out the champs on the road,
yeah,
too.
But now they have home field, home court. So they're not playing as many games on the road.
So you think the Mavericks should be the Vegas favorite?
I think they should be a slight favorite.
Wow.
Interesting.
Dumb.
I will
Unless
say,
the Mavs wipe the floor, then I'll have to go back and apologize.
Mavs in 4.
Hopefully Peyton's in Vegas still.
I will say the whole, I'm a little surprised that it's just this full-on buy-in to Minnesota at this point from Vegas, just because remember how low.
It's not a full, that by the way, that odd is not a full in buy-in.
No, but
that's a slight favorite.
But if you talk about when, and obviously Cat was out, but when Cat went out, do you remember we did that segment where we were talking about Vegas odds, and they had the Timberwolves as like the 8th best odds in the West, even though they'd been winning still for like 2 weeks after Cat had left. So to me, it's like, okay, so you put Cat back in there, they go from 10th best odds in the West, all of a sudden like definitive favorite over Dallas, who, the top outside of the Nuggets.
Not definitive.
But minus 158 is a pretty decent favorite.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's slight, isn't it, Pay?
Yeah, it's almost 200. It's almost 1 to 2, but it's a slight favorite.
I'm gonna find the implied odds. This is where choppy.
Call RJ.
It's 1.5 to 2.
Yeah, basically. Call him.
Call RJ. Ask him about Schauffele and this betting line.
Call Sarah because she's got to screen all his calls. So have it go through her first. But no, I think that this is gonna be this series. I think they're gonna struggle to get out of the 90s every game. Like the way Dallas has been defensively since the Gafford and Washington trades, the way that Minnesota plays defensively, these are going to be they're going to look like old school 90s basketball games at times.
TNT is going to have the Western Conference Finals, and last night, Charles Barkley, who picked the Wolves to win Game 7, guaranteed, said Minnesota showed him something.
I think you can make a a conscious pick on either one of them. But, man, tonight was really impressive. To be down 20, to come back, but to get all those contributions from all those different guys when their best player didn't even play well. That was probably the most impressive thing. Like if Ant had to play well, and then those other guys played well, Anthony didn't have a good game, but those other guys was, man. Yep. So I'm going with the Wolves.
He's going with the Wolves. You could say the same thing about the Mavericks.
They were down 17. And if you want to talk about, man, with Ant not playing well, they won like 2 games in the series with Luka playing bad.
Yeah, so you write down Reed, McDaniels, and I can give you PJ, Jones. I'll throw in Lively on top of it. So the others, as Shaq says, they really help pick up the slack for Luka in particular and Kyrie at certain times in the West Finals. Vince Carter sitting in Shaq's chair last night previewing the West Finals.
I like Minnesota's defense, and I think they can handle the offense of Dallas. The question is can Minnesota, Gobert, Reed, and Cat, can they keep these young guys off the glass? Gafford is extremely active on the glass. Lively is extremely active on the glass. And what it creates is extra opportunities for open threes. You don't want to get Luka going, particularly open three, PJ Washington, because my question was, who will be the third scorer for Dallas? And PJ Washington has stepped into that. He's answered to that role, and they're active defensively. So it'll be an interesting series, and I think this can go 6 games, if not 7 as well.
PJ Washington, by the way, I saw this note earlier. We were talking about it during one of the breaks. During the season, he made 28 corner threes. During this playoff run, these 12 games, he's made 22. He's almost at his full season total in threes from the corner. He shot something like 26% from the corner during the season, and during the playoffs now he shot 43. I mean, like, him stepping up the way he is, that's a guy who we're learning about PJ Washington. Like, you know how we talked about in these moments, you'll start figuring out who guys are, what kind of mentality they have. That guy is a dog. Like, and to me, I think you're learning a lot about PJ Washington's mentality and the way he approaches things.
On ESPN, Jay Williams and Tim Legler are picking the Minnesota Timberwolves to win the NBA title. I think I read that correctly. Come on, Leg. I wanted Legler on because he was Mr. Maverick. He has been the biggest. Nick Wright has been a Mavs fan, too, for years. But it was Legs over at ESPN carrying the torch for us in the Metroplex.
And now he's, look at that. They turned that quick. You win one series against the Nuggets when they can't shoot, and all of a sudden you just flip on it that easily. That's fine. We should have never had Tim Legler play for the Mavericks.
Should we still get him on?
I mean, we'll try, yeah.
Yeah, we'll try. We have messages sent out to Stephen A. Smith as well, friend of the show, after he's getting destroyed for his Madison Square Garden entrance yesterday. Did you see that?
Mm-mm.
Type in Stephen A.
Is it not good?
Let's think see. Your eyes are going to roll out here on 75 from the 11th floor pier. Pepe, did you see the Stephen A. video?
I did not.
All right, nice to know. I'm back to be the only one show prepping. This is what RJ was complaining about, probably. Stephen A. is strutting into Madison Square Garden, and I mean strutting. He's not doing a bit. That's his actual walk, like he's playing in this game. Yeah, maybe Rai show prepped along with me.
And the little fist bumps courtside.
Like he's actually playing, and people are like, what are you doing, ESPN? What are you doing? They're just trying to tie Stephen A. to New York. That's a ratings thing, and I guess making him a part of it. But people were look at it.
And he went viral for this a couple years ago. Not one of these
walking the baseline.
Him walking the baseline.
Vest.
Yeah, where people were like, "What is he what is he doing?
Yeah,
what's the energy he's carrying?" So
he really thinks a quarter of the people in the arena went there to see him.
Let's be honest. Stephen A. walking courtside at a Mavericks game, people are wanting to like, oh my gosh, there's Stephen A.
I would.
So there is that. Oh, there he is, right up there on the fan cam. He does have a little bit of that energy. Like, it is. As silly as it is, it's kind of earned because there are eyes on him that like people are interested in watching. Yeah, he's walking in like one of the players.
Look how good Ryan is. All right, we asked who you wanted the Mavs to face. Same question. Same Dallas Stars question for Game 7 tonight. That's next on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But,
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
On to Donoff. Here's Ben. He scores! Leadership from the captain, Jamie Benn. 18:04 left to go in this third period. Dallas has tied Game 6.
The Dallas Stars, they shake off getting screwed by the NHL referees to put away the Colorado Avalanche and move on to the Western Conference Finals. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and Bobby. Choppy is out for the week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Of course, if you watched the game over the weekend, you know what I'm alluding to with what should have been a 3-1 win, Bobby?
Yeah, we're calling it 3-1 victory. That's what they did.
And you think that would have been worse than the Dez catch?
Yeah, to me, I mean, because first, like, if they were to lose that game and then it goes to a Game 7 and you lose Game 7 and it completely changes the trajectory, because to me that's like game's over. The Dez catch was not game over, and there's discussion about...
At what point in the game was this?
This is overtime.
Yeah, but I thought there was an issue earlier on in the game, first period.
But this is the one that is...
Yeah, this is
the one that, to me, if this happens, like, this is a I heard a lot of discussion. People like, the NHL didn't, like the NHL could not have the Stars lose that game the other night, because if they lose,
this was with 7:30 left in overtime.
Yeah, this was the game winner from Marchment that then they said Duchesne had interfered. It had been goalie interference.
Yeah.
They went, reviewed it. I heard some speculation. People were like, it was a bad call on the ice, but once it's been made on the ice, you can't end a series with a reversal on the review. That was just not something the NHL was going to be willing to do. So once it was a bad call on the ice, they were locked into it, and they were going to have to reply to it or just deal with it. But it was, I mean, great credit to the Stars, great credit to Matt Duchesne, who obviously was the one who called for the goalie interference, then bounces back, gets the game winner.
Here was their ruling. Duchesne impaired the ability to play his position in the crease prior to the puck entering the Colorado net. Rule 69.1 states that an attacking player, either by his positioning or by contact, impairs the goalkeeper's ability to move freely within his crease or defend his goal.
He wasn't in the crease, though. That's what I don't understand. I can't understand how you're saying, well, like, okay, fine, that's the definition. If you can show me that he was in the crease, he wasn't.
Well, apparently something was in the crease, as the officials explained to Mason Marchment.
The explanation I got that Dutchie's ass was over the line. His feet were outside, but his ass was over the line. So that's the explanation I got. And then he got pushed in. Yeah, I think, honestly, they didn't want to make it a deciding goal, right? So, I get it, but I think, there's got to be some sort of standard, because you can't push a guy into your own goalie and it be goaltender interference, right? So there's just got to be some sort of standard, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We got the job done, and it's awesome.
And then Matt Duchesne was talking about how the team had to try to recover after the game winner was waved off.
I had a lot going through my head. Mostly it was, I think when you get that deep in the game, you just think just about the next shift. And I was obviously, you can imagine how we felt on the no goal call. And then the breakaway, I felt like I had a really good chance to score there. And, obviously, as a slash, but I think it got me on the sticks, probably a legal play. And no, I thought, Pav and Mosh were awesome tonight. Once we got together as a line, I thought we did a lot of damage in their end. And those guys just mucked hard at the end there and just popped out to me and, shot it in and then blacked out pretty much. So I was so tired. I started skating and then I got tired, and I guess I don't even know what I did after that, to be honest with you. I was pretty pumped up.
Dutchie, Biz here.
Good edit there, Pepe. Just like me thinking something happened in the first period when I'm reading cross-eyed while a few drinks deep. So we both had E-me's right there. I asked the Tolos, Game 7 tonight, who do you want the Stars to get? You're going to have Edmonton versus Vancouver. Jacob on Twitter. Not trying to be biased. I feel like the Stars are the more balanced team, and they have better depth than the other two. So regardless who they match up against, I feel confident. If I had to choose, I would choose Edmonton. Vancouver historically gives us problems. John David said the Canadian one. John said Edmonton lacks depth like Colorado, and the further you get in the playoffs, the less superstars are able to impact the game, plus their goaltending sucks. Dean, I know nothing about either of these teams except Connor McDavid plays for Edmonton. Boom, boom. Either one. Before Vancouver's number one goalie got injured, I would have said Edmonton. Since he's out, these two are pretty similar, with Vancouver having the slightly better defense and Edmonton having the slightly better offense. Both are outmatched by Dallas, though. Michael Moore, neither stack up to who we have already played. Beep, bop, bad karma to pick. And then anyone need a logo done? So there's a bot.
Did you get nudes in profile too? Did you get one of those replies that we tend to get from the bots on there?
No, but apparently people's nudes are being re-released. We'll get to that tomorrow here on Sean and RJ. So those are the Tolos responding to who they want to see emerging from Game 7 this evening and tonight. What's your hockey website tell you? Do they calculate all the numbers and everything? Give you all your opinions?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't give me. It's not like ChatGPT where I can just put a question in it and it kicks it out to me. But I will say that.
Well, the Stars were 2-1 against Vancouver during the regular season. They were 2-0-1 against the Oilers during the regular season.
I want the worst goalie. So give me the worst goalie to go up against the Stars, and if Demko is going to be healthy for the Canucks, then give me the Oilers.
One Tolo brought up the history. Stars and Canucks have played twice in the postseason. Vancouver won both times, 94 and 07. Stars and Oilers have played 6 times in the playoffs, with the Stars winning the past 5. They met in the playoffs 6 times in a 7-year span, of course, from 97 to 03. So none of those are really applicable whatsoever. So Game 7 tonight is you can sit back and relax and watch and wait for Game 1 at the AAC, just like you did for the Mavs opponent yesterday.
Yep, get the rest in, and man, it's really fascinating to see both of those teams, the Stars and the Mavericks. The Mavericks bouncing back, obviously down 17 in that game. Some of the issues they had with Luka's health. I mean, there were times Luka just didn't look like he should be on the floor, especially in Game 4. Like, that looked like he was hurting them being out there. And then, I mean, obviously the Stars bouncing back like that. It would have been really easy to have problems bouncing back after giving up the 3-goal lead in Game 1. Then in Game 6, when they get the goal waved off and they got to continue playing in a really difficult road environment. Colorado's the best home team in the NHL this year, and Dallas just was not fazed by it at all. At the end of the season, they got a big victory there. They sweep them on the road in this series. And so I think just the mental toughness and wherewithal that both of these Dallas teams are showing is what's partially really impressive about them.
Xander Schauffele wins the PGA Championship.
Love that guy.
Edging out Bryson DeChambeau. And, of course, the biggest story from the tournament, it sounds like Scottie Scheffler is going to have all the charges dropped against him of second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, and disregarding traffic signals from the officer directing traffic. The assault charge, felony. The others are misdemeanors. I just love that anytime I get in trouble, there would be a secretly built-in camera somehow catching me jaywalking. But if it's Scottie Scheffler or someone else, there's always some crazy little thing that gets him off the hook, like the police officer not having his body cam footage. Now, did the body cam footage not get turned on? Did it get mysteriously lost? But yes, Louisville police officials now are confirming we don't have body cam footage of this.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. The whole
Scheffler dragged this officer, according to the officer's accounts, and Scotty's like, no, just a big miscommunication.
The whole way this story has been represented, like every side of it that we have and what we're able to cobble together and maybe figure out some semblance of what it truly looked like, everything about it to me just sounds like two big egos and two massive areas of entitlement
but
kind
Scheffler
of colliding together.
Never came across or doesn't seem like that person, right? He seems 10-2, driving the speed limit like I do.
I mean, I don't know. Like the first time
for a cold one at Inwood Tavern.
The first time I saw the guy, was when they threw his mugshot up there. I was like, oh, that's what Scottie Scheffler looks like. I didn't actually know.
The internet had him coming out with a teardrop,
which is good. They
had him reversing his hat, saying, remember where this guy just came from? He said he was doing some stretching in jail, actually.
Yeah.
I think this gives him much needed street cred.
He needs it,
it's
right?
Like when a rapper purposely gets arrested.
Comes back out, releases a rap album. Does that work the same way with, I don't know. I guess when you're dealing with going up against Liv and some of those powers right there, you do want to seem a little tougher, seem like you got a little bit more street cred. But
we have a developing situation on social media as the girlfriend of Peyton Russell has responded on Twitter to our segment from 1 hour ago, where Peyton kind of brought up a little laundry issue, like she had left the washed clothes in the wash machine for a couple of days, kind of getting a little mildewy. That was their last incident and issue, apparently.
Yeah, and I tattle tagged him. I did.
Twitter tail.
After he did that to me yesterday.
What did he do to you?
He did, we're near the end Sunday night. He has to just all of a sudden be like, Bobby wasn't here on time on Friday. He has to throw that out. So,
Bobby was so upset about that.
That's what we got. So I had said we're talking about Mackenzie's laundry habits and tagged her with Peyton Russell right now on 105 The Fan. She replied back. She clapped back. She said, no point in acting like a housewife if he's not going to make me one.
Dang, that's a shot at the salary. You know what? Okay.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
No,
That's not a shot at the salary. That's just like, well, is it a shot at the salary or is it like, I want you to propose to me? That's how I initially took it.
That's exactly what I took it as.
It's not being rich enough to let her stay home.
Okay.
I think it's like he's not dropping down on one.
Yeah,
game.
it's like he hasn't made me a wife, so I'm not going to act like a wife.
Did you see what Taylor Swift was doing at her concerts this weekend?
Don't change the subject.
She was going like this with her hand, like saying, "Hey, ring," and so people assume maybe Travis is going to propose, or he did propose, and so Mackenzie's been doing that all weekend too.
She has?
She'll just be going like this, and I'm like, get out of here.
Man.
Can't wait for Vegas.
What are you getting at?
Peyton, stop talking. Stop talking. I will say this. She's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he's not built for a war of words with her. Like, that's what I'm finding.
No.
She's gonna hurt your feelings. You keep this going.
Do you feel like verbally intimidated? Like she would cuss you up and down? Like she's formidable foe?
See, that hasn't happened yet. She might yell a little bit, but she hasn't just straight up just bullied me.
Well, wait till you put the ring on.
That's not true. When we went out to Boomer Jackson one time, she bullied you a little bit there when we were all trolling you.
I think
she joined in on it.
Peyton walked over to the bathrooms and he thought she was in there. He was trying to be this kind gentleman. She was sitting there with us though at the bar, and I'm like, I think he's over there waiting for you. And she's like, let him wait. I'm like, he's over there waiting for you, and she's like, that's his fault.
They were telling us about how like they were going out somewhere, and she was like pre-gaming, and she was taking, and Peyton was just like, drinking this early beforehand, and she like laughed at him and then did the shot. Like, whatever, dude.
Yes.
Took the shot.
All right, so there it is. Mackenzie responding to Pepe after they had the family outing at the Rangers game in the company suite. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece after I personally do this commercial for Peyton and Mackenzie. And that is because it's about Diamonds Direct. Diamonds Direct has the annual spring sale event. Are you ready to make this one to remember? Pepe, listen up. Even if you think she's taking a salary shot at you, you can get 20% off virtually everything in their showroom. Whether you're in the midst of wedding planning, shopping for bands, picking out your next fashion jewelry, thanking her for putting the laundry from the washer to the dryer, Diamonds Direct is hooking you up with an extra 20% off. So go in, tell them Sean and RJ sent you favorite bridal styles, plus all earrings, bracelets, necklaces, stackable bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and more. It includes beautiful pieces from world-class designers, and you can even see their expanded selection while they are in town. So don't miss the incredible offers right now at Diamonds Direct in the incredible annual spring sale with 20% off now. Shop or make an appointment in-store or online at diamondsdirect.com.
I'm Tristan Crick with BetQL.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Misses it intentionally. Rebound Holmgren. Three-quarter point. Jalen Williams. No. And the Dallas Mavericks, for the second time in 3 years, are going to the Western Conference Finals.
It's time for Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece.
We did it! We
did?
won.
Oh.
And you had a baby.
Yeah.
What do you think is a bigger deal? That y'all had a baby, or that for the first time in DFW history, the Mavericks and Stars are in the Western Conference Finals together?
Sean's baby.
Mavs and Stars.
That's a bigger deal. Sean's baby.
I've always downplayed having a child.
Because it's his second kid.
Yeah.
So it has happened before.
But I've always
Mavs and Stars has never happened before.
But it's the first girl. He's gonna keep talking. I already saw the evidence of the girl softening him up because he had
During
a chance.
my roast
He had a chance.
yeah.
He had a chance at 8:20 to tee off on Carter Freeman. He went, Carter does a good job. I think I'll just get.
But then
and
I
then he
made
backed off.
dead TMP jokes. Did that even things
my
out?
gosh.
No.
What?
Well, I mean,
Ted would have loved him.
Look, it's a process. We're moving in a certain direction. We're just gonna see nuggets of it at first.
Yeah, Bassick is telling me that life is about to get much worse with 1 kid to 2 kids.
It's just way more challenging.
So they're an adult.
I'd say being a parent is the most beautiful thing that you can ever be in this world, but it's also the most challenging thing to ever be in this world is to be a parent. And then when you go from 1 to 2, I think almost every parent listening right now will say, wow. 2 to 3, I don't think is as bad because you're already dealing with if I get this one under control, then this one isn't. And you're just like, I can never win. And so by the time you get to 3, you're like, I already knew I was going to lose.
Yeah.
You just kind of give up after 3.
Yeah.
And you have 3, Bobby. About to have 1 leave the nest.
Oh my gosh,
I don't know.
I thought you were
We'll
about
see.
to say something else.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how the timeline changes there with all the new information I keep getting over the last week. So
Okay. Corey?
Yeah, I have 3 kids too.
And 2 to 3 is Mike, right?
I got one that's about to be done with elementary school. So I'll have all of them out of elementary school, which means I don't have to be at school at 7 o'clock anymore. That's
Hell
awesome.
yeah.
And yeah, you're playing zone defense at that point. So you're either Adrian or myself has to be in charge of 2 kids at one point. And whenever one of us is out of town, all 3 of them are sitting there like, hey, Dad, I need your attention.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't have enough.
There's
Sorry.
a tremendous, as I said in the commercial break, there's a tremendous case to be made against procreation.
Whoa.
Well, it happened to society.
Well, let other people.
We had a good run.
It's like my rule on like hiring like convicts a second chance. Like you deserve a second chance.
Mm-hmm.
I just want someone else to give it to you.
So you want people to have babies, just not you,
just
or
not me. And then, well,
people you know. That's a tough stance right after you had a baby.
And then the second one is like I can definitely see why dads like just leave. And they disappear.
What?
They're
Peyton,
gone.
mark all of this. This will be a time capsule for like 6 years from now.
Cigarettes
really
and
thought
never
this
come
was
back.
Yeah, or milk.
Yeah.
Or whatever, but the milk would be more believable. And then I'm like,
smoke.
I get it. I get it. It's just being like, this is too much. It's too stressful. I'm out of here. See
Hey,
you later.
you're not going to do that, right?
No, I said I could see. I could see there could be a case to be made. This child is much better than my son as a baby. No comparison. So she's much easier. But I can see it. I can see it. I can see why people crack.
One day I was heading out to the store and Carter.
And we've all had those moments.
My God.
If you saw my Google searches when my son was bored over like the things that, if you saw my mental search over some of the things that we're thinking, I'd
You care to share any of
I'd
those?
serve jail time like Scotty Scheffler, longer.
Oh wow!
Oh my gosh.
No, I don't. Stop trying to
You
get me in trouble
definitely
my
get
first day
longer
back.
jail time.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the more you read into that Scotty Scheffler thing, that cop was maybe not doing his job or not knowing what to
with
do.
the mysterious body cam disappearing, no footage.
Yeah. And
Why is
supposedly
that gone?
other cops who knew what
Like
was going
Des
on
tapes.
in their own community were letting all the other golfers go through because they knew
Except for
the
him.
golfers needed to get to the course to put on this $1 billion show in their community. And this police officer, from what I understand, had no clue that there was a golf tournament, had no clue that golf happens.
So
and
if he missed the first hole, he's out? Like you
Yeah,
can't
you're-
start on 3 and make it
it's
up?
It's like a forfait.
Like a shotgun start? Sorry,
I mean,
Corey.
he lost anyway.
That's true. Corey, we
you have to
interrupted.
make your tea time, or you're
I
away
didn't,
from
I didn't know that.
We interrupted when you were telling us how you were thinking about leaving your family.
Oh, yeah, we
What?
don't have. Well, so yeah, one time I was going to the grocery store and I told Carter I'm going to get milk, and he screamed.
Carter
and
Freeman?
my son Carter.
Because Carter, the other one screams and yells all
And
the time, too.
grabbed my leg and wouldn't let me leave the house. He was like, "Not milk, Dad. You can't go get milk." And I was like, "What is happening right now?" And he's part of meme culture. You know, he's part of those that group that is just like he sees memes and the whole dad left to go get milk years ago.
Yes.
So I'll never do that though.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, we do have Danny Green joining us at 1:20 today.
You thought about leaving your family. What an intriguing segment.
I guarantee you, every single person listening has a text.
And we did it at 10 o'clock. We dive into the greatest sports year in DFW history.
What are you, uncomfortable?
No. It's just like I can't.
made you uncomfortable?
No, I'm just trying. Like it's really hard. Like you've been out for 2 weeks, and so it's been easy to just say things. And now I feel like I've got to actually go. Should I say that into a microphone while Sean's sitting here? Because
he said whatever he wanted for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you cut loose?
Oh yeah.
Or you were more reserved?
No, I was saying a lot of things that typically I would think I probably would have said that if Sean was in there, because you'd sit there and go, you give me the kill sign, don't say that.
Yeah.
So
a lot of tension apparently between Bobby and Choppy. I got email fight.
They argued at least once a day about the run sheet and how their prep was different.
Whose side did you guys end up taking? Kevin, I like that you told Bobby he was talking about that a little bit too much on the radio. That's kind of behind the scenes.
I don't know what the interest level is of
what are you
that.
telling Bobby? I did not. Every time it came up, it was Choppy bringing it up.
They're pulling the curtain back. You know?
Okay. Did you have a winner in your mind? Someone you sided with?
No, I think
without diving too much into it.
I think I was just like, you guys should probably stop talking about that so much. That was pretty much
just going to the next topic.
Okay.
That sounds like an off-air conversation.
Who were you preferring to win last night for the Mavericks to face? You got to pick one.
Probably for the Mavericks to face, probably the Timberwolves. Though, obviously, both teams are really good, and the Timberwolves defense is freaking ridiculous. But probably the Timberwolves.
I was rooting for Denver. But I understand, that's if he wins, if Jokic wins, then you're like, okay, it's the dude that's in the way, and he's going to be that. Of course, he's inevitable. But I just don't like the matchup with Karl Anthony Towns, Naz Reid, and Rudy Gobert on the court at the same time.
And Towns put that game away when Jokic was just kind of loafing on a rebound.
Yeah, so I didn't love that matchup. I think Naz Reid is we need Maxey back healthy fast.
And it's not going to happen, right? That's the thing. He's not going to play this series.
You got some. They're going to reevaluate him.
6 days?
In about 6 days on Sunday, and then we'll find out from there. But this is a tough matchup, man, for sure. And then Anthony Edwards can go off and take control of the game at any point. Now, so I was kind of rooting for Denver to kind of wear them out a little bit, but it didn't happen.
My son asked me this the whole playoff series of Denver and Minnesota and Oklahoma City and Dallas. And I said, here's the deal. If I say I want Minnesota and then they beat Denver, do I really want Minnesota?
Yeah, right.
And then if Denver goes on and beats Minnesota, they'll go, oh, yeah, I want the defending champs and Jokic at 30 and 20 and however many assists he gets.
That's not one thing.
You're down to, I would like to say the 4 best teams in the NBA, but Dallas and Minnesota, I hate saying this, but they've really earned their way to this point.
I agree.
Boston has had, once again, the Eastern Conference for our whole lifetime. Ever since Michael Jordan beat the Utah Jazz, I'll say, hit the shot over Byron Russell. The East has been pathetic depth-wise
if the
for
Pacers
literally
can shoot
30 years.
75% in every quarter, they can beat the Celtics.
And so the Celtics, I think, are great. But once again, what an easy path you have in the East.
Yeah.
LeBron James had the easiest path in the history of basketball. Jason Kidd, his 2 NBA finals. Congratulations with the Nets. I mean, they were playing Shlomo Glicksteins left and right. It's just so easy in the East. There's usually one dominant team.
Glickstein like the Washington Generals of
I don't know. We actually found out it is a former tennis player.
Yeah, he's a real tennis player.
And never won a match?
He got up to 260th in the world or something.
I think he was okay. I think he might have made top.
Yeah, he was
right
okay.
Around, 21 or 26 in the world at one point.
Okay.
We found
but
that.
I thought it was like a bad rap. I thought it was a made up name, and then we found out.
Yeah, we might need to tweak that.
We Googled it, and we're like, it's a real name.
Yeah. Okay, back to you.
So I think this is going to be very difficult, but it was going to be very difficult if it was Denver or Minnesota.
But you got to give an answer to who you preferred.
I'll prefer Minnesota because they don't have Jokic and they're not the defending champs and they're young in this moment. We just beat a team very young in this moment.
Yeah.
But then Denver, if you would have played them, am I wrong? Because they admitted last night they were wore out. They were mentally and physically wore out.
Maybe you would have taken advantage.
And so maybe if they would have held on to the lead and made it to the next round, maybe they would have been so physically and mentally wore out. Kind of the way the Lakers were in 2011. You didn't know until you pummeled them that they were physically and mentally done. And for the rest of their franchise's history with Kobe and Phil and Gasol, that they were totally done. And we didn't know it because they were the back-to-back defending champs. And we just didn't know how mentally and physically done they were until you destroyed them.
877-881-1053. Same question for the Stars Game 7 opponent, which we'll ask momentarily.
But I have a question because does the Minnesota Timberwolves become hateable for us, even though you don't hate Anthony Edwards? Who was the biggest fan running onto the court last night for the Minnesota Timberwolves?
I don't know.
A-Rod.
Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah, because he goes, let's F him.
Yeah, I'll hate him then. Yeah, I'll hate him. That's fine.
He's in a suit with his girlfriend running up and down the court, jumping on the court, cheering. So this is now, don't think of it as Anthony Edwards. This is your versus A-Rod again. On your face!
Yeah.
They will this will be Mavs Twitter is going to be complaining about Anthony Edwards this entire series. They're going to hate him for this series.
He's a fantastic
Even if you like
player,
him, you're going to spend
enjoy
the entire series annoyed by him. And you're going to hate him.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be a perfect villain to try and be. You're going to feel about Anthony Edwards like you do about Devin Booker in this series.
Not really.
Yeah, you are. I bet you. It's a different type of energy, but you're going to hate him just the same.
Gobert's going to get probably the most hate. And then
because he started COVID.
Yeah, he started.
Remember he
COVID.
did.
I like that.
That next morning,
I'll let RJ answer that.
Mike and I were on the next morning, and all of a sudden, that was the most difficult show I've ever done. Because one after another, sports was getting canceled. And I was
what
like,
about the other 4 months after?
Well, that was difficult,
Rick
too.
Carlisle called in. He's like, and this was a lot from Carlisle. Man, props to you guys. You guys have done a show for 3 or 4 months with no sports. I'll never forget where I was. I was sitting there at home in the kids' baby room. It was impressive.
It all comes back to the babies.
What? That's a radio professional.
That's delightful.
To tie it back. Kevin, who are you rooting for this evening for the Stars to get and why?
I'm rooting for Edmonton. Vancouver, I think, is the better team. Like, clearly, Edmonton has the greatest player on the planet. But I think in terms of all-around team ability, it's a deeper team they have in Vancouver, and I would like to avoid that.
I want to watch Connor McDavid play hockey.
Well, watch him tonight.
Well, I know. What I'm saying is, though, I think
just move on.
I think it would be really fun. I'm hopeful the Stars will win, but I think it'd be really fun to watch the best player in hockey, and nobody really debates that. So you would get to see the best player in hockey for a hopefully just 4-game sweep. But
why did you want the Timberwolves though? Because they have Jokic, the best player in basketball, but you want the best player in hockey.
I don't watch hockey that much
because he cares about the Mavericks winning.
I mean, think about this: you take down Stone, you take down McKinnon, you take down McCarr. You take. I mean, if you did that along the way, that's impressive. I think, like Kevin said, Vancouver's got a better team. They have better net minding as well. That'll steal games for you. I guess I want to see. I don't want to see the dude that can take over a game by himself, though. That's really like a terrifying thing. But you just did it with McKinnon, so that is the best thing that you got going there. So I guess I'll take Edmonton too, and that's a really good storyline, right? Like that's something for us. Good. That's an easy built-in thing to discuss.
Either way, we're good.
5
Stars are the best, bro. Stars are the best team right now.
Canadian teams never win the cup.
Oh,
so you're good.
There you go, NHL insider Kevin.
It's been 31 years. Prove me wrong, Canada.
That is true.
You can't.
Yeah.
We're back tomorrow morning with
you say that about the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, prove me wrong, Cowboys. You can't either.
The KFC masterpiece is next on the Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where holy crap, the Mavericks won, the Stars won. Some people will argue they won on the same day, and they have both advanced to the Western Conference Finals. Corey, I know you're invested. We did it.
Oh, man.
We did it.
Which part am I invested in?
That we both made it to the Western Conference Finals for the first time.
We get to continue watching sports,
That's
right?
true.
Isn't that the best thing right now? Is
Yes.
that we're not sitting here today feeling like we got gut punched, feeling like we got cheated out of something, feeling like just
We almost got Tony brothered.
we almost did. He tried, but we are sitting here today, moving on to round next. And what?
Round next?
Yeah, it's round next and trying to get to round next again.
Hey.
And Kevin, if they lose in this round, nobody will remember that they were both in the Western Conference Finals at the same time.
Except for me.
You will remember. Everybody else will be like, oh man, it was a failure or whatever. I really do hope, it's kind of tough. I hope a lot of people take joy in this moment, because getting here is very difficult. But losing here, a lot of people will be like, well, see, Luke will never this, and the Stars will never this. So, like, that's the next part of it, is you got to keep winning, man, to really set it in people's memories.
Okay. In the history of sports, I agree with you. But I hate saying this, and I will probably take it back, to be honest.
Oh, no. Should you say it then to begin with?
It's like gravy the rest of the way with me and the Mavs.
Oh, my God.
That's impressive.
You're going to be so pissed.
I know. I'll be disappointed if they lose. They made it.
You didn't think they would do anything this year after the first part of the season?
And I did, when we would do that, what do you think of, and what type of socks are your favorite socks type of deal.
Yes, I remember that.
It's called the combo platter.
The combo platter.
I did say at one point, I think if the Mavs don't draw Denver in the first two rounds, they'll make it to the Western Conference Finals and face Denver, and then that would be the end of the run, but that would be amazing. And I know they're not facing Denver, and they're facing a young team who's never been in this moment. And to be honest, we have more guys on our team that have been in this moment, because just 2 years ago, Jason Kidd was the head coach. Luka Doncic was the leader of the team. Now, you got beat in 5 games by Golden State, and it wasn't a very close series. But you've been through this moment one time in its recent history, so some of these guys have been through this moment. So I don't want to say, oh, I'm going to be happy when they lose or if they lose to Minnesota. But there's part of me that's like, it's so amazing you made it to the conference finals 2 out of 3 years.
Which they've never done before.
And you redid this whole team, give Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd, and if you want to give Michael Finley credit, like, I understand. Well, I'm not going to give Mark Cuban credit. Like, he usually gets rid of.
No,
good
it's just
players,
the way you said it. You're like, I guess if you had.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much decision making Michael Finley has. If that, I just don't know inside that room. But I know he is kind of like an assistant general manager. They looked at this team in the offseason and said, this team sucks.
Right.
And then they figured out a way through the draft to make it a little better. And then they figured out a way at the trade deadline to make it a lot better. So a lot of credit to those guys that they've made it this far. And I want them to win. I'll be excited if they win. I want them to win the championship. And for Luka's history of being a great player in this league, if he doesn't win a championship, you're not a great player in the NBA. It's just the way it is.
Sure.
So for him, yes, this is a very important moment in his career to establish that you actually are a great player in the history of the NBA. But for me, I'm just so pumped we've made it this far.
Now, Corey, this is Kevin talking. You're going to think I'm channeling Mike Bassick. I'm not going to lie. There's a little part of me that likes all this success at the same time, as if you didn't know already, to really shine a spotlight on how inept
Mike is,
and at times incompetent the Cowboys are in terms of building a team that can win in the playoffs. I just think about it. The Rangers are the defending world champions. The Mavericks are in the Western Conference Finals. The Stars are in the Western Conference Finals, something that the Cowboys haven't been able to do, what will be going on 29 years now. And the Stars have done it 2 straight years. And the Mavericks have done it 2 out of 3 years. There's a tiny bit of me, and I'm sure I'll get some hate on the fan text, 877-881-1053, but there's a tiny part of me, too, that really hopes, even though I know it won't, but that really hopes that the Jones family takes a step back and is like, holy crap, maybe we are bad at team building. I know they won't, but there's a little tiny part of me.
Then hires Jim Nill to build the team.
I would much rather Jim Nill be the GM than Jerry Jones. I realize he's not really the GM, but you know how
Jim Nill built the Detroit Red Wings, their whole thing, and then he's now built this Dallas Stars team, which is as deep of a talented team as you can find. Like in the history of hockey, too, maybe. This is a fantastic team. So I see where you're going with that on the team building front and the success and the pursuit of that success each year.
I hate saying this. I don't really mean myself, but I mean, I just think that this is the truth. It's my opinion, but I was at obviously the Ranger game yesterday, and we were all excited about what has happened in our Metroplex for the Mavericks and the Stars. Obviously, we'll get to the Rangers at 10:40-ish, but we all came to the conclusion that this conversation that you just brought up, we kind of had this conversation amongst us, and we're like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, right.
Jerry Jones does not care about winning. He only uses words to care. He doesn't use actions to care. And it's not just me. Most people in the Metroplex covering sports all know that Jerry doesn't care, and there's nothing that's going to change his mind.
So on the positive front, then, is this now, because I can see the argument a couple of different ways, is this now, are we in the midst of the greatest run of the greatest, let's say, 12 months in the history of DFW sports? Because the only thing I could think about is if you expanded it to say 13 months, would you make the argument, the Rangers made the World Series twice and the Mavericks won the championship?
Like the 2011 time? Yeah.
Well, and here's the deal about now, and now I'll give the Cowboys credit. Your worst team won the division last year.
That's true.
Like, if you look at the Cowboys, we know that they're never going to win anything the rest of mankind.
And for 10 and 11, they didn't make the playoffs.
Right. But for right now, your worst team is the Cowboys, and they went 12-5 and won the division. And you had in the Metroplex, you had a home playoff game in the NFL. That's not something that many Metroplexes or cities get, is that you get to host an NFL playoff game. So your worst still got to host an NFL playoff game in this, including the last Cowboy season, the last Ranger season, and now your Mavs and Stars season. Because I get that people could say, well, 2024 has to include the Rangers, whatever they do this year, or 2024 has to include whatever the Cowboys do this year. But in the run of seasons right now, we're in an unbelievable run.
And as multiple people have pointed out, Corey, and as I know you agree, it ain't over yet. That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
That's why I love this year so much, because even if it were to end in these rounds, it feels like the best. And I don't think it will. I'll tell you right now, regardless of who comes out from the Vancouver-Edmonton series, I believe at least one Dallas team is advancing to the championship.
I think you're going to see a Game 7 in the NBA Western Conference Finals.
I'd be good with that.
I would too. I don't have a prediction on that, but I said last week during what's your favorite socks, and you're also
it's still the combo platter.
Sports topic was
we didn't even do that one last week.
We did. It was because Kevin.
Is it wool socks because they keep you warm?
You know what? Now I am going to do a sock.
I said that you would see Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals. I said the Mavericks will play Game 7, but not in this round. It'll be the next round. And I think the Stars are going to. I think I'm almost with you, dude. I'm going to go 6, but I'm almost where you are. You got them in 5.
Yep.
I think that at least one of these teams will get in and win. It's going to take a mammoth effort for the Mavericks. This is a fantastic matchup. This is going to be a blast of a series. I really think this is going to be an awesome series to take part of.
And that's why I love the idea of playing Game 7. You tell me right now the Mavericks are going to play in a winner-take-all advance to the NBA championship game. Deal. I accept.
Is this going to be confusing for non-Mavs and non-Timberwolves fans that they have the exact same logo?
They do have very similar logos.
I'll just go back in time. When I played baseball, sorry, deal with it, people that get mad that I say this, is I would wear Mavericks gear. And I would wear not the old Mavs logo with the M and the Cowboy hat. That's very unique, and nobody has something like that. So it'd be like, oh, that's the Mavericks. People would think at times around the country I was wearing Timberwolves gear, and they would say, are you a Timberwolves fan? And I'm like, am I a Timberwolves fan? And I'm like, no, this is the Mavs new logo. Now, obviously, they didn't come out with that logo till 2000 or 2001. Okay. So it was newer in the history of the Mavs, but everybody thought it was a Timberwolves logo back in the day.
Mike, I'm not going to lie, and I feel kind of foolish saying this. I have never put those two together and thought about.
But if you look at them now,
oh no, I get it.
If you're not a fan of basketball or just a little casual fan, and you look at both those logos, you're like, from a distance, they look exactly the same.
Yeah.
And they have like the same kind of scheme as like the horse is kind of disguised in the basketball background, and then you look at the wolf like, oh, it's kind of
blue.
Yeah, you're kind of disguised in the blue circle background of the wolf.
Man, this is kind of blowing my mind a little bit, Corey. By the way, somebody asked about Maxi Kleba. I'll go back to what we talked about in Crosstalk. He's going to be reevaluated on Sunday. So like when they have game 3 is the day he's going to be reevaluated, and then it's going to take some time from there. I think it's possible, but unlikely that you'll see him in this series.
Yeah, okay, all right.
I didn't say highly unlikely. I said unlikely.
Reevaluated isn't he's doing workouts and then they're going to see if he can go.
He was shooting last week, and that was something nice to see. That he was shooting.
Let's just see if the shoulder is completely healed, and then the doctor might say, well, if you want to just go out there, we don't think that it would just re-separate because we think it's healed, but it's just a matter of then pain tolerance, cardio, all kinds of things.
Kind of sounds like he should be playing then.
Yeah, I know. Like, just shoot it up and get out there, buddy.
I don't know if you can shoot up a bone.
Your wife's a doctor.
Yeah, man.
Shouldn't you have this information?
I know this. If you've broken like your collarbone,
text your wife.
Can you
just shoot up a bone?
Yeah. Oh, your leg's broken. Let's just shoot it up with Toradol and see what happens.
Yeah, pain meds, man.
Yeah. Oh man, you broke it more.
Just get through it.
But I didn't feel it.
That's what all the NFL players say is that, hey, look, it was broken, but I didn't know. I was playing on it because they just said, give me these pills.
That was one of my favorite interviews we
want to win or
did
not?
At the Super Bowl. One of the players were like, you played in the Super Bowl with a broken leg. And he goes, it wasn't broken. It was just fractured. And I thought, oh, well, that still sounds pretty amazing to be able to play a football game
Jalen
with.
Brunson couldn't play a basketball game with a fractured hand. All right, that's a different story, though, Kevin.
I mean, that is true.
Somebody did. There's multiple things I wanted to get to real quick. I am going to do this. I don't typically do this, Kevin. I told him no, but shout out to
my God,
Brian and Renee on their 33rd anniversary today. Congratulations. I wanted to do that real quick.
Is that just for them, or are you opening the gates
that's
for
it.
today?
That's it. He was really nice after I said no. And I was like, man, he even thanked me and said we're the best show on the fan after I told him no.
What if like somebody rang the bell after finishing their cancer treatments? Would you tell them no today?
Not today.
Okay.
Also, somebody said, who's guarding Ant? This is, I know we're going to get deeper into this conversation as we go along. Luka's going to have to.
I mean, they're going to,
it's
obviously,
team defense.
They had him mic'd up. This is a matter of what you want to do. Denver was trapping off of the pick, and then Ant decided to start throwing away the pick. Like, don't come up here because I know if you do, they're just going to double team me. So there's no reason in the pick. I'd rather just go one-on-one with this guy. I would say Derek Jones Jr. and PJ Washington are the two guys you want on him.
Yeah, and then you got to worry about Jaden McDaniels. Like the whole group is really good. And what ended up happening last night, a lot of times, I was talking about this with the stats. Hey, you know what? I'm going to drive. Y'all are going to double team me. I'm going to make the right play, and I'm going to dish it to somebody, and then they're going to probably dish it to the wide open 3-point shooter. And that's what happened for them in the second half. I mean, this is a great matchup. This
Luka's going to guard McDaniels. Like, if you go with the starting
that
lineup,
makes sense to me.
You're going to go Kyrie guarding Michael Conley, and then you'll go with probably PJ Washington guarding Cat because he's just a little bit more physical than Derek Jones Jr. Derek Jones Jr. will guard Anthony Edwards, but you're going to have matchup switches and everything like that. And obviously Gafford will guard Rudy Gobert. Like, that will be the easy way to do it. But with picks and transition, this is where the Mavericks did a tremendous job, is that you can switch and be okay in switches. Even Kyrie Irving, he's going to be small, and Anthony Edwards is going to be able to shoot over the top of him very easily. But Kyrie gives the best effort he can to keep the guy in front of him, to stop him from driving and make him take a shot where a hand is in his face. It doesn't. He can't block it. He can't really affect it too much. But the Mavericks do have, for the most part, 5 guys that can all switch onto 5 guys. And guess what? So do they.
And contest shots. The other thing, too, Kevin, is do you like sitting here watching the Oilers and Canucks tonight?
Yes.
Are you like? Is this one of those where you're like, I want to watch this game now?
I definitely do, but I also like it from the perspective of giving Rope a little bit of extra time. Quite frankly, let's get Tanev in a hyperbaric chamber or something, because that guy has taken so many pucks off the body.
You ever seen that movie Wanted with Angelina Jolie and Morgan Freeman?
I think so.
After every time they would put their bodies through just terror like this, they would go into some sort of wax like thing and go underwater, and that's where they'd live.
Do that.
That's he needs to be in one of those.
I have a question. Tanev was the one who was down for a while, and then he got to go off the ice, even though they're like, you have to stay on the ice because it was like icing or something. Is that Is that the person who like couldn't get up? He went to one knee, and then he's like, I'm going to go to 2 knees. So at what point as a hockey player do you go, I know I'm going to hurt my team if I slowly skate off? But at that point he stayed on, and he was just trying to be a person who was like, I'm here, but I can't move really anymore. When do you as a hockey player go, I just got to skate off the ice because I physically can't do anything to help anymore? He waited till obviously there was a dead puck, if that's what you call it.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, because I was like, he was just like, I got to gut it out, but he couldn't really do anything to help.
Yeah.
And I was like, I wonder at what point do you go, I can't help, I just have to skate off, even though I'm giving them a kind of a power play for a good 5 to 10 seconds.
Oh, it was Dodonov. Yeah.
Dodonov, I'm sorry.
By the way, from the 817, guys, I'm tired of talking about the Mavs and Stars. Change it up. 877-881-1053 if you agree or disagree.
It's been one
with that
segment.
text.
What text back? Just, I'm going to ask this nicely. What is the specific topic that you would like for us to talk about?
Xander Schauffele.
I don't know. Like, let that person text in. Whoever that person is, obviously they have an opinion that we're doing it wrong today by talking about the 2 teams who made the conference finals. What is the topic that they're desperate to hear about from us? I'm interested to know.
And will you sit in our
Clark.
post-show meeting when we go heavy on Fury, Schauffele, Man City, like when we really take over the show with that? Will you sit in our meeting saying, hey, what were you guys doing today? Coming up next, hopefully people still approve. Let's do a deep dive into just the Mavs win. Credit for Kidd, the big comeback, that foul call, and everything in between. 877-881-1053. Let's do it next, right here on The Fan.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
10 seconds left. Down to it. Drives, backs him down, gets deep. Gives it up. Washington, double clutch three. No, the tip in, and they're going to call a foul on the shot. First things first, Washington with 3 free throws, but he has struggled at the line in the series. Gets the first one to tie the game. The second one's good. Mavs by 1.
I want to say, go ahead.
I did it.
You did it?
So
you willed this victory?
When I was standing up, Oklahoma City played better than the Mavs. When I was sitting down, the Mavs did better. And then I went and stood near the front door the first time that we were shooting free throws in the fourth quarter, and we made them. And so I knew when PJ Washington got fouled, and if they would have reviewed that and said there was no foul, I was going to lose it. I was literally going to lose it.
Because
they were cheating so much, the refs.
Oh my gosh.
Hardy Brothers made some miserable calls.
At one point, I thought Jaden Hardy had lost his heart because Lou Dort lowered his shoulder and rammed him into the ground so hard, and they're like, let's review it. And New York was like, yeah.
Have you seen the play
no
where...
charge there. And I'm like, literally, he lowered his shoulder into the middle of the dude's chest and pile drived him into the ground. And they're like, no foul. And so I was like, if they would have changed it, I would have lost my mind. But I went after they were like, hey, it stands. I went and stood near the front door.
And
Game over.
So you could run outside
I feel like
naked.
it's me. I feel like that was me because I made sure in those moments to be in the right places in my house.
I loved the idea of missing that third free throw on purpose. Like, I know we're going to talk about the broader view because you're only ahead by 1 point. Either way, Oklahoma City is going to shoot a three-pointer. You're going to lose either way if they make it, right? So I would much rather go off the rim with no time to like set up or get a deeper pass, have to rebound. The clock stops running immediately. I thought that was a very smart decision.
100%. Let's go over this. One, you already seen earlier in the game that Williams made a half-court shot. So you're like, okay, we've seen if they have 2 seconds, they can throw up a half-court shot and make it. I feel like the Mavericks also at the end of a quarter, the Clippers were able to do this to the Mavs. And I can't remember if it was Harden or if it was Paul George. I can't remember, but earlier in the playoffs, you saw where they were able not to win the game, but late in a quarter where there's like 2 seconds to go, that if you give them an inbounds play, there's a higher likelihood they can get it to half court with momentum going towards the basket to make the shot. Third, now here's my big question. I didn't think of it in the moment, but was it a major mistake to review, to challenge the foul? If they don't challenge it, they have a timeout. So now you want to make the shot because you know as soon as they grab the rebound, they're going to call a timeout with 2.2 seconds to go approximately because there's 2.5. So it takes you about 0.3, maybe 0.5. So you're going to have 2 seconds to ball at half court. So missing doesn't help you. You'd rather go up by 2, have them have the ball at 2.5 seconds, side out of bounds. And if they hit a 3, they win. If they hit a 2, you go to overtime. If they miss, you win. So after it was all said and done, and I thought, well, you got to review it because you're shooting 3 and the likelihood he's going to make 2 out of 3. But then after it ended, I was like, oh, crap. That might have been a really bad decision by Oklahoma City because you lost your last timeout to advance the ball to half court.
Man, I didn't even think about that one, honestly, Mike. Like that is I don't think that they'll look back and say we shouldn't have challenged it because somebody on that bench was like, they didn't think it was a foul. Because they touched ball first. That's what we kept hearing from, was that, who was that on the call? Was that
Richard Jefferson?
Well, yeah, Richard Jefferson. That's what we kept hearing was you got ball first.
I might be wrong. It might have been Grant Hill. I'm sorry if I'm getting the person.
So somebody over there thought it was enough to make that. And like they were kind of in that mindset of if we can keep this from being a foul. But you're right. They would have had that opportunity to at least get a better shot off.
So have you thought about that yet, Kevin?
See, I hadn't, because what I did think about was the other side of what you said. If it would have gotten overturned, it would have really driven me crazy because also I know they blew the whistle, but off the deflection or whatever you want to call it, Kyrie got the ball and laid it in with what have been like 1 second left, and you still would have taken the lead. Now I realize none of that would have played, and that would have just driven
you would have got the ball out of bounds underneath the basket with 2.5 if they would have said the challenge.
Yeah.
If they would have won the challenge, which I thank God PJ Washington held on to the ball long enough, because if that ball is deflected in any way out of his hand, then it's not a foul because he's blocked the shot, and then the follow through doesn't matter. But yeah, both things there. Thank God he did that. Thank God he made the free throws. And then in a weird way, thank God they used their challenge, because then they couldn't advance it. Because at that point, I felt like Shai Gilgeous was going to make every damn shot he took.
Yeah, I think I still would have challenged, but I understand your logic for not challenging. Absolutely. Because I think on the flip side, they're like, hey, if we can win this challenge, like we
have a better chance.
We can
of
just about go home. I know not quite yet, but
Kevin, Mavs X on Facebook posted a picture of Tony Brothers and said, "Big props to this man. He left it all out on the court. Dallas was just the better team."
He tried. He was hired for a reason. And the NBA has done this for a long time, and they know who to hire. It's not fixed.
You really mean this,
100%.
Okay.
You can see this in the history of basketball. David Stern figured this out. And so it doesn't mean you fix the game. It doesn't, but you know that referees, the way they ref certain teams, certain players, you know it gives you a better chance for a certain team to win. And so I think Tony Brothers 100% was hired to get this to the 7th game. And he did his best. Like, He reffed the game the way he always refs the game. He hates Luka. In fact, I forgot this. He hates the Mavericks. Spencer Dinwiddie called him out. Remember the whole Spencer?
I do remember that. Brothers get like?
It was Tony Brothers. So he does not like the Mavs, and he hates Luka, and they tried their best to get it to 7.
Let's acknowledge, though, the Mavericks didn't do themselves favors in the first half.
No.
With the turnover parade
100%.
that was happening. Like, I hear you about some of the foul calls, and I realize at least 2 of those went into the turnover count.
Yeah.
But my goodness, that first half was atrocious.
And they couldn't miss. I was like, Lou Dort, start shooting like Lou Dort. My God. Like, he was lofting the ball up there Michael Cooper style, and if you're too young, Michael Cooper had a lot of arc on his 3-point ball for the Lakers, and Lou Dort shoots it that way too, and they were all going in, and they were making every dang shot. Wasn't it 64-48, I believe, at halftime?
I believe that is correct.
And it was like, they can't miss. There's no way the Mavs can't win if they won't miss, because you can't cover all the 3-point shooters with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander out there. You're living and dying by you're saying these role players won't make all of these threes or 50% of them, and they were. And you're just like, we're going to lose. There's nothing we can do. The refs are definitely swaying this towards Oklahoma City. The Mavs aren't playing, to your point, turning over the ball too much, not playing their best basketball, and then Oklahoma City's playing their best basketball.
Significantly better in the second half. This is still not exactly the number you want, but it's not bad at all. You had 11 turnovers in the first half. That's never going to work. You only had 6 in the second half, which is much more in line with what you see for the Mavericks throughout the season.
Did you guys hear after the game on ESPN Kyrie Irving's interview?
Yes.
He told the guys, let's just pack it up and go to Oklahoma City if we're not going to give the effort here. If we're done, if we're not going to give the effort, then let's just pack up and get ready for Game 7.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if we had that cut.
Then I think from what he kind of said, the team kind of responded with F that. Like, we're going to give the effort. So
and Luka said we're not going back to Oklahoma City.
Yes, and so finally it was like Kyrie. I'll give Kyrie a lot of credit for being honest with the guys. Because we can complain about the refs. We can do it as fans. They can do it as players. But if that's all we're going to do is not give the full effort that you need to close out a series, well, then let's quit now. We're wasting our energy if we're just going to go at 80%. Let's just go at 0. Either go to 100% or go to 0%. And I thought Kyrie did a great job of explaining quickly to the guys, we're either going 100% or quit. One or the other. Let's stop living in this 75 to 85% give a crap range.
I do feel like if you're Jason Kidd, and I know we give him a lot of credit for all the things that he's done, and we gave him a lot of hate for not getting them to play up to their potential earlier in the year too. But I don't know how you decide, okay, now's the time for me to go ahead and review a play, when every time something doesn't go your guys' way, they're going,
circle motion.
Need to do this right now. And you're just like, I don't know if I really want to use that one right now on this play.
Yeah, we don't even know as a team when we have them left. Like,
even if you win, you get 2.
Yeah, we're like Chris Webber in the Final Four. Like, hey, you only get so many timeouts, Chris. Stop.
But it was like first quarter, Luka's already going, hey, let's do it. And he's like,
I thought about the analogy that Mike made last week when it's like in the first or second quarter and it's 3rd and 8 and you're like, I got to use a timeout. And you're like, we're just going to take the penalty. I thought about that in the first quarter. I'm like, hey, maybe you're right. But let's go ahead and save that challenge to perhaps a more relevant part of the game.
I did think it was a great challenge on the Lou Dort, like Luka totally whiffing and not getting close, and Tony Brothers just going, I hate you. Foul. Because you don't want Luka to get in foul trouble early, especially when he's not even really contesting the shot at all. And then I liked when Cason Wallace, and I love that young man, and I'm rooting for him, being from the Metroplex, watching him play at Richardson. He did not have a good game 6. To be honest, Cason Wallace helped out the Mavs because his inexperience, I think, played into the Mavs coming back in the second half, because they had to sit Lou Dort because of foul trouble, and so they had to bring in Cason Wallace, who had a great series. He did not have a good game 6, but I just felt like at one point, Cason Wallace, right in front of Tony Brothers as he's watching, he throws Luka into the screen area.
Right.
And Tony Brothers is sitting there watching it, and he's like, I don't care. You're Luka. I hate you.
Which, to be fair, in this game, Luka didn't help.
No,
man, he
ran
was complaining so much.
The game where we were like, did he really turn a corner and mature?
Again. Yeah.
And I was like, nope, he didn't. He's back to, I don't know. It was just one game in the history of Luka where he's like, I'm not going to let the refs affect my attitude and energy.
Yeah, that wasn't my favorite, mental game, perhaps, from him. From the 817. You know what? I kind of want to do this segment maybe long form tomorrow, Mavericks apologies. But right here's one of them. I got to admit, I owe Kyrie an apology and need to eat crow. I thought getting Kyrie was a bad idea, and I was worried he'd be a cancer with Luka, but I couldn't have been more wrong. Did you hear? The audio's not that great, so I don't think we pulled the audio, but did you hear in the post game what they said when a reporter goes, hey, what do you think now that they said Kyrie being traded to the Mavs is a D trade? Oh, we do have that?
Yeah, let's get cut.
All right, let's hear it.
Alec, if we can, because that's the one right there. It was a D grade for the trade.
Whoops.
Which was, and I think they gave an A to the Gordon Hayward trade to Oklahoma City. So let's see it.
Kyrie, a couple months ago, you talked about the D grade that ESPN gave y'all. Could y'all talk about just, yeah, they gave him a D rating for the trade from the Nets. So could y'all?
Hey man.
Yeah, I wanted to ask y'all how
into All-Star game to
how did it feel to prove the doubters wrong?
I don't think we care. We enjoy playing with each other. We enjoy playing with this team, so we don't really care what other people have to say.
That's one of my favorite quotes of the postseason. Kyrie going, yeah, I went from being an all-star to an S player. By the way, you mentioned Gordon Hayward along the way. He was complaining once the game was over that he does not think he was used effectively.
I like that topic for tomorrow because it's Derek Jones Jr. for me. So I do like that as a topic. Let's apologize tomorrow. Apologize.
Coming up next. Look, I love the team, but maybe this isn't going to be my favorite edition of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Matzik. What's happening?
Well, it looks like we just mentioned the All-Star break. It looks like we're going to be waiting on this player until the All-Star break next.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And Garcia with the 1-1 pitch. It's hit hard. Guillorme to his left, slides to it, comes up with it, releases it quickly to Neto for one on to first. Double play. A spectacular double play for the Angels will close out this game and series.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, because why these Stars and Mavs are rocking along. It's struggle bus time for the Texas Rangers. So how about we dive into some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett?
All right, so factually, ever since the Oakland series ended, so you look at the Colorado series, the Cleveland series, and the Angel series, and you look at the three teams you played. Cleveland, obviously a good team this year, probably going to compete for a playoff spot.
Very good team. How is that the team that you played the best against in that group?
And Colorado, and I'm with you here, Colorado and the Angels will probably be, at the end of the year, probably 2 of the 5 worst teams in baseball.
Yeah.
You are playing as the worst team in baseball right now. Are the Rangers the worst team in baseball? No, not by record-wise, and they will not be one of the 5 worst teams in baseball at the end of the year. But they are playing the worst baseball in all of baseball. They can't score. They can't play defense consistently. Their starting pitching, I will give this. Their starting pitching is awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody is giving the Rangers a chance to win. Heaney had a hiccup, but he also had no defense behind him on Friday.
That has been, we might need to talk more about that at some point, because their defense has been very poor this year.
I don't know where they're at right now, but at the end of the Colorado series, I believe they were, through some analytics, the 4th worst outfield defense in baseball.
And it just feels like we have way too many of these game conversations, whether it's Leiter, Heaney, whatever, and you're like, hey, maybe the pitcher had problems. Their defense didn't help them out.
Yesterday, the leadoff double in the 7th inning by Willie Calhoun, Leote didn't get a good read on it.
Yeah.
So if he gets a great read on it, now, I don't think a lot of center fielders catch that ball, but I think your good center fielders catch the ball. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like Doyle for Colorado. Nobody's going to know who that is. Well, he was the Gold Glove winner last year for the National League. He would have caught that ball.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you are really good, you catch that ball, so it's a out to start the inning off. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Lorenzen was running a little bit on fumes there. As can you think he only was getting going into that game 2.5 runs per game in his starts this year. So that went down yesterday as the Rangers only scored 1. So if you look at it, Lorenzen, every pitch he throws, he knows if he gives up a run, there's a good chance he's going to lose.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of him starting. When he gives up a run, the Rangers are probably going to lose. It's rare that the Rangers are going to score runs when Lorenzen pitches. I think that's going to change. So these are all things. The Rangers are playing very bad baseball right now. I think that's all going to change, but I don't know if it's going to change tomorrow. Guess who the best team in baseball is? Philadelphia. Now, wouldn't that be weird? This is how baseball could work. You're the worst team in baseball over a little over a week stretch right now. And then if you go to Philadelphia and win 2 out of 3, people will go, amazing. What in the world is going on? How could you play like the way you played in Colorado, the way you played on this homestand, and then go to Philadelphia and play good baseball? But Colorado was horrible playing baseball. And then Texas elevated them into playing some pretty good baseball lately. I think overall, Colorado's going to lose 100 games. I think overall, the Angels will probably lose 100 games or close to 100 games. Somewhere between that 93 to 102 losses is I think what the Angels will end up with. But right now the Rangers are playing so bad, it doesn't matter who they play. In fact, you kind of wish that this stretch you were playing the Dodgers and the Braves and the Phillies and just going, screw it. They're great.
Lose to the good teams.
But you're playing a soft part of your schedule. You just had one of the softest parts of your schedule with Colorado and the Angels, and it didn't matter.
You're terrible.
You can't win right now. You can't beat a major league team with the defense and the hitting that you have, and then also the relief pitching that you have. Because, yes, I can let the starters off the hook. Urania pitched awesome. Lorenzen,
by the way, that's
awesome.
Sorry to step on you there. I apologize.
Yeah, we can go to him.
Both of those guys, especially Urania, because you weren't prepared for it at all, they have pitched perfectly well.
You would have 30 losses right now if you did not have Urania, Michael Lorenzen, Yates, and Robertson. Let's just say you're we're just not spending any money in the offseason. We're just whoever's under contract, we're bringing back and we'll fill in the rest. Right now, you'd probably be 10 games under 500, if not worse. Those guys have been so valuable. In fact, yesterday, Bruce Bochy in his press conference before the game said Urania is reminding him a lot of what Dane Dunning was able to accomplish last year.
Let's go then.
So here's this is a question for later, but I think you keep Urania in the rotation. And
until he proves he doesn't belong?
Right, and because Latz is getting overused because he's our only lefty reliever, I would suggest putting Heaney into the bullpen with his arm slot. And then now I have Heaney and Latz as lefties. Let's just say, because I do think Dunning and Evaldi are getting close.
Yeah.
Supposedly. But then as soon as we hear somebody's getting close, then there's a major setback with all our guys. So I would keep Urania in the rotation, and I would put Heaney in the pen. Not as a demotion. Obviously, we all see it as a demotion. I just like to tell everybody, guess what? As a starting pitcher, and guess what? As a basketball player, they'll all tell you, it doesn't matter what we tell the media. We feel like it's a demotion when they say we want you to be the sixth man. They're like, what? Now, you can deal with it, and then you can become great at that role and thrive in that role, and it makes sense. But in the moment when they say you're out of the starting lineup, it hurts. But I do think that if the Rangers ever get kind of healthy, which I don't think they're ever going to get healthy, but if they kind of get healthy, I do think it makes sense for Heaney to help out the bullpen rather than put Urania back in the bullpen, if that makes sense. Okay, so
I accept.
Now, here's your updates on Rangers injuries, and I'm just going to tell you it's not good. Cody Bradford shut down. It's not healing the way they thought, and so he is probably, you're looking at July at this point when he comes back. So that's Cody Bradford. So off to the great start, 3-0. Probably going to have to wait till about July to see him pitch in a major league game again. All right, next update. Josh Young. He's at least 6 weeks away from coming back. So now you're at May 20th. You look at that date, you're looking at July 4th. Now let's look at what Josh Young has done since February 15th. He immediately got hurt in spring training and missed 3/4 of spring training. So he didn't even have a spring training. Then he played in 5 games. Was it the 5th or 6th game?
I think it was the 5th game.
That he broke his wrist. So he didn't have spring training, had 5 baseball games, and then is going to be out April, May, and June. It's going to take him some time to get some reps in to play. So you're probably looking at after the All-Star break for Josh Young.
Can we talk about Josh Young for just a minute then?
Tell me about it.
By the way, Josh Young was at the Dallas Cars show.
Yeah, when was he there?
weekend.
I saw the pictures. Was it Saturday morning?
I think it was Sunday morning, actually.
Okay.
It was over the weekend, I bet.
Well, yeah, I know it was.
I agree with that. Yeah. But he just really loves cards. I saw some broken down numbers, and when we talk about him being the glue factor, all right, just the record when he starts. Rangers are 75-50.
Yeah.
When he doesn't, 38-45. But here, if you're like, hey, break it down a little bit more, here we go. The on-base percentage with him in the lineup, 341. Without him, 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 341. 320. The batting average without him, 247. With him, 268. And the runs per game, this is the biggest one. The Rangers are at 4.45 runs per game. Last year, 5.73.
Yeah.
Before Josh Young got hurt. It is, I mean, I know he's a quality player, but it is amazing the impact he made.
And you're not going to get him till after the All-Star break or maybe a hair before the All-Star break. That's just what we're dealing with. They're having the bone has to heal around the screws. And so it's just going to take more time than they thought. Remember when they went in there, they said, this is worse than we thought.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be probably more of after rehabbing. If everything goes well in rehab, you're probably looking at mid-July for Josh Young to rejoin the team. So you're going to have to go.
Then we go on our run, baby.
So here's the deal, too. Adolis is not moving well in the outfield this year. I don't know why.
You saw it. They took him out to get the MRI.
Because he got hurt on the collision, and luckily Simeon was okay. He looked like he took the worst of it the way he fell.
What a disaster that would be.
But so Simeon is okay. He played yesterday, but Adolis didn't. And we don't know the results, but having yesterday, the hope is this. Yesterday having off, hopefully getting positive results back, as in he's not hurt really.
Yeah.
With his injury, and having today off that he can play tomorrow in Philadelphia. That's the hope. But he's not moving well in the outfield this year. I think if you watch the Rangers, you've noticed Adolis is a Gold Glove caliber right fielder. This year, he's not covering as much ground. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's knees. I don't know. I have no clue. But I think you can look at the ground coverage that he has in right field versus what we've been used to, and it's not the same this year. And here's my wondering thought. This is only wondering. I don't know. Did Simeon go harder after that ball, thinking that Adolis isn't getting to that ball this year?
Maybe. Yeah, I can see that.
And so that's what caused the collision, is Simeon going, I got to try to get there because Adolis isn't covering as much ground as I'm used to. And so your brain goes into, I'm going to help him out. He's my brother. I'm going to help him out. He's not moving as well. I'm throwing this out there as a theory. And then you had a collision where now Adolis gets hurt because our outfielders aren't having a good year defensively. And last year, we don't think of it, but one of the major things that allowed the Rangers to win 90 games was the defense. It's gone away now.
Yeah.
It's not good. In fact, it's well below average this year. So now you're having hitting issues, which I think can eventually be corrected, as in you're not this bad. You're probably not as good as last year, but you're not this bad. But I don't know defensively what's going to be corrected, because right now it's not a good defensive team. And I thought losing 9-3 on Friday and the way they lost and how mad Bruce Bochy was after the game with the effort and energy and focus of this team, I thought, okay, it stinks they lost, but that's the wake-up call they needed.
Yeah.
They need something has to wake this team up. They're just kind of in this daze right now, and I thought that would wake them up, and it didn't. It took them 13 innings to beat the Angels, one game.
That game was amazing, by the way. Like, if you started watching it after the Mavericks game and you caught up with the last few innings, it was amazing, but obviously that didn't carry over to anything on Sunday.
Yeah. So anyways, it's not good. They're not this bad, but they are playing really, I mean, I don't know any other way to put it. They're not playing good baseball. I'll change my wording and say they are not playing good baseball. And I don't know when it's going to change. I know it will, but I don't know when.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out, did you make it all the way through the Stars game on Friday night / Saturday morning, and who do you want in the Western Conference Finals? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want everybody to be honest about this. Did you make it all the way through the Stars' goal? Let's go to cut number 13. Did you make it all the way to the end? Well, the Stars' second winning goal, and then the one that they actually decided to count.
He'll take it in front. It's available. Fought for. Loose. They score! It's Matt Duchene! He wins it in double overtime. And the Dallas Stars are on their way to the Western Conference Final.
I did really I gave props to Jared Sandler as well. I'll give props to you in a second. But he did say, I'm calling Matt Duchene with a game winner. So
because they cheated him.
They did.
Because I stayed up because I was texting you guys.
You were.
Hey, I said they already won. The refs just
did.
They stole the first overtime goal. And then They won again. So they won twice. Should have been final score 3-1 in double OT. They tried their best to let the Avalanche win.
Can we revisit then that moment that they stole it from us with Mason Marchmont's explanation of how the explanation he got from the referees?
Cut 16. This is humorous.
The explanation I got that Dutchie's ass was over the line. His feet were outside, but his ass was over the line. So that's the explanation I got. And then he got pushed in. Yeah, I think honestly they didn't want to make it a deciding goal, right? So, I get it, but I think, there's got to be some sort of, standard because, you can't push a guy into your own goalie and it be goaltender interference, right? So there's just got to be some sort of standard. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We got the job done and, it's awesome.
Here's what kind of sucks about sports, but is awesome about sports. The leagues understand there's a major entertainment factor to them.
Sure.
And they don't want a series to end on a replay where they said no goal and they call it a goal. If they say it's a goal and then they review it, well, there's been this big celebration. There's this moment where we saw the celebration and now we have 20 seconds later the ref saying, hey, we need to review it to make sure. But when there's no celebration and it's an immediate no goal, they're like, hey, entertainment-wise, I guarantee you they were like, oh, crap, we got it wrong. But they're like, we're not going to end a series because this is an entertainment factor. Yeah. So that's what stinks at times about sports is it's not supposed to be fair. It's supposed to be entertaining from a NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB standpoint. And so they knew that they got it wrong, but they're like, from an entertainment standard, we are not going to allow this to be the end of the series.
You know what was super entertaining to me? And Corey and I were talking about this before the show. I know everybody hypes up the NBA pre and post game show for good reason. The folks on the NHL set were ready to fight to the death over the legitimacy of this call. You had one person who was like, I think you look back at it, it's the right call. And another person's like, the hell are you talking about? And then another person was like, I think the refs got some action going in on this game. Like, they were ready to beat each other down in the first overtime intermission.
Yeah, and is it the one guy was like, is it Heinquist? He was
or Lung. Yeah.
Henrik, anyway, I got to go look at his name, and I'm sure Hockey Hawk's going to text me and be like, "Hey, idiot!" But it almost felt like he didn't want to say what he was saying.
Yeah, he's like,
I gotta go. It was the right
by the
call,
letter of the law. And other people are like, that dude pushed him into the goalie. What are you even talking about?
Yeah.
From the 9-0-3, I made it all the way through the game. My son and I stayed up until the end. The 9-0-3, I literally passed out 4 minutes before and woke up to the celebration. I mean, that sucks that you missed it, but at least you woke up and it's celebration that the series is over.
Yes.
Not you woke up and they're like, the Avs have forced game 7, and you're like, oh crap, what the hell happened?
I was up for all of it. I went to the gala on Friday night. We were able to escape, and I got home around sometime in the middle of the second period, late second period.
Did you think about walking over to this much ballyhoo
I
watch
absolutely
party?
did. We were in the design district, so it was a little further than a walkover.
Did you think about going to Mike's house?
I did not. I didn't know what he was. I felt like he might be busy because he had Rangers to do that day, right?
True.
So there was a lot going on there. But when we got home, instantly turned it on. Adrian fell asleep. And so whenever it happened, I jumped up, and I'm very used to this, having all these kids in the house, trying to be quiet and cheer for sports at the same time. I jumped up and did the, and she woke up and she was like, "Did we do it? What happened? Did we win? What's going on? We won the cup." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." Don't even ask questions.
That
anymore.
is a very similar reaction we got from Jess, because she was asleep in our bedroom and me and Brandon were watching it in the living room. And we're like, and you just heard from the distance, "Did we win?"
Yeah.
And that was pretty much it. I was like, we did.
Yeah, it was an absolute blast. Like it was intense hockey late in that game too. I mean, you did get the potential letdown moment of, wow, like that, like we just scored, but what's going on here? But then to finish it that way with Duchesne doing it too was awesome.
From the 469, I was at a casino in Vegas. The Avs fans were so mad at my yelling. Well, too bad. Your team lost.
I thought it was really cool when that happened. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know about Matt Duchene's career. So when I typed in eBay, Matt Duchene and his rookie card
So
came
he's a Colorado
out.
guy.
Colorado Avalanche, and he's in an Avalanche jersey. And I texted that to you guys. I was like, "This is awesome! He got him back."
Mike did text us that we scored in both overtimes, and that was funny too. Like that was a funny moment.
I told you I was already prepared if we lost that game to be like, for one of the first times in sports history, we advanced to a Game 7 despite one team already winning.
Yeah, it was wild.
Well, luckily, it did not come to this. And I want to point out one of the strategies that we had talked about throughout.
Stopping goals.
Well, that is true, by the way. Jay Cottinger, buddy.
Yeah, man. You got an otter moment.
After a playoff loss and on the road, the dude has been absolutely incredible. But one of the things, Corey, you brought up on Thursday or Friday was the idea of the Stars weren't really playing six defensemen. Like, Lundqvist was getting in the game, but he was playing, like 4 minutes or whatever. So they put in Alexander Petrovic, or Petrovich if you're fancy, and he played a lot. So Lundqvist, for example, he played 2.5 minutes in Game 5. On Friday, Petrovic played 9 minutes in regulation and another 7.5 minutes in overtime. Now, I realize you're talking about like your sixth defenseman, but that's something that you would want. And it's crazy. He hadn't played in a playoff game in 8 years. And his last regular season game was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And they're like, time to skate, buddy.
I know we kind of discussed it for a minute about that goal and we had the audio, but the part of being able to continue at a high level despite knowing you just had the game-winning goal.
Yeah.
And, I can't imagine. This goes back. Our 2011 World Series.
Right.
When Neftali Feliz gives up the home run and he mentally could not get back into the game.
Yeah.
And the Stars mentally got back into that game and finished it. Like, they didn't even look like anything affected them. If you just watch the play from, okay, fine, you guys did that, we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pressing you. We're going to keep going after you. That was amazing because I would have been let down. I would have been let down and feeling sorry for myself. Stars aren't in that place, man. That's an amazing place they are right now, and that's why I have them as continued to favor as to get the cup here.
And if you only watched like half of this game, what a shocking turn of events this might have been, or maybe you thought this was what was going to happen all along. The first two periods did not look super exciting for the Dallas Stars.
Because I wasn't watching. I was at the gala.
I was like...
Gala.
Yeah, I was at the Ranger game.
It felt like a Rangers game where once we gave up a goal, I was like, oh, we're going to lose. Because our offense was struggling. And then Jamie Bennett, bam, flipped the switch. They took over. It felt like from there, even though the game stayed tied for a long time, it felt then like the Stars were the better team because after the first two periods,
that Jamie Benn goal looked too easy too. Didn't it
really
Like
did.
it looked, he was just like, oh, by the way, gotcha. Even Duchene's goal. I know you got the goalie laying on the ground and everything. Those two goals just looked like they were wide open goals that were so much fun.
Yeah, the Jamie Benn goal was as you could say easy, which I would argue.
Just the way he
was so
skated
pretty,
into
though.
it. It was
was
beautiful.
so pretty. And the Dallas Stars advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Fun note for you about, or do you want to break something down here?
No, I have a Tanev note for you.
Oh, okay,
if you
great.
wanted this, Kevin. Against Eichel. Eichel, this was the
Eichel
Knights.
is Foghorn, or
this is the Knights series.
That's different.
Have you already had this note? Do you have this note?
No.
Eichel is Finkel. What is that?
No. Jack
That's
Eichel
Einhorn.
for the Knights.
Finkel is
when they had 5-on-5, 46 minutes with Tanev on the ice in those situations, Stars win 3-0.
Wow.
Tanev on the ice against McKinnon, 68 minutes, 5 versus 5, 3-1. When Tanev's on the ice, they shuts down whoever your best guy is. Maybe the Connor McDavid thing, we're okay.
Look,
maybe we're going to be all right if that happens.
If the Stars win the cup, I'm not saying that Tanev would win the Conn Smythe Trophy. I definitely think he should be in for consideration. I know Ottinger's in there. I know Wyatt's in there, but
that's where we give Jim Nill a bottle whatever, because that move has turned out to be phenomenal.
For sure. I think we should try to swim down to one of those, if they still have sunken pirate ships that still have booze on them. If you win the cup, let's put out an expedition team and see if we can get that done. For tonight, Edmonton, Vancouver, Game 7. Do you have a preference as to who the Stars play? See, I think that shrug makes sense.
In a weird way, I just want to see Connor McDavid play in a playoff series that I'm going to watch. I'm not saying I'm not going to watch tonight. I am going to watch, but it's just not going to be the same for me. Sure. I don't have the history, knowledge, all the things that you kind of need to really follow all the playoffs of a sport. So I'm like, man, if McDavid wins, I've seen how great he is. It would be really fun to get to watch him play against the Stars, and I'm hoping the Stars demolish him, and I only get to watch him play 4 games, but I'd want to see him play in the playoffs.
I will say I'm not too passionate about either way.
Yeah.
But I do think that really good goaltending can steal a game or two for you. And I think Vancouver has better goaltending.
Vancouver is going to be without one of their really good players.
Yeah, he's got blood clots.
Yeah.
That's a positive for you. They're a try-hard full team, whereas Edmonton is more like Colorado in a sense that they are going to be a top-heavy team. But I'm kind of with Mike on this, in that I want to watch us take on that guy. If he catches fire, though, and the team follows suit, that's trouble. But I'll take that, man. I'll look forward to that. I do believe, did we beat Vancouver a couple different times this year? Lost one of them.
You're 2-1 against them, maybe.
All right.
But also, like, it's the same thing that you run into the Mavs, is a lot of that stuff transpired before the trade deadline. And so I don't know how much stock you take in all of that, because that's what we talked about going into the Colorado series. And it turns out, well, you didn't really need to put a whole bunch of stock into that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're laughing.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No goal. They wave it off. No goal. He's outside the blue paint here. He is outside the blue paint.
Review the call on the ice stands. No goal.
Your mom stands.
Ridiculous. Also, did you ever used to think it was blue or red ice? Or did you always just think they painted the ice?
I mean,
I thought it was a mat underneath the ice.
I sent y'all a whole video on how it all done. It's all done. Like I showed y'all, it's just painted. You didn't watch the video?
No.
Tolo sent it to us.
Send it again.
Yeah.
You threw baseballs with him out in the yard out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He does the ice. He's a painter.
Man, you know what, Mike? Someday, when you learn more about our fan base, you're really going to be impressed and amazed by some of them.
He's a painter.
You're really going to be excited. So it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and why was it that official? I know we already talked about it, but even you hear on the air, the analysts were saying, like, I mean, he's not in the paint.
Yeah.
It looks like a good goal. And they're like, nope, stands. And they're like, oh. You know what I love, Corey? I didn't realize this until now. I love announcers in all sports when they backtrack after they thought it was a stupid call, and then the league backs up the call, and they're like, oh, you know, we looked at it more, and it seems as though maybe
I am kind of curious. Who does that help there? The league? Because it doesn't help your credibility on air.
Agreed.
Like, it just makes you look like, well, you know, I got it wrong. I thought I was right, and I got it wrong. And this is kind of to you, Mike. If you say something, hey, look, that's not the way that's supposed to be called. Do you then backtrack and go, you know what, I was wrong about that? Or you just go, I still think the league's stupid on this, and it should be called this way. And I don't know how, like, that. I don't know if that helps Bally or whoever. I don't know if it helps them. I don't know who it's helping.
It's almost the tough thing about reviews. We don't even get reviews right that much.
I
so
know.
what's the point of reviewing?
I know.
Like, I didn't realize this till the other day. The Rangers had to have a AAA umpire call balls and strikes, and it was worse than Angel Hernandez. And then I was told, well, look, they're not training these people anymore to call balls and strikes correctly because of the review system. All you got to do as a hitter or a pitcher is touch your cap and say, I don't think you got it right, which then takes pressure off of the umpires to even get it right in the first place. But we see in all other sports, hockey, basketball, and football, with the review system, they don't even care if they get it right or not. And then the weird thing is they just defend themselves in a weird way.
That's what I think. I think the league office backs them up way too much, and they're like, well, we can't make them look bad.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, great.
Even though I'll never, somebody on Twitter's like, you gotta, have your feet, this is when Twitter drives me insane, and just people in general, because I hate saying this, but my education in sports is just so much more that it's tough to have a conversation at times, because the person is like, no, you have to be still and have your feet established to draw a charge. And I'm like, no, you don't, dude. Have you not watched basketball at all in your life? Like, let's just take, for example, JJ Barea, when he's running on the side of a person and they kind of forearm him a little bit, and then he faked fly through the air and then draw a charge. He was running with the player in that moment. We've seen Josh Green, against Russell Westbrook, and you don't have to stop, hold your position for a second, and then hope the guy runs directly into you. That's not the rule at all, but it's just like, I'm like, I can't do this Twitter thing. Like, that's why I don't really do it anymore, is because I can't do it with these people. And there's really smart people on Twitter, but there's other people that don't really understand sports, don't really understand the rules of sports.
Right.
And then they're like, oh, I'm an expert on this. And I'm like, no, that's not the rule, dude. But anyways, I just think reviews have kind of made sports worse in a way.
Oh,
because you don't
if it's
just
going to
live
take
with the
that amount of
result.
time, at least get it right.
Yeah, because they're like, we got to have reviews to get it right. Well, we have reviews, and we're still not close to getting them right.
I want to go to...
Or they don't even allow it, right? Because, like, well, you only get two. If you get two
review
right,
that,
it's over from there. You're like, so you are making mistakes all over this place. We've reviewed it and shown you're making mistakes, but you can now make more mistakes without any repercussions? Yes, because we've decided that.
I'm going to go to cut number 18 because I definitely think we should consider the Denver Nuggets for Wanker of the Weekend.
It's stolen by Conley. He pickpockets Murray. He gets it off to Reed. Corner, Edwards, and shoots.
Now, that's part 1. Here's part 2, and then we'll play part 3. It was either 20-0 or 21-0. That's teams when they were up 15-plus points at halftime in Game 7.
And they had the 82%.
Yes.
Because they went up 3-2 in the series on the 2 when you're tied at 2 and you win Game 5.
And they blew it on both fronts.
Denver historic, man.
Which led to, let's go to cut number 24. This is a reporter asking a question to the Nuggets head coach. I'll let you decide how you think it went.
Well, how hard is it just to absorb a loss like this after going ahead by 20?
Next question, man. The season's over. That's what's hard. Being up 20. The season's over. You don't understand that. The season's over. It's hard. Stupid ass questions.
I don't think that was a stupid ass question. He was asking something about the game. Y'all were there, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. That's got to be difficult to look back and go, how did that all happen?
And I hear what he's saying about the season being over, but I also think you have to kind of factor in the historic nature of the collapse by the Denver Nuggets. Like, your season isn't just over. Like, if it was like Game 6 and you just got run from the jump, well, I guess after the first 4 minutes, by the Timberwolves, like, oh, well, what can you do? We got destroyed today. You were in control of this game completely in the first half. You collapsed in the third quarter, down the stretch. I love Nikola Jokic, but they had an opportunity in the last 50 seconds to get back in it. He was really lazy going up for a board, and Cat, I'm pretty sure his Cat, flew in and dunked it, and I was like, holy crap, that game is over.
Well, also, Caldwell Pope didn't box out.
That is true.
That was the major mistake, because then Jokic had no clue a dude was flying in from the wing because his other player had given up on the play. So there was a lot of give up, I think, in the end with Denver. I do think it's a valid question. It's a good question, and I do think this is not being an NBA player today, but this is a valid response to that. Guys, we have to realize that 20-point leads are not that valuable in our league anymore.
Right.
Is that look at Oklahoma City up 17 early in the third quarter, and look at, you can look at all of these games now in the history of basketball since Golden State broke the mold, right? You can't win by shooting this many threes. You will always die. And the history of the NBA suggests you will always die if you're run TMC. If you're the Dallas Mavericks with Dirk and Nash and Finley and Van Exel jacking up this many threes, you will lose. And then Golden State changed everything. And now that everybody has gone to somewhat that philosophy, you really, in a weird way, and this is tough to do, you need to be up by 30 or more points in the second half to kind of have a cruise to the rest of the victory. So if he would have answered it this way, hey, I get y'all's perspective on the history of the NBA. Start looking at the last approximate 10 years of the NBA. Us being up by 20 points or 15 points in the third quarter is nothing.
From the 903, I think I'm the wanker of the weekend for blowing all of my money at Choctaw.
What do you mean? You'll make money back.
It depends on how much money it was.
You're saying the casino one?
Did you have? Yeah, who could believe it? Oh. Did you at least have fun? What's fun worth for you? Like, if you go to the casino and you lose like $100,
I guess that's okay.
Are you like, I had a lot of fun playing the games and everything? What's a fun level worth?
I'm not okay with it.
Okay.
That's why I don't gamble much. Like, I can't remember. I lost like $60 when we went to Vegas for the Super Bowl playing, games. And I was like, it still felt like I lost $60 for nothing. But I did entertain myself to the point of I was hitting a button for a couple hours.
And plus they trick it up. They're like, here, look at all these amazing things you might have won.
You win just enough to keep you going. Like, no, I've won before. I can do it again. Then the dice screw you over again.
That's true.
It's like they know the odds. I don't know how they did this, but it's like Las Vegas knew how to stack the odds just in enough percentage points that they will always win. How did they do that?
There are some video poker machines that I get it. They're like, hey, if you get 3 bars or 3 wheels, you get to spin the wheel. But there's sometimes when it's like, hey, you got 4 bars and a joker, you win nothing. And then on the next spin, it's like, you got a 6, a whale, a 17. They're like, you just won $8. And I'm like, wait, what?
How does this work?
Why are all the matching ones? They're like, that counts for nothing. This one right here, boom.
Yeah, I do think there is a level of fun that you can have for how much money you lose along the way. But it is the next day that you're definitely as much money as you lose. If you lose $1,300, you're going to sit back and go,
yeah.
Did I have $1,300 worth of fun? And I think that a lot has to happen. You have to have a hangover type night, you know? Like one of those movies where you're just like, that's a story I'll tell forever. It's invaluable.
Do you think, let me ask you this then, because I want to go back to the Rangers.
It also depends on how much money you have.
Did they have a lot of fun in The Hangover?
Yes.
Or were they worried half the time that their friend was dead?
Look, just because they couldn't remember the fun they had doesn't mean they didn't have the fun. It all came back to them as things went along, and the story was amazing.
Are the Texas Rangers the wanker of the weekend, or maybe the week? Because Mike was talking about it, but 2-7 in their last 9 games, and they're 1-5 against the Angels and Rockies, who are combined 33-59. Do we have to put the Rangers down on that list, or are you like, they're the defending world champions?
You're going to lose 60 or more baseball games, even if you're a great team for the most part. But right now, the way they're losing is very frustrating because at times you're not really, you're not playing up to your standard of talent. Let's just be honest. The talent of Simeon, Seager, I know Adolis didn't play yesterday, but Adolis, Lowe, you still have Tavares, you still have Evan Carter's coming back and he's only 21, and maybe we've just put way too much expectations, and you can blame me for it, way too much expectations on Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, and they're not able to help this team right now, and maybe they will in the second half of the season. I don't know, but I will say this, you're just not playing up to the standard of your name.
Agreed.
And so because you're not playing up to that standard, and then you're playing such below average defense from what we saw last year. And then look, the pitching staff is what it is with the injuries and the guys that are in the pen right now asking to do certain jobs. They're just not, they're just not good enough to do that job.
I agree.
And so, okay, fine. You can get away with that if the other all-stars are playing to their standard. If your all-star guys that are position players are hitting and playing defense to their standard, you'll still win these games against the Angels and the Rockies, but they're just not.
Now, Corey, you might need to communicate with this person directly from the 469. My friend is wanker of the weekend. He's going to wait until after the series to sell all his Anthony Edwards rookie cards. Does that mean he thinks they're going to win? Because that is a little bit confusing unless you think they're going to get worked by the Celtics.
So here's the thing.
Pacers.
If the Mavericks win, then it's a down trend for
Now it's
him.
time to buy.
So that would be the time. I should have bought before the playoffs.
Probably.
That's when I should have started buying those. If the Timberwolves win, you can sell them, and it might be a great deal. Because maybe he loses to Boston, the number goes down. But I would hold him on to next year because I don't think he's going away for a while.
Yeah, if the Timberwolves win this series, it just probably depends too on what you think is going to happen in the finals. But if you think the Timberwolves are going to win, oh my God, you should definitely keep all those cards and wait until they win the title, then sell them all because you'll get the inherent dip that you get in the offseason and do it just like that. But
maybe there won't be a dip with Anthony Edwards.
It could be because he's so young, and you know what the other thing?
He's a good-looking guy. He has the commercials. He's a
pop
movie
culture
guy.
right there.
And let's face it, he's the only American that's great at basketball right now.
That's true.
Giannis, Jokic,
in your face,
Luka,
Tatum,
and
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander,
Derrick Jones Jr.
But and Tatum, and he has I don't know. Tatum doesn't seem to have in a way the personality.
It's the pop culture element because when people compare him to Jordan, it's not just how good you are. It's also that everybody cares about you, and people care about Anthony Edwards one way or another. Like, take a look at it. He shot terribly in the game yesterday, but guess what? He had a huge 3 and they won the game, and he waved bye-bye to the crowd and got into a dust-up with Jokic, and people are like, that. I want to see that. I want to talk about that.
Yeah, he backs it up.
Yeah.
He backs it up the right way.
They're in the conference
He knows
finals.
he's got the team with him too. Like he knows he's got the bullies that he can take with him into this battle.
I mean, it'll be a lot of talk here, but just a preview of the next 4 months till we get to next year, and hopefully we're the defending champs in basketball. But my gosh, the young talent in the Western Conference.
It's unbelievable.
Like, you're here. I don't know if you're going to get back because of how tough it will be in the Western Conference for the next 5 years at least.
Just look at the team you just beat, and everyone's like, well, OKC is definitely going to win a title. And I'm like, maybe, but there's also the Timberwolves who have plenty of young players in their roster. And hopefully the
Luke
Mavericks.
is younger than Shea.
Yes.
Lively is 20 years old, and I don't know if we're talking about him today, but
we are.
Okay, he is freaking just getting better and better as these playoffs are going.
Noon o'clock, we will talk about him. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Only the Browns could run afoul of a jeans company. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Browns with touchdowns on their last two possessions. Deflected, picked off, and taken back by Newsome. Newsome stayed in bounds. Touchdown. Wow.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where Mike's always got a lot of things going on. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Deep.
Here we go.
Son of a gun. I have to deal with this crap all week. By the way, let's talk about genes.
Wait, like DNA?
No.
Gene
Genes with a J.
Steratore.
Gene was with
Gene
a J.
Mock.
No.
Genie Bus.
Ooh.
That is with a J. Jeans like the pants?
My Adrian's
I used to like
cousin.
that song, Baby's Got Her Blue Jeans On.
How's that go?
Lord have mercy, baby's got her blue jeans on.
Great song.
My
I can find it.
Adrian's cousin is married to a woman named Blue Jean.
No.
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Like
She's
first
fantastic.
name Blue, middle name Jean?
I think it's just like Blue Jean, yeah. You know what?
Well,
I'll be honest, I haven't asked that
doesn't
question.
like famous actors and actresses call their kids Apple and stuff like that?
Pilot Inspector.
Pilot Inspector. That's
Yeah.
a dope name.
Weirdos.
I just envision that person like scrolling through a dating app and they're like, oh, Blue Jean.
Who came up with the first names?
God. Or Adam.
Yeah, kind of Adam.
Adam was like, I'm Adam?
Yeah.
I think God called him Adam. And then, but when he created all of the animals and all the stuff, he's like, I'm too tired. Adam, you do it.
You think of the animals were like stupid name and like trotted off?
Probably wasn't too tired, but he did give Adam the responsibility of calling a lot
I think
of
all the animals could talk and they were like, I'm a beaver. Just saying. Hey, so let's talk about jeans. The Cleveland Browns put out their schedule release video.
Let's go.
And Cale Schwartz took to Twitter to say the Browns blatantly ripped our video off like a lot. Complete copy. Let me explain. And last year, they released the Muggsy Jeans ad with Pete Weber. Who knew that Muggsy Jeans was a thing? Maybe you did. I did not.
I figured they were the jeans that the Carolina Panthers quarterback wears.
Because you think he's really short, like Muggsy Bogues, is what I'm going to decide that is in reference to. But yes, the Cleveland Browns have run afoul of the jeans company that has a robust just under 3,000 followers.
Man, good for them.
Yeah.
Way to run afoul against a jean company.
I haven't watched one of these
schedule
releases. I don't plan to ever watch one my whole life. So they can do whatever they want. I won't see it, and I'm not going to try to see it.
Okay. Is that just for football, or is that all schedule release?
All schedules.
I want to see a baseball schedule release of like 4 hours long.
Yeah, football's the only one that does this, and I get it because of their popularity, but like I don't care.
And their schedule's not 162 games long. So
that's why I want to see an Oppenheimer-esque schedule release.
Yeah. Do you like blue jeans?
I love them.
Yeah?
I do too. I do understand when people are like, if you're hanging out at home with your jeans on, like who are you trying to impress?
That's a good point. That is a good point.
I understand that line.
Usually I get home immediately into my comfortable shorts or pants, like some sort of like nighttime pants. Yeah.
Do you think jeans or khakis are more comfortable?
I think if you're the right fit, the khakis can be very comfortable.
I think
you definitely have to wear underwear with those, though.
We've done such a great job in the last 20 years of making pants comfortable.
Pants are so actually good, yeah.
Do you remember Dockers when you were kind of more like a teenager, like in the 80s and 90s? They were not comfortable. And jeans were tighter, like as in they weren't as flexible.
Yeah.
Now we have a lot more flex in our jeans. Our
Good
pants,
job,
there's more
pants
stretch to them. Yeah, there's more stretch.
Our pants are lighter. Like I get those Under Armour khakis, like their golf ones. They're great. They're very comfortable.
Dude, the khakis that we had back in the day, you felt like if you started walking in them, you were walking in armor. Like you felt like it was a night suit that you were wearing.
And they made you hot.
So yeah.
They were thick.
Yeah.
It's like I live in Dallas, not North Dakota. Like these are.
You think they're supposed to make region exclusive jeans?
They do that now. So they make thicker jeans for like colder weather. And then they're like, these are summer jeans.
Okay. I like it. Now, some other people have reported about how a different player on the Chiefs is the worst human who has ever lived in the history of mankind. In the meantime, Rashee Rice will attend and participate in Chiefs OTAs. So we'll see if that anywhere near that same level of outrage is there for him participating in these OTAs. Let's go from that to Fanatics filed a lawsuit against Marvin Harrison Jr. We talked about this because they said breach of contract while Harrison's team says they have no contract. The lawsuit states from Fanatics that they had an autograph agreement dating back to last May that's worth more than $1 million. And so while Harrison hasn't signed in with certain aspects of the NFLPA, Fanatics is like, no. We had I think it's a deal memo that they had signed, and they were like, that is legally binding.
A deal memo?
I believe that was the terminology that was used.
Interesting. And so $1 million, and he didn't want to just pay that outright. Like that's not something. So he's gonna have to.
And I don't know if he's gotten any of that money or what the deal is. I think right now they're just filing breach of contract.
Okay,
but we'll see how that story advances. Let's talk about Dak Prescott. Something super cool about Dak Prescott.
This is cool.
Okay, so you're familiar with the story.
I'm not.
Okay. It is a positive, not making fun of, not here we go, anything like that. The NFL had announced Eduardo Flores as the International Fan of the Year earlier this year. And the 24-year-old, he came up from Mexico, thought the highlight of the event was going to be the chance to announce a day 3 pick for the Cowboys in the NFL draft. He made a comment before that pick talking about how Dak Prescott saved his life. And he talked about he'd had tragedy, battled mental health issues and everything. And he just thanked Dak Prescott for saving his life. And so on Friday, Flores was a special guest of Dak during his Faith Fight Finish Foundation Gala, which was held in Dallas. And I just think that's really cool. And that Dak was like, hey, your life has clearly been touched just like my life has been touched. And we appreciated the I think it was last year, Dak Prescott was on with us as part of the I'm Listening, mental health special that went nationwide. So I very much appreciate all of the discussion and work that he does with mental health organizations.
This is where it is kind of difficult to, like, in this world to juggle this, but I think we have a definite separation between Dak the person and Dak the outcome on the field a lot of times, and we can be frustrated by the things that happen on the field. The other part of it is you got a dude that does things like this. And it's not infrequent that he does stuff like that.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that, Dak.
And I thought that was really cool. Do you care at all that David Johnson retired after 8 NFL seasons, former All-Pro, 7,000 yards from scrimmage, 58 touchdowns? Or are you like, was he still in the NFL?
I had no clue he was still in the NFL.
Neither did I. He last played a regular season game in 2022. Made the announcement on Instagram. Is that a valid announcement, or are you like, the league decided you were retired?
I think it's a valid announcement.
I still haven't retired.
Like if Mike went out today and was like,
file my paperwork.
I've decided to officially retire, and he files his paperwork. Does it cost you anything to file it?
No, nothing. I was just like, no, I don't need to file paperwork. Nobody wants me.
I know when I'm done. But with David Johnson.
Nobody wants David Johnson. You don't need to announce it. Nobody wanted you.
He was for 1 year.
Other people need to announce retirements. People that are good. Michael Young, when he retired from baseball, he needed to announce it because there's like 3 teams that really wanted him to keep playing. Right?
Yes.
Like, I feel like that's when you need to go, hey, guys, I get I'm getting phone calls. I get you want me to play. I'm retiring. When nobody wants you to play anymore, you don't really need to announce it. The world has announced it to you. You are done.
He had one great year, right? 1,200 yards, like 16 touchdowns. Like it was, and he looked like they were going to give him the ball on every play.
And he was nothing compared to Jim Otto. That's Mr. Raider. Unfortunately, he passed away at the age of 86. He was first team All AFL 9 times, then transitioned over to the merger. Then he was first team All-Pro, second team All-Pro in 1972, made the 100th anniversary all-time team.
And he retired today too?
He retired yet for good yesterday.
Oh, my apologies. I misheard that.
He died. He was 86. Man, good for him if he could still play at 86.
What age, I feel like this is a Kevin question. What age will you feel like you won life, that you got enough life on Earth? What's your over-under number?
I think once you get to 75, I feel like I did it. Once you get past 80, I definitely think you're winning.
So at 75, that's when you just kind of put it in neutral and roll it off into the ocean.
Well, look, the good news is, too, like, you can probably do more stuff, and they're like, oh, that person's just grouchy and old. And
don't you want many years to be able to do that?
I mean, that's
to be
why
the
I
grouchy.
am the way I am right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, he just turned 20 a few years ago. But does Derek Lively already kind of look like one of these stud NBA players? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
2 of them put together.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Derek Lively here, but want to remind everybody this Saturday, come hang with us at Revolver Brewing in Granbury. I'm going to be there. Corey's going to be there. Broadus, Bobby, Reggie. Probably more folks are going to be added as the week goes along, but you also have an opportunity to stop by and pick up a free Brew Crew pint glass that says Tolo on the side. Nice. It looks awesome. Saturday from 1 to 4 at Revolver Brewing in Granbury.
I love this. I still have my last glass, so I'm looking forward to this new glass that we have here. I'm excited about it.
Now, I might have said years, and if I did in the tease, I apologize. Words have been a struggle for me today. He just turned 20 a few months ago.
Right.
Let's play. I highlighted this fella right here who was awesome yesterday.
4 minutes to go here in the opening quarter of Game 6. The Mavs leading 3 games to 2. Lively on the cut and the finish.
You got it. It was this weekend. Look, I'm just going to stop talking right after this. Derek.
Wow.
Lively.
Come on.
Let's talk about his game. Let's talk about his series, his maturation, and who does he look like? Because people have already started to make some unbelievable comparisons, and I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Derek Lively is the third rookie since 1970-71 to post back-to-back postseason double-doubles off the bench. The other two, Robert Parrish and Charles Barkley. That's a pretty awesome class to be in. And then Jason Kidd said, I thought he did an incredible job of imitating Moses Malone.
Oh, my gosh.
That is like unbelievably high praise for somebody who is 20, looked unbelievable on Saturday.
And a lot of people gave him absolutely no chance to even play in the NBA when he was drafted. Mike?
I didn't think he was going to be good. I wanted Cason Wallace. And they ended up
Cason Wallace is good, but
Wallace is good.
They traded. It was interesting because Oklahoma City does have to look at it and go, now, if there wouldn't have been a trade available, the Mavs would have just taken Derek Lively. I think people need to realize that. It wasn't like, oh, no, they weren't going to get him. They'd have been like, well, if you're not going to trade with us because we know he's going to fall a couple more spots, we're just going to have to take Derek Lively here. They weren't going to take Cason Wallace. But I just think his improvement, first 2 games of the series at Oklahoma City, you lose 1, you win 1. Total, I'm going to give you total, 4 points, 8 rebounds in those 2 games total.
Oof.
Last 2 games, 23 points, 25 rebounds.
Woo.
In the last 2 games of this series, in Game 5 and in Game 6, obviously both in wins. His improvement in that series and somewhat throughout the playoffs, we are having on Danny Green later on in the show. And I kind of asked, hey, when would he maybe get over kind of this rookie? This was early on in this series because he wasn't doing very much, and you could see the nerves were getting to him. By the way, he was 2 of 10 in the first 2 games of this series from the field. So you look at him now, and he's shooting his free throws with more confidence.
Yes.
Too, after getting the hack-a-lively, whatever you want to call it. I'm just looking. He is 7 for his last 9. At the free throw line in the last 2 games,
Which
7 for 9.
Isn't insane as like a baseline for free throw shooting, but for him, that's tremendous.
This is just outstanding. I don't know. I don't know about Moses Malone. He ended up being one of the top 20 greatest basketball players of all time, and I hope that's the case. And the game was very different back then.
But just in that game, I like that he looked like freaking Moses Malone out there.
So it's been great. And is he going to have a huge challenge? He is. He's going to be guarding Karl Anthony Towns. He's going to be guarding Rudy Gobert. When I say guarding, it's not going to be guarding so much. You don't worry about his offense, but he's going to have to try to match Rudy Gobert and what he can do possibly in the series coming up. But his potential is just so high. Because my son was asking me about Gafford and Lively, and I said, we need both. I don't care who starts, to be honest. I'm sure the players do a little bit. But to have both of those guys as the combination, and now Derek Lively, as the series progressed, he became the more valuable piece. And it doesn't mean that Gafford might not be more valuable in this upcoming series. I don't know. They're both going to be super valuable. But Lively, all of a sudden, as the series progressed, became the better player of the two.
Yeah, I was discussing this with Kevin before the show. There is a possibility that if they're not in foul trouble late in the game, we do see both of these guys on the court at the same time because they have to defend two big guys. It would be fascinating. But Mike, you were pointing out earlier, our center is asked to go out and defend the three-point shooter a lot of times. Just go be the guy that puts a hand in front of that shot. Just try to do something. You can't just let it be a wide open shot, and it happens. But in this matchup, like we don't have a guy that matches up well with Naz Reid. We don't have a guy that matches up well with Towns if they're all on the court together. So that being said, Derek Lively's entire approach has been, let me absorb whatever I can. I just want to be able to compete with these guys because Luka's great. He knew that Luka was great, and he is just every step of the way he's developed and worked on something to get better through the season.
So, it's interesting, and I'm not taking this off topic too much because we're talking about center play and Derek Lively and what the Mavs had to do to get this right. They finally made the decision. It only took them 8 years. But after 8 years, they said,
this is important.
Center is kind of important in this league. And people have kind of said, center isn't as important. And if you looked at Golden State was really the only team to make it not important. And so you just looked off of this one dynasty and said, center's not important. But look at what you're about to have to go against. Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, Naz Reid. You have two legitimate good centers. Look at Chet Holmgren, and then they have the other Williams, who's an okay back. He's a good backup, an average role player, but a good backup. The league is all about big guys. Now, they're different. They stretch the floor, or they're just unbelievably athletic. But if you do not have big guys, you will die in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. And you have Jokic, obviously, who just got knocked out, but he's a 3-time MVP. As much as we want to eliminate height in this league and go, it's all wings, you have to have 7-footers on your team. And the future of the NBA, yes, it's Anthony Edwards, it's Luka Doncic, it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's these guys that handle the ball a lot, right around 6'6". But if you don't have a couple of good 7-footers, you will lose in the playoffs. And so the Mavericks have them. Minnesota has the most in the three you just named. And they are so unique that they can play all three on the court at the same time. And that's where we've mentioned Maxi Kleber being hurt is really going to hurt you in this series, because in a way, Oklahoma City would kind of play small to help you out. They couldn't put two big guys on the court at the same time. They did it a little, but not a lot. And now you're going to have to play almost at all times with kind of two centers on the other team playing. So Lively and Gafford are going to be huge, especially defensively. They can't stretch the court. I wonder, when you mentioned again, Lively and Gafford might need to be on the court at the same time. I get it from a defensive perspective, but now it kills your pick and dive to the basket game, because the other, where's Lively and Gafford going to stand if they're both on the court and one of them isn't picking? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it just keeps Rudy Gobert. He's just going to stand there underneath the basket and go, I don't care. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, bring it.
And so I think that you are going to still play. You need to play with one at all times. And then it'll be interesting in this series. I'm going to throw this back to Lively here. Do you think Lively or Gafford will have a bigger impact in the conference finals, and why?
I think it's going to be Lively, just because this might be based off some hope and projection. Okay. You look at his last two games, and I think he might be a better matchup fit. And plus, I think analytically, you might look at the plus minus a little bit and be like, he's having a bigger impact on these games. Like, for example, Luka stepped out and he said it was plus 26, but he said plus 25, 26 in a playoff game. It's insane, man. He's been doing this while being a rookie. He has unbelievable potential. I'm glad the Mavs drafted him. So I'm going to lean toward Lively, but I'm not saying like by a good margin.
And I also don't want to do this. I love Gafford. And Gafford needs to be here until he can't play basketball anymore.
Yeah.
Like once his career hey, if we're going to keep Dwight Powell until he's 64 years old and then really hits your social security numbers and everything, then we can keep these guys around until they're 35.
Fact.
Daniel Gafford was a minus 25. But he didn't feel like a minus 25 player. Like it so happened early on in the game when Oklahoma City was draining threes left and right. You were turning the ball over, and let's face it, Gafford wasn't guarding the 3-point line. It wasn't his fault. He was having to protect the paint. And then when it came to turnovers, he wasn't the guy with the ball in his hand to turn over the basketball. So he was just on the court when the Mavs were playing their worst basketball.
And can I tell you the other thing that I do really like about Lively? I think, and I realize he's not the person you would think to as the go-to, but you've seen multiple times he's calling the team over. Like whether you're lining up for a free throw or they're reviewing a call or whatever, you see Lively like calling the team over. He wants to be one of those dudes.
We talk about this in the football draft because they make the quarterbacks or the linebackers that are going to be defensive leaders know all the defenses, know all the offenses, know how to get their guys lined up in the right position, preset. I guess the Mavericks this is stuff that we don't know. When we're looking at an NBA draft coming up, and I don't even know if we're going to look at it because the Mavs don't have any picks, but when you look at it, you just look at the video of the games played.
Yeah.
I wonder how educated Lively was when they interviewed him going, hey, he really knows where guys are supposed to be defensively. Because at 19, 20 years old, you shouldn't be able to call the guys together and go, hey, make sure that they're hanging around the corner over there or they're doing this. If we just switch this, we got it. Because usually you're going to be quiet and let your other guys do it. But he does, to your point, seem to have a very good education on rotations, where they're trying to get to, where they want the ball to be. And so just a tremendous job of the growth. And then I loved him just kind of pointing up to heaven because obviously he lost his mom a couple months ago.
Did you see the quote they asked him? And he said, love you, mama, miss you, mama, just sit back and watch.
Yeah.
And that was a really, I mean, not that you're not rooting for him anyway, right?
Yeah.
But like, that just makes him like, you really want to see him succeed. And you know who else wants to see him succeed? The dictionary.
Okay. I'm interested in your piece.
I'm looking forward to hearing how Merriam-Webster
added to their dictionary yesterday. Well, they tweeted this out.
Wasn't there like a former offensive lineman on that show too?
What? Are you talking about the show Webster? Not the show Webster.
Wasn't it Dick Butkus?
No, he was on another one.
It's Merriam-Webster, the dictionary, added yesterday, or excuse me, Saturday. My bad, I'll get it right eventually. Lively, adjective, quick to rebound.
Alex Karras.
Yes, Alex Karras in Webster. There you go.
Apologies.
And so Merriam-Webster sent out a tweet this weekend, lively, quick to rebound, resilient. And so it was
Put it in the dictionary because of him?
I mean,
it's never been there before.
They tweeted it out. And so, I don't think they added the quick to rebound.
Hold on, were they
Does
trying
anybody buy a dictionary
That's
anymore?
what they were trying to do. They were trying to get people to they were trying to get people to read the dictionary. They were like, "Hey, let's take advantage of this moment. Derek Lively, let's do this."
If I go to Barnes and Noble, how many dictionaries do they have there? They probably have some. Do people buy dictionaries? My mom
I don't know.
Did mom always tell you to look it up in the dictionary?
Yes.
And you're like, Mom, please just help me this one time.
Or the encyclopedia
thesaurus.
had all the information.
My teachers were always telling me, here's your thesaurus. Just keep it around.
I can remember as a kid, which people that are young listening right now, I can remember multiple times people in our house trying to sell the whole encyclopedia.
Yes.
I know, and we bought it.
The whole thing? Dude, you guys
when I was cleaning out,
it's like you bought the internet.
It was the green and white ones.
Your parents bought the 1980s internet.
Yeah.
It was 26 books or 30 books.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like the S's were 2 to 3,
Yeah.
2 volumes. Yeah.
But my grandparents, whenever
summarize
we
it.
cleaned out their house, they had 2 different years. They had 71 and 76. I was like, what? Why did y'all buy them again?
Because they add stuff.
I mean, there was things that happened in that 5
but
years.
But they didn't
Who
buy
won the
80.
1973 World Series? We don't know that in the 71 encyclopedia.
It's not like
I
they
don't know that
update it
now.
every year. You know, like when we get Java updates all the time,
days.
right?
The A's were really good in the early 70s.
What-
They were at
what-
the Oakland Coliseum.
What has happened? And then we get this in the 3-2-1. I've not heard this before. Dictionaries are a scam. They make up new words just to keep selling them.
100%.
To Mike's point about buying new dictionaries.
Yeah, because then you tell me it's not a word, but then Webster gets to make up all his words.
Constantly.
And Miriam. We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited for this segment. Mavs and Stars thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of your cap after a double Western Conference Finals advancing weekend? We'll do it next, right here on The Fan.
halftime experts.
Irving got a shot blocked. Gathered by Jones with one to shoot. Jones makes it as the buzzer sounds. What a series for Derek Jones. 5-point game.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Stars thank you notes. First time ever in the city's history. Both have made it to the Western Conference Finals. They're still alive, still playing, getting ready for the Timberwolves, and then either the Canucks or the Oilers will find that out tonight. Who deserves a tip of your cap? Also want to hear from you on the franklinfirm.com text line 877-881-1053 to let us know.
How about
tonight's referees in the Vancouver and Edmonton game, that they're going to send it in a triple, maybe even quadruple overtime?
That would be awesome.
I'm going to give them a thank you note for that.
I think the person that has gotten the most criticism in 2023-24, and that would be Jason Kidd, deserves a thank you note.
Jason Kidd, and this is wild to me.
Or a letter or whatever.
Jason Kidd is the only Mavericks coach ever to make it to the conference finals multiple times.
Wow, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, George McLeod being the first.
Was it John?
John McLeod.
Yes.
John McLeod. He'd made it with Phoenix before. Yeah, and then you had Don Nelson.
Yep.
And you had Rick Carlisle.
Avery.
Oh, yeah, Avery. Yep, Johnson. And so now.
And then this is
Jason Kidd twice. That's amazing. I never thought that this was the only guy to do it twice, because obviously Dirk had gone multiple times, but with 3 different coaches.
Exactly. And Jason Kidd has done it now twice in the last 3 years. So he's the 10th coach in franchise history, the only one to make it to the conference finals multiple times. He deserves plenty of thank yous.
I will say, yes, there is a method to his madness. Do I disagree with some of his madness? I do, but I'm just a fan. He has done a tremendous job. Now, I guess we're going to lose game 1, because that's the method to his madness, is you lose game 1 to make the adjustments for game 2.
And that's for both of them, right?
Yeah.
For both the Mavs and the Stars.
But for Jason Kidd's career, even making it to the conference finals in 2022, he would lose game 1 every time.
Yes.
And then he's lost game 1 every time here.
Yes.
But he makes major adjustments.
He does.
Or I shouldn't say major. He makes the necessary adjustments to then either win game 2 or really compete in game 2 and figure out how to get back into a series.
It's the same thing with DeVore. Literally neither one of them, I believe, have ever won a game 1.
Oh, really?
Here. Yes.
Yeesh.
Which is crazy.
It's going to happen one day.
This day?
Not this day.
Oh, because
neither a team's playing tonight.
I got you.
So Wednesday is Mavs and Thursday is Stars. Is that right?
Friday is Mavs, and then Saturday is Stars, and then Sunday is Mavs.
So it's just one day off the rest of the way?
Yep.
Okay.
This is amazing. All we get to do is be involved in sports every night.
I love it.
I mean, we could do that with baseball, but
true. Hey, by the way,
we'll just have to.
Somebody asked this, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for this from the 214. Do we give Kevin a thank you note for allowing the Rangers to have a major slump at the perfect time for 2 playoff runs? You're welcome.
Because there was an alternate world.
They're going to get out of this slump.
Yeah, dude, there was an alternate world where the Rangers would be fine.
Now, can you promise me the date they're going to start playing good baseball?
How cool do you think it is that the Stars and Mavs are doing this right now?
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, right? How much cooler would it be if the Rangers were also on fire on a 7-game win streak right now?
You're definitely right.
This whole city would be like, you know what? That's amazing. And they would probably credit you if you'd been pushing for that.
Well, at the risk of pressing my luck, I tell you the Rangers are not going to get out of this slump, but both the Stars and the Mavericks are going to win the championship.
I do Ranger games now for a living somewhat, and I will take that. If we win...
Oh, there you go!
If the Dallas Stars and Dallas Mavericks win the whole freaking thing, and you have 3 championships, but the Rangers end up not making the playoffs, and in September they're not playing meaningful baseball, I will be just okay going, all right, now let's make the adjustments in the offseason, because we had some sort of deal that Kevin made, not me, but Kevin made for these 2 championships, because Jerry made one and it is living forever. And so
my deal is a friendly one.
Okay.
I have not had to sacrifice any future success or anything. This has come up a lot, and I'm certainly inclined to agree with this. From the 903, PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr. deserve a tip of your hat for the entire season series against OKC.
PJ was mine.
Yeah.
That's my thank you note. The dude walked into this place as we have no clue what we're going to get out of him. Most of the end of the season, we were like, we don't really know.
Inconsistent offensively, consistent defensively. We know defensively what he's going to give you. We just had no clue offensively what he would give you.
And he's giving you that same consistency on defense and flexibility defensively.
Yes.
I mean, we've talked about it with him and Derek Jones Jr. It was almost like back in the day, Bullock and Dorian were interchangeable, and these two guys are our interchangeable wing pieces. But, dude, those were clutch free throws that he made.
Oh, my God, yes.
Getting in the line and making those, and let alone missing on purpose the way he did. Like, I know.
Yeah, last time he tried to miss on purpose, he made it.
Yeah. So
in the same series.
That's true.
So
he missed the one he wanted to make and made the one he wanted to miss.
So, like, that whole thing that he did there, and, you know, he made a couple of big threes in that game late, too. He had been virtually... He was. You didn't see him on the score sheet at all, and then late in the game he's there for you and reliable. And Luka trusts him.
I find it so cool that he's from here too.
Yeah,
I think my son even didn't know that. My 14-year-old, I said, you know what's cool about PJ Washington? He grew up here. He's like, really? And I'm like, I guess because he wasn't, let's say, Anthony Black or Cason Wallace, maybe recent or like that 5-star, like, and he was
or
a
even
really good
Perry
player.
Jones back in the day. Remember how huge he was going to be?
Yeah, so I just think that
he went to prime prep.
He's playing for his hometown team, Emmanuel Mudiay. Remember that name?
Yes. Oh, man, I thought that kid was going to be awesome.
But it's just so awesome that he's doing it for the team he grew up with. There was the picture of when he was like a young teenager with JJ Barea. And so it's really cool for him. And I was nervous when they fouled him, when they said, okay. And I was like, he's going to make one, right? Like that was my thought is like, he's going to make one. At least we're going to tie it, right?
That first free throw didn't do anything to make you less nervous. I know it went in.
No, it did not.
There was a little bit of not GOAT in the greatest of all time, but there was a little bit of, because my son was like, I can't believe it. And then they show the replay and you're like, yeah, PJ Washington, this is how I want the Cowboys linebackers to play. Before, when the ball wasn't in bounds and he just ran over Lou Dort with full force to give them a free point. You're like, oh, dude, man, you can't do that in this situation. So, like, there's this moment of PJ Washington making a major mistake just a few minutes / only seconds in the game before getting that 3-point shot to get fouled and then draining the two he needed to drain.
You're going to love one of these texts that comes up in just 1 second. But Derek Jones Jr., before this playoff started, he had never had double digits in a playoff game ever.
And he played in how many with Charlotte?
Ooh,
I'm 3?
not
four,
a lot.
I guess 4. They
not
probably
a
got
lot.
swept.
Games 4, 5, and 6 against OKC. He scored 17, 19, and 22. So going into this playoffs, limited experience, never hit double digits. The last 3 games of this series averaging just a touch over 19 points. Which
did he have 0 going into the fourth quarter and then had 9 in the fourth, or did he have 2 going into the fourth?
Derek Jones Jr.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were still talking about PJ Washington.
Derek Jones
I'm
Jr.
sorry.
And then I wanted to throw this one out there from the 806. Over the last 25 years, Miriam Adelson has a deeper playoff run as a DFW team owner than Jerry Jones.
Okay.
So thank you to her.
We don't even need to talk about the Cowboys right now.
I like it.
I would also have we thanked Nico?
You know, all of these things are not ever going to change Jerry either. He's still so rich.
Have we thanked Nico Harrison?
We should.
Because the vision that he had for this team, I really don't know what it was. But because going into the season, you're like, Grant Williams, all right, well, I mean, hopefully he can be this, and he wasn't. And you're
I
like,
totally
oh my
forgot
gosh,
about him.
It's all falling apart. And then he's able to make some really crafty moves.
The ability to flip Grant Williams, to your point, is amazing.
Yeah, and like he's made some good moves that built this team into a real contender. And I don't know, maybe he had a vision for it. Maybe his discussions with Jason Kidd built this. He's like, Jason, what do you need? I'll find it. You know, I'm not sure, but he built it. And the way that it's constructed right now, him and Jim Nill, thank you to both of the GMs. Actually, thank you to all 3 of the GMs that have gotten their teams this year in the last year to their conference or championship finals, as Chris Young,
yes,
Jim Nill, and Nico Harrison have done a phenomenal job.
And think about about how, man, I swear this is not about the Cowboys. It's really not. But think about how amazing all of those GMs did at the trade deadline. So for Chris Young, you picked up Jordan Montgomery and Aroldis Chapman. You don't win the World Series without them. For the Stars, they
What about Max Scherzer?
He
helped out a little bit.
He did. But they made moves, and they turned out to be clutch moves. You just brought it up.
And Hedges with his tattoo butt.
That's right. What's the number on his butt? You just brought up the Mavericks, the moves they made at the deadline, and then Chris Tanev making that pickup has been freaking unbelievable. He gets a thank you note. He's blocked 56 shots. That's the most in the playoffs. And I'm not going to lie. On Friday night, it said the Stars had 22 block shots at one point. I was like, no. Chris Tanev has to have 22. And they're like, oh, he leads the game with 8. It felt like 22, though. He's also a +8 in the playoffs, which is tied for second in the league, even though he only has 1 assist in 13 games. So he's not directly contributing to your scoring, but he's shutting it down on the other end, which is what he's here for.
And allowing you to score. Like, though, I mean, by doing what he's doing, then he pushes the puck up the ice, and all of a sudden, there we go. And that's, I compare him a little bit to PJ Washington. And that there's times that I'm just like, hold on, how does he not have more? Anthony Edwards, the other night, his stat sheet didn't say anything huge. But then you're like, he took a control of lots of this game.
Absolutely.
Tanev, it's the moments. All right, just like PJ, it's the moments whenever these things happen. That's when you're like, oh, that's why it feels like maybe he has 50 blocks, but it's because he was making the big ones that turn things around.
Okay, let's talk about somebody built for the moment. And I realize you still have to win it all, but he's been playing great. Jake Ottinger looks like he's built for this moment. We talked about how, I mean, look, if your goalie plays great all the time, obviously that's going to be good. But his play following losses in the playoffs has been unbelievable throughout his career. On Friday, stopped 29 of 30 shots. His goals against average for the playoffs, 2.09. That is the best of any goalie that's still in the playoffs. So whether you're looking at the Western Conference Finals, whether you're looking ahead and you do make the Stanley Cup Final, there's a good chance you're going to be able to say, we've got the better goalie.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's a huge deal right there.
That puts you in a fantastic position to have a guy like that you can go, you feel a lot looser whenever you're pushing towards the other net.
Sure.
Because you feel like you have the freedom to go really make something happen, and you don't have to worry so much behind you, because that dude back there gives you that, hey, I got this. And that completely changes how you can play hockey if you're not having to protect your netminder the whole time.
Somebody brought up Kyrie, and Kyrie, I think, deserves credit for a variety of reasons. I mean, we started talking about this a couple hours ago, but what's amazing to me is the 14-0 in closeout games. Like,
really? I didn't know that.
It's unbelievable. 14-0 in closeout games for Kyrie Irving. And clearly that got put to the ultimate test on Saturday, but they won. And there is a calmness and an involvement from Kyrie that it's hard to quantify.
My son asked this question, and maybe this goes into Mike likes it, but still stays in this topic. He goes, do you think the Mavs would be better or worse if you had Jalen Brunson or Kyrie?
Worse.
Okay. You can go ahead and explain your answer.
Just my only feeling on is I think Kyrie plays a better defense than Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
And like just watching some of the things that he does on rebounds, I like more. That's just my feeling on it.
Do you want to give your answer on, I mean, I know this isn't fair. It's, hey, we're great. We're in the conference finals. Obviously, Brunson was leading the Knicks, as far as they could go with the injuries that they had. But it was a good question from my son. I have my answer, but I'd love to hear your answer.
Can I also add this too?
Yeah.
I also think that you might not see some of the maturity from this team that you have right now.
That was my tipping
There might be a
point.
little more conflict between the two young stars than there would be the pairing that you have with him and Kyrie, right? Luka and Kyrie.
That was my tipping point for Kyrie. Is I also wonder how much it helps with, you could take any of the players across the board, even if he's not like directly working with Derek Lively. I think that confidence and experience trickles down across the board. And you wouldn't have got that with Brunson. Brunson had played phenomenal in the playoffs. Yeah. But there is something to Kyrie being here that makes a big difference.
I'm with you guys. There's no real answer. Maybe the Mavs would be better with Brunson. Maybe they would be worse. You don't know, and it doesn't matter. But I do think it's a fun question from a sports talk radio standpoint in this sense. The thank you letter is to Kyrie. And I agree with what you guys said in the end. I don't know who's the better player. I think they're both great in their own way. But I know Kyrie, watching this, is able to play the role with Luka perfectly and calmly, because there almost needs to be no emotion from the other star on your team with Luka, because he's so over emotional. That other player has to really be under emotional. And Jalen Brunson does somewhat fit that role, but in a younger version. Where Kyrie, I didn't even know there's 14 games he's had in closeout situations, just to show the veteran experience that he has, how many playoff games he's played. And obviously I know he has the championship. I know he's played in a lot of playoff games. I didn't know that stat. So I do think it has really helped this team that you need that. You need, if you're going to have, and I'm going to another sport here, but Evan Carter last year really needed to have Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon on the team to help out.
Sure.
If you just have a whole bunch of really good young talent, you know who you are. You're the Baltimore Orioles in baseball. You're the Oklahoma City Thunder in basketball. What is everybody talking about after Oklahoma City lost on Saturday?
The
or
experience, they'll be back.
Saturday, yeah. They need somebody. They need to trade these draft picks. They need to trade maybe a couple of guys on the team that they like that are young and not getting tons of playing time. They need to trade these assets and get a veteran guy to help out the leadership of these young guys to put them over the top. And if they do, it could be scary. If they do get somebody who's like 32, 33, can still really play a valuable role, because Gordon Hayward complaining about his time.
Yes.
Well, he's not good enough to play on that team. I hate to tell you that, but you're not good enough to play on this team.
But how can you help them here, like in their brains?
But in a way, you need to be on the court to do it too. You can only do so much as a bench warmer.
Yeah,
and you can help.
Like Markieff. He's doing a pretty decent job of helping talk.
But you can only do so much, right? You're just another coach, kind of, rather than on the court showing by example and then gathering the guys during a dead ball and making sure they understand their responsibilities and everything. So, yeah, I like the thank you to Kyrie, and I thought it was an interesting question from my son, and it doesn't matter. And we have Kyrie, and I love Kyrie, and it's going great.
From the 817, that's what Matt Duchene brings to the Stars. And I
can see that.
I see it. I guess I don't know though. You have Pavelski. I mean, Jamie Benn.
Jamie Benn's on that
You have
list.
this team. When we all used to have Frank Provenzano on, he was the former assistant GM for the Stars, and he had built a team that won the Cup the year after he left. And I believe right after he left, it
was a tough break for him.
But that being said, what he would always tell us is, when you're building a team, you do want kind of a sprinkling of everything. You want some youth with energy and great potential to go be something great. You want those veterans that have been through it. You want those guys that are at the middle part of their career, something that kind of is all of that and all encompasses, so that they can all help each other through it. Because I bet the older players on teams, they're re-energized. They're revitalized by some of the younger players and what they're doing. And they're like, man, I can lean on this a little bit too. So that's where the Stars, I look at the Stars team and the way that they're built right now, and the future is exciting, but right now for this team is even more so. And I would like to thank Matt Duchene for that goal, putting that one away after obviously his ass was in the blue area. I don't know what.
In the blue paint?
Yeah, in the blue paint.
Did you ever know that it extends up to the
I did not.
sky?
I thought it was your skates.
Like, goaltending,
I really did.
goaltending, the rim keeps extending till Neverland. But I never knew that the crease, that yes, it extends. There's like this invisible marker that goes up to the sky for if his hand was there, it counts too. So if ever there's a goal scored against the Stars and you shoot it from, further away and the guy's elbow is over the invisible line, that's interference.
Sounds like you get it. Not the right.
You
Yeah, it
just
sounds
laid
like
it
you
out there,
totally
Mike.
understand.
Yeah, so
Because here's the deal.
I didn't know that until now.
I don't think it's true. I think they made it up to cover up.
What?
Yeah, I don't think it extends.
Mike's in his conspiracy bag right now all day. It's been,
Okay.
and I'm here for. I love it.
To be fair, when you hear Marchment describe it, he doesn't say, "Well, the rule is." He said, "Well, what they told me was." I think that kind of feeds into Mike's idea, as we also feed into Mike likes it.
All right, so
OTA talk.
No, all they do is play Top Golf. It's just to make sure they're not fat and out of shape. And
I'm
they're
doing
okay.
OTA talk at 1, Mike.
All right, okay. I am doing basketball talk a little bit more. I have this question because we look at ratings a lot. I think like Sean is I'm being honest here.
Sean Sharif?
Sean Sharif is a slave to ratings. So when it comes to, let's say, the ratings of a World Series game or the ratings of a conference final game or whatever, he will only put together a run sheet based off of the ratings that he saw the national or local stuff get.
Okay.
I don't think I'm not taking a shot at Sean. That's just the way he looks at putting together a run sheet. We're not as much of a slave to it, but I do think that I want to ask this question. The Western Conference. Who's the second most popular team after the Lakers that like the NBA wants to be in like a conference final or an NBA final?
Are you saying they still have to be there? Because otherwise I just say the Warriors.
Okay,
But, like,
I
if
think
you're-
that's a great answer.
Yeah, that would have been the next one, the next option there. For
Okay,
sure.
so Lakers 1, Warriors 2,
Yep.
and that's recent history,
Yeah.
right? Because obviously back in the day, in the 90s, I
Sure.
don't think the Warriors really
Sure.
were cared about too much, and I'm with you. So let me ask you this.
Clippers? Are they third?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I think that these are great answers. I
Yeah.
don't know the answer. I do not have a
Okay.
list to tell you, but I was just wondering about the Western Conference. Minnesota and Dallas. I think it's really cool. And I do think you have 2 top 10 players in the league and arguably top 5 players in the league. Because let me ask you this real quick. Anthony Edwards, is he going to be first team All NBA? I don't think he will. Or did they already come out with that yet or no?
No, I don't
I think he's going to be
Ooh.
second team,
Yeah,
right?
I think you're right
Is it
about
Shea
that.
and Luka going to take the guard spots?
Yeah, I think
And then
you're right
Tatum
about
is going
that.
to take a forward spot. We know Jokic is going to take the center spot. So there's one spot available. Now, I guess you can manipulate it and say, well, Luka's a forward, I guess. I don't know like how you do it, but you could. But how excited do you think the NBA
They
is?
had him as a guard last year, but I get your point.
Yeah, so and then Jalen Brunson is probably going to be in the category for second team.
Yeah.
For guards.
I know where you're going with this.
But I'm just wondering. I'm wondering if you are a slave to ratings. Dallas, Minnesota, not a national following at all. Now, Luka does have a world following.
True.
Anthony Edwards is bursting onto the scene, even though he was a number 1 pick. He went to Georgia. Like, they weren't like a good basketball team for his 1 year there. So I'm wondering, just throwing it out, what do you think the ratings will be for a Luka Anthony Edwards Dallas versus Minnesota no history NBA wise for this?
It'll be lower than usual.
Do you think it's going to be lower than the East, even though that series does not seem anywhere near as competitive?
I think Boston is going to draw. I don't know how Boston usually draws, but I would assume that they draw.
People were nationally, they were throwing up that it was Rangers Diamondbacks.
Yes.
We didn't care.
That's true.
Yeah.
The ratings were low. Like for a lot of people, I'm just going to pick on, he's my friend. I'm just picking on Sean. He's like, oh, World Series, look at these ratings. I get it. It was bad. It was going to be bad because there's no history with Diamondbacks and Rangers. Basketball's a little bit different because superstars can change things even though they're in a let's say, basketball city per se or something.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking about if you're the NBA, I guess you want Lakers Warriors always in the Western Conference.
I would have thought
Finals.
I would have thought you were pretty close to getting the Eastern Conference Finals you wanted.
New York
with
and
the
Boston.
Celtics and Knicks.
I would say also
Because would you say Boston's one in the East and then New York's two?
No, I think I'd flip that.
Even
I know.
Okay.
I still think I'd flip.
I'm with you. I mean, they're talking a lot about New York today. And I was like, who gives a crap? That's just like the Cowboys. Like, that's why people hate the Cowboys. If you don't know why people hate the Cowboys, it's like if you turn on ESPN today and you just keep seeing Knicks talk, you're like, who the crap cares about the Knicks? They never win anything. They haven't won. None of us were alive. I'm 46 and wasn't even close to being alive when they won their championship with Phil Jackson. as a player.
That's the last time they won?
Yes.
Is this the only time they won?
I think they have
No,
more
going
than one.
back,
Yeah, you have to go back to when your grandpa was alive.
Okay. And he is still, but
Well, I know.
I got
Ask him
one
about
left. Yeah, I got one left. I agree with you on the front of the brand name isn't there, but they can. I do think the groups that were there for this round, the semifinals, a lot of young players. They have to be excited about that because there are a lot of young players that are going to be back on this stage or look to be back on this stage again. Luka, Anthony Edwards, those are faces that can be here for a while that they can prop that up on. Now, whether or not the NBA says, hey, let's try and get these guys to the Lakers at some point because that's beneficial to us, different story.
Man.
But they have to be happy that there is a lot of youth on Boston. There's a lot of youth on Minnesota and Dallas. And Tyrese Halliburton, I liked Rick Carlisle's line of, look, we're the uninvited guests, but here we are.
He's not wrong.
And that is Rick Carlisle's entire. We saw it here. He's like, look, we kicked the door down. We're ready to be here. So Tyrese Halliburton is. You guys have been talking about him for years about how
the Mavericks tried to get him very bad.
Yeah,
they just weren't able to pull off the trade. But if people don't know, they were trying to trade the 18th pick, which ended up being Josh Green. The 31st pick, which ended up being Tyrell Terry, who lasted 1 second in the NBA. And they were trying to trade Jalen Brunson. That was the trade they offered right around the pick when Sacramento took him. He was falling in the draft, and the Mavs tried to get Halliburton for Brunson, the 18th and 31st pick, but they couldn't get a team to bite on it to get into like about the 10th, 9th pick to get Tyrese Halliburton. So the Mavericks did see Halliburton as a future great player.
But that being said, I mean, what do we talk about Jerry a lot when it comes to selling hope, selling the future, selling potential, and that's something the NBA could definitely look at right now and go, I know we don't have one of our marquee teams, but this is good for the foundation.
My last question, and Mike likes it, I hate asking this question based off of Anthony Edwards because I hope it's Dallas, and you can change it to Dallas. Is Golden State was a nothing franchise.
Yes.
And then Steph Curry and the Splash Brothers and a new stadium all changed everything, and they became, I think you made a great point, easily the number 2 team in the Western Conference.
Valued at $7.7 billion.
Do you think, and it would take more than just one championship, do you think Anthony Edwards or Luka Doncic could change the hierarchy that 4 years from now we're saying, yes, LA Lakers will always be one in the Western Conference.
Yes.
Do you think Dallas or Minnesota could become the number 2 market for basketball in the Western Conference where the NBA is just begging for them to be in conference finals?
I do, because I look back, it kind of felt like we were on the verge of trying to get there with KG, right? Like it felt like if KG, if they could have kept winning, could have gone further, that they were like, we're ready to talk about you in the upper echelon. I definitely think that way with Dallas, and when you have somebody as consistently good as Luka, I could see that. Now, it's going to take more than just this.
What do you think the NBA wants? Do you think they want Anthony Edwards, or do you think they want Luka Doncic in the finals?
$1,000,000% they want Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, I agree.
Because he's American?
Well, because
he's more likable.
The way Luka complains.
Because he's more athletic.
He's more seen by the younger generation. I get it, at least in North America. Worldwide, that's a different story. But Anthony Edwards has already got pop culture swag for days that I don't know if Luka has the same.
I'm with you. I do think that. I think the NBA's leaning towards we want Anthony Edwards because he's more in line with Dr. J, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, the guys that we really truly go, oh my God, because we can't do those things. Not that we can do what Luka can do, but he looks kind of human.
Yeah.
Those guys I just named didn't look hey, no humans can do these things except them.
That's interesting. I didn't think about it that way. Anthony Edwards is built differently. For sure.
Luka's a layup machine. And he figures out a way. It's amazing. He's playing underneath the rim, but he figures out a way.
Anthony
and so
Edwards will dunk over
I couldn't do that in my backyard. Go do what Anthony Edwards does in your backyard. Good luck.
Yeah. Invite me over because I want to see that.
Yeah, I want to be there when Anthony Edwards is hanging out with you.
Or if you have those skills, I want to see that person.
Oh, you want to invest early on them.
Oh my God,
you're going to be like, hey,
$1,000,000%.
Let me take you under my wing and help you become the next.
And by the way, I got the Jordan 11s, and guess what? My brother from another mother in that room got those shoes too, huh? Your first time ever that we hit the lotto?
I don't know how, but this is literally my first time since I think it was April of 2023 that I've hit on that stupid sneakers app, man. It is so bad.
Do you have to buy them if you hit?
Well, I mean, you hit purchase, and then they put you in a computer system. So you have to purchase. It puts you in the bot system and then the lottery, and then for about 5 minutes, it sorts out whatever it's sorting out. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And then 5 minutes later, you either got them with a picture and you're charged immediately, or sorry, you weren't picked.
And no charge?
I got them.
I would
Alec
assume.
got them. So we are going to be rocking Jordan 11
At the same
Space
time?
Jams all the time now. We're Space Jamming. They didn't call them Space Jams because they didn't want to use that for, I don't know. But they're the Space Jam 11s.
It's the same shoe, just low cut.
Oh, God. I'm going to look so sexy. I just want you to look at those shoes all the time.
Why? So that I'll think you're sexy?
Yes.
That's
gonna be like,
weird.
those are. I'm gonna wear. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna be wearing them all the time doing Rangers pre and post. You don't see my feet during the show.
Then what?
Like during the game.
Okay. I got you. I got you. We're the Canes.
I could be Donald ducking it, and you guys would never know.
Oh yes, we would. You would tell us the second it was
but
happening.
you wouldn't know on television.
But you would tell us. But you're right. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Cowboys OTAs. Kevin, is that what you said you wanted to discuss?
Gross.
Mic off. Mic on. Man, I can't wait. Who is going to have the best Top Golf game this
Kevin,
time?
actually, let's discuss this tennis player / lingerie model and her situation next in the fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Cowboys OTAs is what Mike wanted to talk about.
Oh my God, not really though, right?
All right, fine.
Man,
I will
do you
start
know how
things
much
off.
they get done there with Top Golf?
I will start things off with you, Darvish. Mike, you Darvish.
The hit.
Turned in another dominant outing on Sunday night. They won 9-1 over the Braves, who are on a 3-game losing streak, mind you, because
Braves are horrible.
Because they lost Ron Washington, and we just saw what Ron Washington can do for a team.
What can Ron Washington do for you?
Yeah. What can Ron do for you? Darvish worked 7 innings, gave up no runs on 2 hits, and struck out 9 against 1 walk.
Woo.
That effort lowered his ERA, Kevin, to a 2.08. He's 37 years old.
That's pretty amazing.
He's now thrown 25 consecutive scoreless innings.
Whoa.
It's the longest scoreless inning streak of any Japanese-born pitcher. But more importantly to me, he hasn't given up a run since April 14th. And when you say it that way, it just sounds like that's a month.
Yeah.
Where he's like, nobody's going to score anything against me whenever I step on the mound. 4 straight scoreless starts for the first time in his career at 37.
How many people, without having to look it up, immediately know what team he's on? Or before you started talking?
I did, but
I'm sure.
Yeah, not everybody.
Padres.
Probably. Yeah. Good job, Mike.
Good job, Mike.
Mr. I cover baseball.
It's just weird that this is his 4th team, and I wonder how many people are like, he's not still with the Cubs, is he? And you're like, no, he's been with the Padres for several years now.
And Mike, he has now, that's not right, 200 combined wins, career wins now, is what they say.
What?
200? Well, you're including Japan.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
All right.
Mike said we would never see a 300-game winner again.
We won't.
And here we are with
He's not winning
200
100
wins.
more games.
Do you know how many wins Hideo Nomo had in his
Are
career?
you including Japan?
Yeah.
275.
199.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
I knew.
Okay.
I figured it was probably really close because of the way you said
Do
that.
you know how many wins Hiroki Kuroda had?
203.
12.
203 is the correct answer.
Oh, I figured we're going in an order now.
And that is it. That's it,
Okay,
by the
because
way.
if there's another one, I was like, I gotta guesstimate.
I believe the Japanese dude for Japan
That
for
makes
Japan.
sense.
Yes, the Japanese dude for Japan's really good. For the Cubs is kicking butt.
There you go.
I'm
There you
forgetting
go.
his name, like Ish something Shoto something. I forget. I just know I think it's like
tell
I
me
something.
No,
S
tell me again
something.
what you think his name is.
Aishito Shoto or something like that.
Okay.
What is it? Do you have it pulled up?
I don't.
He's a lefty.
I don't.
He's doing
I just
great.
wanted to hear you do it.
I do know
again.
this.
I'm sorry if that was
If you think
mean.
the Rangers are
Just
going to
wait
turn
till
around
Dave
tomorrow,
Raymond
they get to
says it.
face Ranger Suarez, who's 8-0 with a 1.37 ERA this year. So we can move on to Wednesday.
That's not what you want.
And guess what? Ranger Suarez throws with the wrong hand, which is the right hand against the Rangers.
Did you get all that, Corey?
I'm very confused by what you mean by the wrong hand. Is it because you're left-handed?
Yeah.
Or is it because the Rangers...
Most people that are wrong-handed are left-handed because I think 80% of people are right-handed.
Oh.
I believe.
I'm not disputing that number at all.
80% of people are right-handed?
Google it.
My computer's running so slow right
Google
now.
what's the percentage of right-handed versus
Okay.
left-handed people.
All right, I'm on it.
This is the thing I love about our show. Every week...
I might be low on that.
90%.
Yeah, 90% of people are right-handed.
According to Handedness and The Conversation. Now, theconversation.com is where I first saw this.
say
However,
handedness?
yes, There is a
Handedness.com?
link on Wikipedia that deals with handedness, and studies suggest that approximately 90% of people are right-handed.
No.
Oh,
I think that's right. If you look at, just think of pitching staffs, just think of hitters. Now think of quarterbacks. Besides Tua, who else is a left-handed? I know Michael Penix now, but
Steve Young.
Yeah, but I mean, active starting quarterbacks. There's only one.
Yeah, wow.
And there'll be two as soon as Kirk Cousins gets hurt. But,
dang.
Well, I mean, just stating the facts.
Or just loses big games. They're like, we thought you were going to win these. That makes a lot of sense.
Just stating the facts.
All right. Next topic.
He does.
In Corey's Nuggets.
You don't want to talk more about handedness?
Do you want to talk?
We just learned something.
Let me
Once
ask you
again,
this.
I'm teaching helium and right-handers.
Do you want to read this article at some point from theconversation.com? Why are most people right-handed? ? The answer may be in the mouths of our ancestors. I swear to you, that is what the title of the article is.
I think that's for after 10 p.m., Kevin.
I agree.
That's a fair point. I promise that's what it says.
I'm interested in the conversation because I don't know how a mouth can make you right-handed or left-handed.
Might have to ask Lucius.
Mike, you know
what that mouth do? And you're like, you're left-handed.
What? No way. You can't look at somebody's mouth and tell them what hand they...
That's what this article says. I don't know.
Maybe that's...
I have not read the article, to be fair.
Tease it for tomorrow.
Where did all the left-handed people go?
Yeah, put it in your tease.
Is that, hey, you might want to talk about Mavs and Stars. We're going to talk about handedness.
I'm left-handed, and none of my kids are... I said neither.
You know
but
what
none
would
of
be a
them. They're all
great
right-handed.
study? All right, I would love to know in the world, the Olympic world of swimmers, are the best swimmers right-handed?
I don't know.
Because wouldn't that make sense, Kevin? Based on the headline you just read moments ago.
Credit to their ancestors.
Yeah, and the swimming. All right.
Getting work done.
Do we want this wild tennis story or NFL quarterback rankings?
I feel like you worked hard for the pronunciation on the tennis story, so I think we should go
I already
with that
forgot
one.
how to say it.
Oh,
so,
my God.
Mike?
Shlomo.
All right.
It's not Shlomo Glickstein.
Do you know who Camilla Giorgi is?
Yes, she married Prince Charles, right?
I really don't, but I'll go with you. You said it in a way that you questioned yourself, but had enough confidence to say it.
Feel good about this.
She's now listed as officially retired on the ITIA website.
Ooh.
Date of retirement, May 7th. Her last match was against Swiatek in Miami.
Oh, yeah, she's good.
She
May
did
the
not
7th be
enter
with you.
Roland Garros. Now, this is where things start to get weird.
Ooh, is there a tennis big thing happening soon? Usually when summer happens, you
The
have
French Open
Yeah.
is coming up. I prefer the tennis big thing.
At Wemby?
On
Is
the
that where it's going to
clay.
be played?
No, that is a couple weeks after the end
All right.
of that.
on the red dirt.
According to the Italian press, Giorgi rushed to notify her retirement and flee the country because of tax authorities are after her due to a missing income declaration. She's supposedly in the U.S. right now. She put on her Instagram, please trust this Instagram for faithful information.
Oh.
To my lovely fans, I'm happy to formally announce retirement from my tennis career. Grateful, cherish all the beautiful memories. Look forward to providing more information about exciting opportunities ahead.
Oh.
It is a joy to share my life with you, and let's continue this journey together. With much love, Camilla with 2 hearts.
That's nice.
Her and her dad allegedly ran away from the villa they were staying at without paying 6 months of rent, and also took antique furniture worth close to 100,000 euros, which there's no way for us to know how much that is in American money because we're too busy thinking about American stuff.
Yeah, it's the same thing when somebody says this many meters. I'm like, I don't know.
The owner of the villa says he wrote to Camilla's dad and told him to at least return the antique items.
It seems fair.
Hey,
That's
man,
a weird thing, though. Hey, I know you stole a bunch of stuff. Could you return these specific things?
please, could you just send this stuff back?
That's nice.
And the dad replied back and said, they're not very valuable.
And why did you steal them?
Probably because he was fencing them. He was like, hey, I found my fence. My fence says this isn't worth anything.
then you should return them, right?
This is of little value. Well, if
Does
you
this
do that,
sound right? I typed into this thing 100,000 euros, and it says 10. Oh, wait. Euros are less than US dollars? So $108,661.04.
Okay.
Is that right?
How much did you say?
I said I typed in 100,000 euros.
Yeah, it's like $108,000.
Yes, $108,661.04.
Doesn't that mean euros are more than dollars?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said less.
Well, I guess you have less of them because there's 100,000 and I have 108,661.
But doesn't that mean that euros are more valuable than dollars?
Gosh, what has Biden done to our dollar? Huh?
What does that have to do with anything? Politics.
I thought our U.S. dollar was good. Now I need euros?
For what?
They're worth more.
No. Okay. No.
What's the exchange rate here?
But you can't go to the exchange place with $100,000 and demand 100,000 euros. It doesn't work like
No
that.
comprende. That would be pesos. And then
you had that drop so ready to go.
What you do is then you give them back the 100,000 euros and say, I want my dollars back. And then you say, I want 108,000.
All right. So just real quick. I'm sorry, Corey. Real quick.
And now I've just made
in this scenario,
$8,661.
you say, I'll give you 100,000 for a different 100,000 of something. Fair, right? It's the same number. And then when you reconvert it, you're like, no. Current exchange rates is 108,000. So you think in this two exchange process, you're going to benefit $8,000 worth.
Yeah, you go to teller 1 and then you go to teller 2, so they don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, teller 1 needs to be fired if that teller's like, that makes sense to me. 100,000 for 100,000.
Does teller 2 go to teller 1 and like converse?
No, they're too busy. There's a long line.
Teller 1 is too dumb in this scenario to talk to anybody.
Teller 1 got fired.
Yes.
I'm like, here's $100,000. I need 100,000 euros. And then you go to the next person and go, here's 100,000 euros. I need the exchange of US dollars.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I think it's the smartest thing you've ever heard. You just haven't tried it yet.
Well, you've bested me again, Mike.
Pulls this off.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair. If you did pull this off, you'd be like,
a
you
heist?
said, yeah, you'd say it's dumb, and I'd be like, yeah, and I got $8,000.
And I didn't do anything illegal. I just asked.
Yeah, it never hurts to ask. Have you ever heard that before, Kevin?
Yeah, isn't that what Jerry Jones told us to do? Ask for the money.
The neighbors at this villa also saw movers pull up out of nowhere and clear the place out, the villa that they were staying at, where they didn't pay rent for 6 months, including a 500 kilogram table. Mike, can you check and see how many kilograms and pounds that is? And some Persian rugs, and it's alleged to be worth between 50 and 100,000 euros.
Hold on.
Just learned.
Hold on, Mike. Before you look it up, how many pounds do you think 500 kilograms is? Did you already look it up?
It does say here, I had already typed in, it says for 1 kilogram equals 2.2 pounds.
Yeah, I think it's like 1,100 pounds. Then.
All right, that's a heavy table.
You said how many
500
kilograms?
kilograms to pounds. Thank you from the 972. I understand why Kevin gets frustrated.
It is.
I appreciate that.
1,102.31 pound.
There you go.
From the 817, there's a deleted scene on The Office where Michael exchanges his money at the airport 4 times and loses money each time.
That's what I think. That's what I actually think happened to you at the exchange place. And then you walk away and you're like, $89,000? What the crap happened?
What happened here? By the way,
You didn't ask correctly.
If you want to check out Camilla Giorgi's official Instagram for more information and pictures, just saying.
Is she attractive? Oh, okay. Good job. Well, don't steal those.
It's weird that
don't steal those pictures from her.
I wonder how we came up with pounds.
We didn't. They did.
But Europe is kilograms and
they have a base 10 for everything. We're just like, no, that's a 3.14.
But the Pilgrims came over here and made their own system of weighing?
Got to be different.
Why didn't they bring that with them?
Also, shout out to Tolo Brandon, whose birthday was Saturday. Happy birthday to you on Saturday.
Like the United States of America came up with feet and yards.
How did you do in economics in school?
A+.
Did you take economics?
I don't know. Who knows that?
I don't think I took economics
Like
either.
Max over here, who's at UTA, knows it's in his time right now.
Uh-huh.
Nobody knows what you did 25 years ago.
Valid. It's not in our time.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
I mean, I took the classes they told me to take.
For the first time. Who is they?
The schools.
Okay.
Duncanville, Texas Tech, DCCD.edu.
Did a lot of that, yeah.
And UTA.
Hey, I know I said this several times last week. I appreciate you guys listening to this show.
We couldn't be number one without
the fact that you guys have made us number one is why all this tomfoolery is allowed to exist. So thank you very, very much. A lot of differing opinions. Mike definitely aced economics. For the 972, hell no, he didn't take economics. And Mike's Mike's A+ converted equals a C-. That's...
At Teller 1 it might, but then you take the C- to Teller 2 and they might give you bonus points.
Yeah, they're like, this is a B.
You just got to get to the right teller.
Got to find the right.
You got to find the
sucker.
person with my education level. Yeah. I'm trying to find somebody with my education level, and then I can fool them into going, he said it so confidently, I'm just going to do it.
The KNC masterpiece. Right here.
It's like walking into a place with a ladder, Kevin.
Yeah.
Nobody suspects the guy with the ladder is not working.
What?
You can get into any place.
Actually, I do kind of agree with that strategy. Actually, we need to talk about that at a different point. Coming up next, NBA champion and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, to hopefully just talk about basketball and not currency exchange. Next, right here on The Fan.
Commercial free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
about trust.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now on the line is Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Man,
dude, come on, Danny.
The Mavs and the Stars are in the Western Conference Finals. We're doing awesome.
It's a good year for you guys. It's a good start. So hopefully they can continue it, man. It's a lot of fun to watch.
How do you know all of these things? You told us Game 4 last week. You're like, I think Oklahoma's going to win Game 4, but I still think the Mavs are going to win the series. How did you know it was going to play out the way that you saw it a week ago?
A good educated guess, man. I'm not Nostradamus or anything like that. I have been wrong. I did think the Knicks would win. I thought also Denver would win, so I've been halfway right, halfway wrong. But Dallas made me look smart other night. So there's other teams that made me look pretty bad in my predictions and some of my friends in there. They're betting, but Dallas has been playing well, so I knew that they had an edge and they took advantage of it.
I know Anunoby went out there, Hart went out there, but with the Knicks, do you think it was just injuries and they got to the point where Brunson broke his hand that they're like, I don't know what to do?
Yeah, that too, but you got to give credit to Indiana. The guys came out shooting 80% in the first half, 67% for the game, best in playoff history. I don't think they win that game, whoever's on that floor. But, yes, the combination of both, New York being beat up and Indiana playing well. Neesmith came out, played well for them. Nembhard, they both had, 20 points. T.J. McConnell did what he did at the bench. They had a number of guys step up, and obviously Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal, they set the tone. Pascal coming out like 6 for 6 or something like that really kept them, kept the crowd out of it. And it was huge. It was a huge win for them. So they're in a place where nobody expected them to be.
Do the Pacers have to shoot 80% in every quarter to defeat the Celtics?
Absolutely. I mean, they have to shoot very well and play like that in order to be in the series. If they don't, I mean, if Boston plays, obviously, Boston has up and down games too. They're shaky. We don't know what the story or the word is with Kristaps Porzingis. I'm assuming he'll be back. If not, early in the series, definitely halfway through the series. But yes, if they want to beat Boston, they're going to need that scoring, that firepower, and that pace. They're going to need Tyrese and Pascal to play at that high clip and be efficient and set the tempo. And if they don't, if they're up and down like they are in the other series, like they were, then it's going to be a tough series for them to get out of.
Well, obviously, it's really tough to get to this point, getting to the conference finals. You did feel that Dallas was going to beat the Clippers. You felt like Dallas was going to have a tough matchup, but take care of OKC. So far, just from our perspective, and it's fine. Everybody picks whatever. It doesn't mean somebody's going to win or lose. A lot of people are just saying Minnesota. If we're watching ESPN or watching NBA TV or watching Charles and Kenny and Vince last night, they're all picking Minnesota. Is it that big of a difference between Minnesota and Dallas? No, and I think it's just matchups. But if you see somebody take down defending champs, ultimately he's going to give them the edge against anybody. Obviously, Jokic is describing they can play big, they can play small, they can do anything. They have the pieces to do a lot. So when you're getting that type of a praise from the MVP candidate or the MVP of the league, it's hard to bet against them. So I think this goes 6 or 7 games. Dallas has been very up and down, but you're going to need big games from P.J. Washington, Tim Hardaway Jr., Derek Jones Jr. All those guys are going to have to step up in order to play, and it's hard to see that happen consistently through a 7-game series. That's why a lot of people bet Minnesota, because they've won games without Ant playing his best basketball. So I'm going to keep it real with you guys. I'm probably going to think Minnesota as well. I think they're probably 6-7 games, but Dallas could. Depending on how they start the series, they still win on the road. Minnesota they can get them on an emotional high where they might be tired or fatigued. So that's their best bet, to try to sneak the first one. Going that 7-game series with Dallas and battling out. So the best thing about our game, what I love about it, it's unpredictable. And this year is probably the most unpredictable, which makes it exciting.
Well, Danny, it's been fun talking to you, but after you pick the Timberwolves, I can never talk to you. No, I'm just joking.
Well, especially because he said if you could steal game one, Jason Kidd has never won a game one with the Mavericks as the head coach.
Yeah, that's a weird stat.
If he does that, then that, it's the
There
time.
you go.
You guys got to come in. You guys got it done in 6. They had to go 7, so they're beat up, they're tired. Also on a mental high, like emotional high. You got to sneak one at their place. And if you do that, then they can be fatigued. They can get tired. I wouldn't say they'll ever lose confidence. Those guys were down 3-2, and they still won. So they're going to continue to believe, but you got to find a way to wear on them.
You brought this name up multiple times since we've been talking throughout the playoffs, and that is Naz Reid. And this group seems to have Minnesota has a size advantage that just seems like it creates problems. How do the Mavs combat that kind of size?
You guys have similar pieces, so that's why you guys, I thought, had the edge on OKC. The size is what you got, the rebounding. Derek Lively was unbelievable for you guys in that game 6. You're going to need him to play that way. You're going to need him to play that way. You said that ultimately the other's going to have to match the other's energy on Minnesota, and the guys that have been playing well for them is Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Naz Reid. They've had consistent games from those guys. They had many other guys step up. Mike Conley's had his fair share. Rudy hit some shots they didn't expect him to hit the other night.
Yeah, like that turnaround jumper that he hit. I was like, what?
He had a couple random, fadeaway jumper, Euro step, left hand, just some awkward baskets they didn't expect him to make. So if those guys play like that, you're going to need, Derek Jones, Tim Hardaway, PJ, all those guys are going to have to step up and do some, damage. So, obviously Kyrie's going to do and Kyrie has to probably play a better first half. He's always coming in late to the party, even though he's explosive. But if Luka can get that knee in decent shape and Kai can both those guys play consistent and not turn the ball over, you guys have a really good shot.
Okay, we just lost you for the last second there, but I think we got everything. Danny, when it comes to guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, just unbelievable in the series. Now the Mavs have to guard Anthony Edwards. How much, when you go from series to series, how similar are those guys to guard? How different are you going to have to guard Anthony Edwards versus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Uh-oh, we lost him.
Okay, we will try.
Is it my question again? I feel
that was the second time. Yeah.
Every time I ask a question, he's like that Nimrod.
That exact same thing happened last Monday, Kevin.
I think he was probably listening to the Money Exchange segment. I thought that was a quality question.
I got to get to that question.
Okay, we will. By the way, the Mavs since October have gone from 25-1 to 5-1 for the NBA title.
I'm not betting them now.
And the Pacers have gone from 250-1 to 28-1. So even in the Eastern Conference Finals, still 28-1.
What is Dallas?
5-1.
I'm sorry, Boston. You just said 5-1. I'm sorry. I meant Boston. I said Dallas.
Boston is 5-8. So they're better than even odds.
Because they feel like they're going to easily make it to the finals.
And then even the Timberwolves are about 2.5-1.
Yeah.
Not surprising.
It shows you how big of a difference Boston versus Indiana and Minnesota versus Dallas is.
The Mavs right now, I've seen them installed between plus 140 and plus 155. So that gives them about a 37 to 40% chance to win the series, which it makes sense. Minnesota's better record. They just knocked off the defending champs. They have home court. I understand why Minnesota's favored.
Well, I don't know if Danny's back or not, but what I was thinking
does not look like it.
When you're playing, they just played Jokic, right? So they had even though Jokic is in a way like Luka, but also very different.
Sure.
You just guarded Shai. Now they have very different players around Shai / Anthony Edwards, but I feel like they're very similar. They're wanting to get to mid-range. Probably Anthony Edwards is more willing to shoot a three. It's weird because Shai looks like he's so good at shooting threes, but doesn't really want to shoot threes.
Maybe that's why, because he picks his spots very carefully.
Yeah, so Danny Green, you back with us?
Yeah, sorry, fellas. I live in a bad area, and my area sucks. It looks nice, but service-wise, not great with the service. But I heard the last part with how different, how similar SGA and Edwards guarding them.
Yeah, if you were putting together a game plan, how different would it be or similar?
Well, you'd have to watch the games that Minnesota lost to Denver, and I think there was sometimes in how effective they were and Edwards. And I think they had a good game plan, and it was like make the others beat them. Even though those guys made shots, I don't know if they'll consistently do that. Jaden McDaniels is very good defensively, but offensively he usually doesn't have 20+. And I think he's like the first player, youngest player to do it in closeout games, closeout 7-game series, something like that, or closeout games, 20-plus points and 5, rebounds, a couple steals, something like that on a block. So ultimately they doubled Ant. Ant kind of was less aggressive and made, he made the right plays, and those guys knocked down shots. I don't know if they'll consistently do that, but, throw different looks at them, different, doubles, different things. Obviously, Ant is a lot more athletic than Shea. Shea is still athletic and very good. They both can score an elite. I think Ant is better at finishing at the rim and shoots more threes. But Shea works in the mid-range area. But they're both very similar. They're both very good, elite scorers. Going to be the face of the league at some point, and they're going to be those guys that are MVP caliber players. So they're very similar in that sense. But they attack differently. They react differently. They have different pieces around them. You have to see how well they adjust to the double team and different, philosophies you throw at them. So I think Denver had a good game plan. They made it effective. He didn't have a great game. They won the game because of Karl-Anthony Towns and the others. The others stepped up, and also because Denver just couldn't score. They had 34 and 35 from Jokic and Jamal. That's 69 of their 90 points. They scored 90 points for the game. That's not good enough to win a basketball game.
Danny, my co-host thinks that he can swindle another country because of the exchange rate. And I was just kind of curious if you ever had any problems understanding the exchange rate whenever you were playing up there in Toronto.
I did not have any problems. I also kept an app that allowed me to know what the exchange rate was whenever I checked it. And then, no, I could never swindle any country. I also played overseas at some point. But yes, I keep the what's the name app on me, the currency app on me, which allows me to know what the exchange rate is whenever
Is keeping your taxes a son of a gun? I know you have a person who does it, but when you're playing for Toronto and then you're living in the United States, and then when it comes tax time, you're like, man, this is not easy having two different countries here for my taxes.
Yeah, it's not easy, and then even in our country, when you live in Los Angeles or you live in New York. I'm from New York. You live in certain cities. It's not even easy, especially when you travel a lot. It's a pain in the ass. Yes. So especially in another country. But yeah, I let my tax guy handle it, and he does a really, really good job of keeping me out of jail.
Well, you've done a really good job with us, and I just want to remind you, no state income tax in Texas.
Yep.
If you ever,
he knows that, San Antonio.
Yeah.
I do know that. Hey, man, trust me, I don't mind Texas at all. I love that. I always thought it'd be my forever home. Things have changed when COVID happened. Texas is a little wild and still open. I don't know if the world ever shut down again, but if it does, I don't know if I want to be in Texas. But, yeah, it's a good city. It's always treated me right. And, hey, man, if there's ever a position for me to be there, trust me, I'm not one to turn down good positions or good jobs.
Awesome. Thank you very,
Hey, Danny,
very
we got
much.
the Jordan 11s. We were lucky on the sneaker app. Are you a Jordan guy? Like, you're a North Carolina guy. I didn't know if,
I'm a Puma guy. I was a Jordan guy. I obviously love Michael Jordan. I grew up watching Mike and wearing his shoe. I do love the 11s. Those are nice. The Bread 11s, I think, are a New York favorite for most people, and the Space Jams. But I'm a Puma guy, so right now I'm a big Stewie fan. Stewie 3s have just dropped, I think, so I've been wearing those as of late, and they're actually comfortable. They are fire, obviously, for the younger generation. People like the bright colors. But yeah, the Stewie 3s is what I'm rocking as of late right now, as of late.
Nice.
Man.
Those Stewies are nice.
Yeah.
Outstanding stuff, as always.
She did her thing. She did her thing.
We'll catch up with you again next week as we talk about the Western Conference Finals.
Definitely. Yeah, good luck, man. I hope you guys to prove me wrong. I want to see Dallas go as far. I think Minnesota's a really great team. I think the older guys are more deserving of getting to the finals and getting a championship. I'm not saying that Minnesota doesn't deserve it, but you usually have to go through a year of getting there. And, I think you guys might be able to give whoever comes out of the East. No, that's not true. I think whoever comes out of West will win it, and it'd be nice to see Luka get one. That type of thing.
Just to throw it out there, can you imagine if Porzingis and Luka play each other in the NBA Finals?
That'll be interesting. I said I'm waiting to see this. Who makes it, how it reacts, and what teams, who's gonna be rooting for who. Because if Minnesota does make it, KG, he's been covering everything. So Paul, KG's gonna have to pick between Minnesota and Boston, and that's gonna be a hell of a choice. But
I didn't think of that.
Dallas could happen. I don't know who's played for Dallas and Boston, or obviously by counting out Indiana. Can't sleep on them. But you're looking at the odds here. It's gonna be tough for them. But if you're talking about Boston versus Dallas or Boston versus Denver, it's gonna be interesting to see
It'd be a tough pick for Eric Montross. He played for Boston and Dallas.
Yeah, R.I.P. man, R.I.P. Big E. It's my guy. So, yeah, man, he's actually a big reason why I've done so much and going back to Carolina. I'll be back in Carolina next month, trying to do some things. But yeah, Big E, man, we love him, miss him a lot there.
And we love chatting with you every week. Thank you very much for engaging in all of our nonsense and shenanigans as well.
Of course, man. Anytime. I appreciate you guys.
There you go. Danny Green, our Odyssey NBA Insider calls. You should know this by now, but in case you don't, are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Really wanted to yell politics towards the end of that, but I appreciate
it. Was politics?
Oh, definitely.
I missed it.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do next right here in the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Down to Donov. Here's Ben. He scores! Leadership from the captain, Jamie Benn. 18:04 left to go in this third period. Dallas has tied Game 6.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan off an incredible sports weekend right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, and I know we won't find out until tonight who the Stars are going to play next, but the betting odds have the Stars as a pretty sizable, or excuse me, not pretty sizable, but as the favorite to win the Stanley Cup right now. Do you view that after finishing off Colorado twice in Game 6? Do you view the Stars as the favorite to win the Cup?
You're damn right I do.
Tell me why.
Because Broadus is wearing victory green right now.
They're the first team in since 1970, whatever the most recent era
merger
is. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
how
always,
about the merger?
I always say the merger
To play back-to-back Stanley Cup winners
and
to start
beat
the
them
playoffs.
both.
And beat them both. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people are talking about this. Is this the most difficult run to
Yes.
the Cup final maybe ever?
It will be.
Man, I cannot say that I've watched a lot of Eastern hockey in the playoffs. I'm interested to see what the Rangers are doing because it sounds like they've got scores. It sounds like they have defense, and they sound like they have a hot goalie.
I kind of think the Panthers are going to win that series, but I'm intrigued. I think
Yeah.
that
They're
series
both
is going to
really
be
good.
awesome.
Oh, no, the Panthers.
Yeah.
It's tough, man.
But Paul Maurice, see, he's one of the guys that has not
Quote
won.
machine.
He is
Bro,
a quote
he
machine,
is
but
hilarious.
he's also coached a ton of games and never
Yeah.
won a cup. And so you're always fighting for that with these coaches and stuff. You never know when you'll get another chance.
I don't know how they match up in the final, but I think they're better than either Vancouver or Edmonton by a bigger margin than New York and Panthers. But my thing is just how impressive it was. How could you not like them to win it after they had to win Game 6 twice?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Agree with
mental toughness, better
all
team.
of that.
They got it all.
Is your goalie better on the road than he is at home?
Yes, he's 100% better on the road this season.
I mean, it's like
than
he
at home.
gives up nothing on the road.
Yes.
And at home, it's like me playing goalie.
And maybe they would have lost that Game 5 either way, but he gave up like 2 clunker goals in that game. He's absolutely. And the other thing that's really encouraging for the Stars is he's been nails after a loss.
Yeah.
And so he's playing great on the road. He's playing great after a loss. He has the best goals against average left in the playoffs. I'm super pumped about Ottinger right now. Do you guys have a preference? I know you said you're better either way. Then do you have a preference for Vancouver or Edmonton?
Doesn't it seem like to you that Edmonton has the same kind of stars that Colorado has?
Yes, I think
the two frontline
similar
players.
styles.
I think that's a very
I
good
think
observation.
I think that Vancouver to me, I'm the guy that always says, give me the path of least resistance when we're talking playoffs.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm with you. Corey disagrees.
I'm always like, just bring it on.
No, man.
Let me find out how big I am.
You want to beat the best.
That's
I want to
me.
play the Pacers instead of the Timberwolves. I want to play the worst possible teams.
Yeah,
We always
until you play the Packers when they're the 7th seed.
We always get in trouble for this, and I guess I'm going to get in trouble again for it.
You could stop.
Yeah,
No,
we
I'm not getting
Bassett.
we don't need to get in trouble, Mike.
He's made
I
his
don't care.
decision.
Somebody's going to post this on YouTube and be like, see, I'm just going to cut this one sentence.
Oh, it's going to clip it? Yeah,
Yeah.
You're about to get clipped. But
Yeah,
go
about
ahead.
to get clipped just so everybody can see how silly people are that are on YouTube that try to get people. Is like when Karl Anthony Towns, his knees bugging him, there's part of us as a fan of the Mavericks that go, gosh, guess what? Minnesota's hoping that Luka's knee bugs him throughout the series.
No question.
So when I saw Karl Anthony Towns kind of go down and he got back up, I'm like, well, if we play Minnesota and his knees like that helps you out as a team. I don't get how people are that silly in their head. We're not hoping somebody dies or somebody's career ends, but when you play a team in the playoffs and some of their best players are struggling with injuries,
No question.
it helps you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
just
think
hurts,
though. Don't think the Timberwolves are upset that Jamal Murray was obviously banged up with whatever he was dealing
Yeah,
with.
do you think the
with his
Pacers
calf.
are like, well, we're in the conference finals, but it really doesn't count because we played New York with 4 injuries?
Don't.
Or do you think they're like, thank God we played the New York Knicks, who are better than us, but they had major injuries that we were able to take advantage of. Nobody feels sorry for the Rangers right now. Everybody's kicking their tail.
That's what I'm saying. I was saying you're broadcasting for a team right now that can't beat, 2 of the last, 6. They've, it's just, it hasn't been as good. And why? A lot of it has to do with injury.
Yeah. And unfortunately, they're not getting good news on injuries right now.
Yeah.
Derek Lively,
second team.
All rookie second
great.
team. So
I knew we should have taken a first teamer.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, by the way, if you want to be like a cheerleader of tanking, the Mavs tanked and got a guy that was on the second team, all rookie team, right?
Yeah.
They did.
They tanked it, and it worked for him. So anytime you want to talk about tanking, just remember Lively after that. That's what tanking will do for you. You get to keep your pick, and you pick that guy. And good for the Mavs for doing that.
First team, Wemby, Chet, not a rookie, Brandon Miller, Jaime Jaquez, and Brandon I always mess this last name up. Podzimski.
Okay.
Finish out the first team, and then
sure you said that right?
No.
That's why Mike said okay because he was like, I wouldn't have got any
to
better.
tanking.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards, first overall pick, conference finals. Luka Doncic, third overall pick, considered the best player in the world at the time, but kind of fell because he wasn't 7 feet tall. You have Jason Tatum. Boston saw him as the number 1 overall pick, but they knew Philadelphia wanted Markelle Fultz, so they traded to 3, knowing who 1 and 2 would be, picking up extra assets, who they thought was the best player overall in the whole draft. Brilliant. Now, Indiana's a little bit different because Halliburton is their best player. I think he was the 10th overall pick in the draft, right around there. But the only way to win in the NBA is to get a top 3 player in the draft, and then you hope that he's the best player in the draft. There's literally no other way to pretty much do it. You can get lucky in a way like Dirk Nowitzki, 9th overall pick. Jokic is the perfect example.
Yeah.
Clyde the Glide. Was he?
13. Bronny James.
Oh, he was 13. I didn't know he was that low.
I don't know. Maybe on that one.
But, I mean,
it might help you. You never know. It might help you.
The NBA is all about, if any sport is tanking is the best thing ever, it is the NBA.
Yeah, when you see Lively play, you're thinking thank God we didn't give that pick up, and I'm glad they didn't make the playoffs kind of a thing.
Yeah, and they knew they didn't even take him, right? You took Cason Wallace.
Yeah.
But you knew he was going to fall 2 more spots, so you could make a little bit of a trade, and you picked up Omax Prosper, who I know is not helping you this year, but he either could help you in the future, or you could use him as a trade asset in the summer to get another piece you like.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggy, thanks so much for asking. We'll be reacting to both the Mavs and Stars and licking our wounds over some baseball here in about 5 minutes.
Looking forward to it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
And they made you hot?
Yeah.
They were thick.
If you're laughing, we're happy. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, and the number one influencer on Cowboys social media there. He's at Brian Broaddus on X. You can follow us all. Just go to at @GBagNation. You'll see our handles in the bio. There's Lucius Alexander in the Tim Kept Master Control. He has a full 5 hours coming up of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Eric Chiafalo is in attendance. Zach Wolchuk is on dad duty. So send Zach some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. Carter Freeman coordinates your video every day for us. You can watch the show at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And gentlemen, we open with an incredible weekend of sport as it was double Game 6 glory for the Mavericks and the Stars. And now we figured out last night it's going to be the Timberwolves up next. We're waiting tonight to see who the Stars get next. But after watching Game 6 and 7 of Minnesota, I think we wanted Denver, actually. I think we wanted the champs. It was very impressive defense. My main thought going in is, will their defense have the level of success against the Mavs that it did against Denver? Or do we have an advantage because our stars are on the perimeter? That's my hope.
Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage that the Mavs will be coming into this one with. We'll hear from Tim Legler a little bit later on in the program, kind of his thoughts on it. And he's been hot on the Mavs ever since the trade deadline. He's been the one national voice that was really championing the Mavs having a legit chance, even through the bumps along the way. So he's a huge believer, and aren't we all, in the combo of Luka and Kyrie and the threat that poses to any given defense. And the Timberwolves were really able to dominate with the size factor. Like after Jokic, there's not the big man, and they got big wings. Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., these are long wings, but they're not big men in the middle. And that's what the Timberwolves have right now, the three-headed monster of Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, and Nas Reed.
We can battle with those guys.
You can battle with those guys.
Probably not score against them. But
right.
You're not going to make life tough.
Yeah, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be as easy as what it was from a size advantage that you had versus OKC here. But you're stepping into Minnesota now, and both of you are leveling up in competition of what they have in the middle. So that's going to be interesting. But now, yes, having two guys. I mean, Jamal Murray was useless in this series for the Nuggets. So now you having a Kyrie and a Luka situation to have to deal with in your backcourt, that's going to be so fun with Anthony Edwards and McDaniels on the other side. That's going to be great.
So then, there's so many ways of talking about this series, Brian. What do you think watching Minnesota and now just going into that matchup? Do you like it or?
Yeah, the one thing, it's really against the model of what we thought about that. When you watch how the Timberwolves were constructed, and you're thinking, how do you win with all these centers?
Mm-hmm.
And now that
they're zigging when the league's zagging.
Yeah, they are. And the thing, the Gobert trade has allowed Karl Anthony Towns to not have to play as much, gives him rest, lets him play another position. So they've kind of figured that thing out. But I think it all starts with Anthony Edwards. How explosive he is, and you talk to people that cover that team, they'll talk about Mike Conley at 36 years old and kind of what he does for him as well. So
he's the floor general. They missed him in the game that he was out.
The one game he missed, they were not the same basketball team. So it's a well constructed team. It's got size, and it's got a dynamic playmaker in Anthony Edwards, and somebody that's very explosive. And we'll see the difference between the Anthony Edwards and Shea Gillis and what you had to work with him. I think that, to me, I think Edwards is probably a better player. If you gave me a choice between the two guys, I think there's a little bit more mid-range game, and Edwards is more of an explosive attack the rim kind of guy with some shots. So this is it's not supposed to get easier as you go along.
Yeah.
But you do at least can combat these guys with your own size and your own depth, and I think that's a positive thing for the Mavs.
I think, Minnesota's offense isn't great. So can you play elite defense on them to a point where you really slow them down and keep them under 100? I think you could win the series like that. We'll have to see Jaden McDaniels against Luka. How healthy is Luka? But that's another elite perimeter defender. This dude is 6'8", like 190 pounds. He's long. He's rangy. He's fast. He's good. So, and then Conley on Kyrie Irving, or how's that go? OKC did something totally different, doubling Kyrie Irving more than we've seen basically from any team since he paired with Luka Doncic. I don't think Minnesota is going to continue with that, but maybe they do. Maybe they take OKC's idea and put Jaden on Luka and double Kyrie off the ball and try to create chaos like that. So it's a lot of words to say. I think it's going to come down to which role players shoot the better percentage.
It always is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's both teams have stars, and how they're gonna defend Washington will be interesting if they can. In fact, if he can get things going, we've seen Jones and his ability to play around the rim. Will the Timberwolves allow an alley-oop game? We've seen that, and it's going to be a physical game for the Mavs and for their bigs. But they've really leaned on their bigs in these playoffs, and when their bigs play well, they generally win these basketball games. And so this will be a little bit of a different beast. With the size that they have to deal with this. Oklahoma City, not as big a team as what you're dealing with right now with the Timberwolves.
For sure. But my gosh, what a closeout. What a game 6, just an all-timer, fun night where you're chasing points the whole time. You get into the fourth quarter, and for some reason, I don't know about you, I had some confidence. Like this is still within striking distance here. This can still happen, and Luka being the assassin that he is, Kyrie coming up with huge plays, all these guys, Derek Lively. I mean, that was as fun a closeout situation as you can have, and we got on back-to-back nights, dude. Friday night, Saturday night. My goodness, that was awesome.
Yeah, incredible. Salute to the Stars as well. We're living in a sports paradise right now with the Rangers being champs, and these two teams doing what they're doing. It's an incredible time to be a sports fan in DFW. Maybe the best time since 2011. So definitely enjoy this. I don't know the rules. I thought it was total horse crap that goal was disallowed.
Yeah.
And I thought this is going to take the wind out of their sails. This is hard to recover from,
Yeah.
And you got to go to another overtime, but they grind it out and they get the job done 2-1. I mean, wasn't it clear that he got pushed into the goalie if there was any contact?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. And the thing that Eric always loves to talk about body shapes and stuff like that. If you look at hockey players, they've all got lower body power because of, they got big rears because of the skating ability and stuff like that, the power they generate as skaters.
Nothing but power bottoms in that sport.
Nothing but power bottoms in that sport. And if you back in, there used to be a time, and here's Brian back in the day watching hockey guy, there used to be a time where they made goalies fight for space. A screen, you had to fight through a screen. That's why you had guys like Bernie Perron and others, Grant Fuhrer, that would take their sticks and hack the back of guys that were screeners in the back of their legs to fight for space. And we've got to the point now where we just totally protect the goalie, and these goalies have gotten pretty good at flopping as well. They're like, if they get a little bit of contact, they will act like they know they're not going to get the puck. So what do? They make this huge pirouette and act like that they've been pushed out of the way.
Yeah.
But the rules to
it's
me,
an athletic move. It's a hell of a pirouette.
This
on
is
ice.
very similar to football fans do not understand pass interference. Most hockey fans do not understand goalie interference. They just don't.
Yeah.
Every night there's a different interpretation of goalie interference. But like I said, in the 70s and the 80s, Grant Fuhrer, guys like that, they used to
tough guys.
They would take their sticks and they would just hack.
Goaltenders actually had to work.
Yeah.
To get a stop.
Actually had to work to get people out of the front of the crease. And there was not goalie interference like we see today. So that's an unfortunate. I know Paul Bisnet and those guys at during the intermission report were like,
dude, that was
the only one that was defending was the former goalie. The goalie, that looked to me like interference, and they're like, answer card, like, what are you talking about?
That was when that was the vindication of it. Was like, okay, that we got the one biased guy in the room here who's going to obviously just go to bat for the goaltender no matter what the situation is. Everybody else with eyeballs are just going, no, what are we doing here? This should already be over. Yeah. And the fact that the resiliency of these guys is pretty amazing. Like you said, like that felt like, okay, I guess. We're coming back for a game 7 here. They said, no, we will not be denied.